Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は406日目です。It is day 406. We are a day before our level 38 lesson day. Gonna end up lining up with our day 400 HanziHero thing. So I'm gonna have to consider what to do tomorrow. Anyways, for now, this will be the shortest day of the 5-day cycle. Get right into it here. Okay. Uh-oh. Force. Probably info or probably posture.
姿勢 地域 一応 富士 勢い 咲
制作
Oh boy.
領土
My T doesn't. Fair.
坊さん
What? Oh.
観客
Okay.
おのおの 脱字 誕生
価格 赤ん坊
変更
更新
1
罰ゲーム
反
反
応
応
観光福祉勢力
勢力
各自僅
僅
差
差罰
罰
領域
Okay. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay. All right. One last time. Babam. Bag. Hickey. Disc. Chew. Dip. Demand. Wait. Yes. What happened here? I have a blank. We'll come back. Oh, age. Yoro. Then regards. Spin. Eat. Dodge. Nin. Pregnant. Shin. Pregnant. Chi. Do. Han. Addition. So. Play music. Oh, you know what? I think that's what threw me off yesterday on Qing. I'll have to double check. Yeah, I gotta check the difference between Dou and Qing. Alright. On accompany. Join. Lean. Yaku contrary. Oak. Interior. Yo. Consider. Pen, suspend, pull, buster, Natsuka, handle, Yoku, suppress, Taku, select, Yo, draw, San, tray, show, idle, show, board, yuru, loose, Taku, consign, or entrust, white, bride, do, bribe, zo, presence, go, escape, on, setback, and he's up, knee. Alright, well, that's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a go. You're always welcome. Come on by, discuss, exchange stories, right? Exercise some critical thinking and discussion. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna move right on to my Bunpro session now. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. Minasan okanasai. 今日は46日目です。It is day 46. Let's get right into it. Got 5 from yesterday. We're doing like this whole 5 to 7 recall thing. So the highlight would be we got Nado. Nado, and our keyword was such. Also Kushami, Kushami knees. Key. Oops. Inai, I think about as in about an amount. Soreni, and like also moreover, also, and I think this can be coupled with Soredemo. It's kind of like moreover, but like in a negative sense because of demo and ni. So demo, that's more like but also, like even then kind of situation. So like it's still moreover, like it's also regardless of that. And then we had Goro Goro. Loaf was the trigger word. Okay. So those are our 5 pick from yesterday. Okay. So I know it says we already done 20 lessons, but it's not. It was after midnight. So we still have this little weird thing where it's after midnight. Actually, HanziHero is probably no lessons either because we did it after 4 a.m. yesterday. Okay, so let's get into it. Yeah, it's gonna ask us, do you want to do extra study and whatnot? Okay, even more ego. Kyabetsu. Kyabetsu.
Kyabetsu.
Interesting. Kyabetsu. Kind of tough to. There's morau. Morau is good. Ofuku. I do not. How all work. I guess there is an all in it. Huh. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the only. Okay, that all. That's a bit of a weak one. This is the only. I think this is the only use case that I've had for this character so far. So you. Yep. Hatachi. Hatachi. It's special. Hatachi. Naika. Naika, internal medicine. Ooh. I don't know. That is. That's new to me. And then we got hen. Hen. Yeah. Hen. Okay. Otera. Onya. Hijutsu. Hijutsukan. Hijutsukan. Okay, those are normal. Those are on your read. Okay. Gozenchu. That's fine. In the middle of the morning or in the morning, during the morning. Anketo.
アンケート
I don't know where that's coming from. Anketo. Huh. Kind of sounds like answer, question, Interesting. What the Hasa? Really? Those things, okay, fair enough. I am unfamiliar with this one. Edition. I'm kind of curious. Oh, it's here eventually. Okay, all right, fair enough. Asa. I think I can accommodate that for now. Batsu. Interesting. That's a new one for me. Okay. And Tenteki. IV. Okay. Raindrop. This is probably the techie for like dew or drop. I have not covered yet, but spot and drop makes sense. I think the closest we got is Namida, which is teardrop. Okay, there's Ikutsu. Right, Ikutsu. Yesterday we had Ikura. Or Ikura, and then Ikutsu. Report, fair enough. Sakubun's good enough. No, hamburger. Right, this is on a bun. Hamburger, which someone else talked about. Hamburg the other time when they're, or the Salisbury steak as I refer to it. Anyways. Chawan. Okay. Let's go over these. A pale green leafy vegetable that has a very mild taste. What the heck? That describes a lot of things. I guess you can't really get too summary, like nuance with the summaries. Okay. Although kyabetsu, I understand why that is a general talk. Kyabetsu. It's that very particular cabbage, like next to your like my tonkatsu stuff. It's okay. All right. To have something given to you. Yeah. Okay. Not the same. It is. A complete outbound and then return trip of a journey. So O is the journey, and then fuku is return. Right. So. A dark brown, very salty sauce that's used in many types of Asian dishes. That is rough because that describes a lot of sauces. But it's fair enough. It's the most Arguably the most common. Arguably, debatably. I think from a Western perspective, maybe shoyu is the most common. But I would argue that it might not actually be the most common. Oh man, I haven't written shoyu in a while. It's okay. Only 3 things. A young age which has a special way of being read in Japanese. Yeah, right. Hadachi. Sai, or chi in this case. Chi or the right hand character is quite special. It's not very, it's like used very specifically. A doctor or clinic that specializes in non-surgical procedures such as general checkups, right? And this is the new one, so naika. I can kind of understand why they used ka, and then naika for the close area around the subject. Closeness is subjective to the speaker. Okay, fair enough. How that works. A Buddhist place of worship. Okay. This time it's using the honorific. There's a separate entry for the honorific and not the honorific. So casual and honorific. The most common name for a shop that specializes in the sale of books. Okay. Okay. A place which displays various types of works of art, right? Bijutsukan. Or resin. In your generic location building card. Or building character. Something occurring for the whole period of time before midday. Interesting. A document filled out when information is being collected. No, not a report. A document filled out when information is being collected? Ooh, that can... I immediately thought of reporto as opposed to... Okay, a document. Okay. Oh! From French, I see. For the record, the first time I go through lessons, I only look at this and here sometimes. I don't look at anything else. And then the second time we go over it, we actually look at everything else. It's a bit of a compartmentalization strategy, but largely for active recall. So, okay. Anketo. Let's see. Oh, anketo. What you call it? It's kind of close to let me see if my... Yeah. Yep. Closest thing would be like something like inquire. I imagine that ending is a flex from inquire as well, where it's RIR, but that's how I'm gonna try to remember anke though. A type of conical hat frequently made out of bamboo to protect the wearer from the sun, right? A very characteristic, stereotypical conical hat. Okay. A mark often used to indicate a mistake. Okay. Batsu, I can tie it up with Batsu. Batsu could be like... I don't remember this. I could use that. Oh wait, that's not the right character. Like this. This is a penalty. A penalty is a batsu. So if you miss something, maybe there's a penalty. So we could use batsu. A treatment method which involves saline fluids being introduced to the body via an injection or attached tube. Yeah, IV. This is due to me. Kentucky. Okay. A word used to ask questions about unknown numbers or someone's age. You could. A writing-based task that is a regular form in which assignments are given at educational institutions. I guess that's a way to separate ankedo from reporto. A written piece of work that may be either for academic or creative purpose. Oh, now they're just starting. Everything's starting to blur together. Sakubun. Okay. A popular fast food that is made from a bun with various ingredients inserted in the middle. A vessel that's made for the purpose of serving tea. Yep. Despite it says a rice bowl, it's and a teacup and tea. They're long complicated history, I suppose.
Cabbage を育てる。
お土産をもらう。
Oh, interesting. Huh.
学校と家を往復する。
ご飯に醤油をかける。
私は20歳です。
内科に行く。
ここら辺は平和です。
Oops.
お寺に行く。
本屋で本を買う。
Oops.
美術館に行く。
午前中に運動をする。
アンケートに協力する。
傘をかぶる。
リストに×をつける。
点滴を受ける。
彼はいくつなの？
大学のレポートを書く。
Ooh, that's gonna be tricky, actually. Yeah, there it is. Double essays. Yeah.
作文を書く。
The moment I saw essay, I'm like, well, you could write sakubun. But, dang.
ハンバーガーを食べる。
この茶碗は私のものだ。
Yeah, that's a tough one. Okay. Alright, we're gonna try to cut this in half and then call it a day. I kind of want to do some beep booping later. Some gaming later. Alright, let's get into this. I imagine everything's vocab at this point. No grammar today. Excuse me?
私はここの国では外国人だ。
このハンカチは母のものです。
その机は丈夫ですか？
僕の誕生日と父の誕生日は同じ日です。
くしゃみをたくさんしている患者に声をかける。
It's not that. It's Saku. I'm pretty sure they used. Oh no, it's not. They used. Oops.
遅刻をする。
トンネルの中は真っ暗です。
That one, yeah. This is a 50. Wait. Yeah, this is gonna be a 50-50. So we're gonna go with.
友達に聞く。あの自動車って君のお父さんのだよね。
50-50 because of like formal and casual words. And it would be
子供。
this is a 50-50
あれ
too.
は何？おや。飛行機だよ。
Oh, but the person is it is an airplane though. I guess, yeah. We would use that in context of that. Hear me if someone's next to a plane. Rare. Oh no. Wasn't it? Double. Double something. Right? Oh, I wrote something. What is after Bobo? Oh. Oh, okay, in the verb, right?
仕事を少し
Oh,
サボ
oh,
っ
it's
た
just
けど
simple
疲れました。
because of the ending. Sabota. I was trying to figure out what the ending was. Okay. This is the 50-52.
お腹が空いていたので夕飯をたくさん作りました。
Oops.
肩が痛い。
I missed the T both times. Go up. Oh, stairs. Go stairs.
一緒に階段で3階まで登りましょう。
Pretty sure go and then right character. They probably noon. So that would be and then that's a 50-50 whether
お正月を祝わない。
whether it's formal or not. I think there's a chance it's always formal.
カーテンを開ける。
僕は暇な時にラジオを聞いたりヨガをしたりします。
Or it's commonly used. Flow of I think I hit this each and every time at the moment. Show the flow of events. So next I think it's that. That. I'm going through all my conjunctions. I think the more often I go through my conjunctions, the more likely that this will become more like a lot quicker. I don't think it's No, that's the next. Ini. I mean. Gini. Also. Then, but it's more like next. So. Takara is more like cause and effect. Atote is after. And we already went over Soreni. Oh, you know. Okay, just kidding. Okay. There's Kono Aida, which is recently. That doesn't show order. So it's gotta be, so it's not Dakara, so it's the other one. So we have Soreni, which is like also moreover, and then Soredemo, right? That's but regardless or even so. And then there's Sorekara as well,
掃除をしてそれから寝ます。
which is so from that I don't know how many, after that basically like kara after, yeah, after that we'll keep that in mind. Why did I think it was? I'm in between dwell. I'm in between dwell and house. Pretty sure it's I think I'm adding character.
家事をする主婦も外で働く人もみんな大変だ。
Not it's shoe, not shoe. Say what? Oh.
友達が事故で命を落とす。
Interesting.
「明日は晴れると思う。
姉。 弟にひらがなを教えなくちゃ。
Using ending.
医者が高齢者に毎日動いてください。
Oh, okay. Both. Both.
あと1ヶ月で正月だ。
Oh, the desk.
あなたの車は白ですか？
私はベランダが西向きの家に住みたいです。
父の書斎にはいつも灰皿とお酒が置いてある。
That's a sussy sentence.
火には近づかないでください。
What? Oh, okay. Hmm.
持っているお金が少ないです。
アルバイトを始めたけれども、私はまだ貧乏だ。
息子はスカートが好きで、週に2回くらいスカートを履きます。
これはチンパンジーの指だ。
Chimpanzee. Oh, that's it. Like. Go to 友達ならで優しいです。or 嬉しいです。嬉しいlike this? Like donut? Used to describe something that oh like this. Oh, that's interesting. Like or sorry, what? No. All right, like this. Maybe we're using used to describe something that has the feature of something close. Used to describe something that has features closest speaker. And it's definitely a phrase. Whenever I say phrase, like I'm thinking of something that's written like a compound phrase. それに no. Or I mean, I was thinking just no. Oh, close to the speaker, like oh no, or something. Like this person. I Maybe like it could be konna. Okay. Type, like a type. So use kon.
ここは海外だ。
Alright, let's spin the wheel. I'm gonna say hi. Alright, more casual. Another way to say it casually.
マリア、あなたはピアノを弾くのマット君。だけど少しだけ。
Okay. I'm not gonna be able to figure it out without like more context and for now. This is a 50-52.
祭りに行く。
Okay, they take both, which is fine. They take both as entries. It's not true for all of the things, but I think it's an oversight, but it's not that big of a deal. It's not true for all of them where there's it takes both entries, all and like the honorific and not the honorific. I think that's a slight oversight, but no big deal because you should know the difference between an honorific and a non-honorific. Should always, like, to me, while English doesn't have honorifics, you know, like whenever someone says, oh, English doesn't have an equivalence to omatsuri versus matsuri, right? It's not, since there's no like literal one-to-one equivalence, it's the idea of saying like a festival or an event versus like a festival versus a fair. There's overlap between them, but festivals and fairs have like there's an eloquence to it. So I do this all the time, and Japanese is no different. Only I actually find Japanese having honorifics a little bit more convenient in that code swapping. Like, for example, having an appointment or a date or something like a excursion versus an outing. Those are the things that I tend to flex in English as well. So instead of thinking about it as, oh, this is the honorific form of the thing, I think about changing up my diction, my English diction, to sound maybe a little bit more formal versus less formal. So like to elevate, for example, to elevate a county fair, I could call it a county festival or something like that. Despite festival and fairs having nuances of being different, the whole honorific and non-honorific, there's a difference in that too. It's not, obviously we're not looking for one-to-one, but I actually do change up my diction in English to change formality, is to refer to things with a higher elevation of like a bit extravagant, right? Like instead of saying, oh man, this is such a cool festival, it was quite an exciting festival, or it's kind of using maybe words that are a bit more elevated largely because of colloquialism, right? Less common words feel a little bit more fancier, quote unquote, in English than your colloquial stuff. I don't know how else to describe it, but it does happen. That consideration for should I be speaking formally or not.
夫が妻に、君の顔は美しすぎるよ。ずっと眺めていたい。
Heck.
私の趣味はピアノを弾くことです。
Add a new. It's kind of funny because the reason I typed shumi and I had to correct myself and hear myself say shumi versus shumi. That's how I figure out the long vowels. So if it's yo or is it do, I have to say it in my head and hear the word in order to know how to correct it. Like oftentimes I'm not thinking about how it's written, but it's more like how it sounds.
いろいろしてくれてありがとう。
Consider. Got cool. Consider. I'm leaning on like think about, which I don't know, like koto, the way it's phrased, it could be maybe like, oops, I forgot the ending.
学校はいじめの問題を真剣に考えることにしました。
この手袋は誰のですか？
It is. You just quit crying. What the heck? Alright, fine.
涙が止まらない。
I literally meant to say I need to quit crying. Like the action of quitting the crying. Stronger word? Okay, that's a
あなたには
50-50 too.
大嫌いな人がいますか？
I don't use strong words very often.
あなたは有名人の中で誰が一番好きですか？
その道の角にパン屋がある。
友達に質問をする。あなたはバンドを組んだことがある？
プラモデルをコレクションするのは良い趣味ですね。
Different type of light. Oops.
先生、信号が青の時に横断歩道を渡りましょう。
Turns blue. Turns blue. That was a cultural translation. Talked about it like 2 days ago. I'm actually more likely to consider it as blue than green.
病院で赤ちゃんは男の子です。
This is like a 70-30 split. 70-30.
映画の悪役。俺の夢は世界を征服することだ。
そのズボンは新しいです。
Oops. Oh, yellow sunflowers. Ah.
庭に黄色いひまわりが咲きました。
このツアーはいくらですか？
この草は緑色です。
What type of move is this? Probably. Can't. I lost it. I lost the move. It's using shift. I don't remember the read. I even wrote something to remind me, right? Rain evenings.
"日本からアメリカに移る."
母が今すぐにシャワーに入ってって言った。
あなたは今朝何をしますか？
I typed Konasa. This is a 50-50.
「このコンピューターの寿命は何年くらいですか？」
私はキャンプが嫌いだ。
There's also camping. Maybe not.
わからない単語の意味を電子辞書で調べる。
Not that.
東京にお店を出すまでに2年半かかりました。
Yeah, it's this one. I think this one's a bit tricky because of gotta get used to thinking about open, not in the sense of the other 4 opens. This is a 50-50. Okay. This is the 33%. Oh no, this is the 33% now. What is the... And this is new to me as well. I'm gonna say... I know the character, but I don't know what the read is. Character. I'm not sure if I wrote anything. I think I was leaving it up to when it comes up on it. The character is... Okay, what could it be? So Xing lines up with what? At least I think it is. This is using patrol. At least I think. I can't think of any other thing. Oh no, wait, no. Is there anything? No. So, oh wait. I remember what I said yesterday. Oh. Mawari-san.
あなたのお母さんはおまわりさんなの?
Mawa for the around. Okay. That's a 50-50 too.
この袋はとても大きいです。
Either bag could be very large. Moving again? Oh, this is like moving upward. So
ピアノを上の階へ上げる。
a different move again. I think this might be a 50-50 too. Oh no, it's not. Actually, this might just be... Oh. This was a 50-50. How do we go from the back to... Do we use posture? Slowly but surely, I'll start to associate. Maybe body. Oh no, wait. It could be... It might not be talking about height at all, actually. Like, it could be in an amount. This... No. Another term from yesterday. It's body length. Body length is like 身長。
私の身長は166センチメートルです。
I'm trying to think if you could do like If posture and all the others. Fair enough.
このオレンジはとても甘い。
That one could be a 50-50, maybe 70-30. Depending on what type of orange. This one too. Could be a 50-50 as well.
チケットを買う。
Because it could be kipu or a different type of ticket, I suppose. I don't know how often the different type of tickets are dissociated from each other.
あの木の下に靴下があります。
Like maybe there's still quote unquote an archaic ticket somewhere. Or not. Maybe not. I don't know. On top of that,
携帯が壊れた。それにパソコンも壊れた。
we're working on those.
生徒が先生に、このシャツは僕のじゃありませんでした。
友達からのメールを読む。
私は今緊張しています。
Oh no, singing. Ooh, wait. Yeah.
歌手に質問をする。
I was
歌う
thinking
と
of
きは
singer.
何を意識していますか？
日本の家の中では靴を履いてはいけない。
コーチが選手に、君にはまだチャンスがある。
ナオコ、その話は本当ですか？タオ、本当です。
あなたの好きな歌詞は何ですか？
この T シャツは手作りなので誰も同じものを持っていない。
友達と踊る。
食べ物には興味がありません。
私は歌舞伎に興味があります。
リビングの窓から日光が差しています。
この黒のシャツは誰のですか？
Okay, so oh right, that's a different note. I thought that was a normalizer note. Okay, what type of chores are we talking about? Small tasks, right? Oh.
さっき起きたので今日はまだ家事をしていません。
Is there any way I would be able to tell? Okay, no.
上司がこの紙は環境に優しいと言っていた。
Feeling. Oh, wait. Hold up. So, are we talking about like or maybe condition? So we're looking for like a form of condition. Ugh, that's quite a lot of things. So feeling. I think feeling is feeling's kind of. I typed feeling, a bunch of feeling. Doesn't. Oh. It says physical health, so it has something. It probably has something to do with the body. I thought it was Shinto. No, but I think it's Taicho. No? Oops, that's a typo.
体調はどう？
Yeah. I was using a different body. I thought it was Shincho, which is instead of Taicho. But that might be something else. Maybe like Shinzen or something. Or Shinan. Or some sort of combination. Let's see.
私たちは一緒にキッチンカーを経営したことがある。
このスイカは甘くないです。
Okay.
女より男の方が筋力があります。
あなたはどこに旅行へ行きたいの？
この漫画家はとても若い。
Cartoonist. Interesting. We do not have a non-lower. Oh, we do have Midori. I didn't remember we had Midori.
その緑のイヤリングは
Okay,
彼女のものだ。
I wasn't sure we had Midori. Okay, that's a 50-50. Okay.
彼の夢は歌手になることだ。
生徒が先生に骨折をしたので体育の授業を見学します。
大きな揺れを感じる。
I use kanji for the feeling part, but they were looking for a physical thing. The taicho. Uh, 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 turn on. Oh, it could be. Oh no, it's not. So we're not cutting that off. Then it's got to be illuminate. No. Wait. Do not. Which one is it? You know, this kind of reminds me of turning on the lights versus, or like turning on and off the lights, or there was another phrase that is a little bit different in English as well. They have maybe it's to go out? To go out. First,
イルミネーションの明かりが消えるのは夜12時だ。
I kind of want to write something for Kieru. Let's write something. Probably. Sure. Okay. Oh boy, howdy. That's rough. Fine. I'll think about the Triceratops thing pretty reliably, I think.
これは父の財布です。
A strap? Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, eye straps. Oops, I missed a minute.
頭に鉢巻きを締めて勉強する。
これは交番だ。
Oh.
これはその映画のフィルムです。
独り言。早く家賃を払わなくちゃ。
Oh. No. Oh no. Oh, what the? Immediately ahead of one's that's kind of rough. What's immediately ahead? I mean, I thought it was no, but we're talking about a time frame. Time frame. Like, no, that doesn't tell me time frame. What else we got? No, there wouldn't be a no for that. Would there be? Recent. I mean, okay. Or a location. Feels more like a time kind of thing. Like Poki? That doesn't make it. It's something relational. It could be like probably like kore kara. From now after this, I thought kore kara would have. Kore kara no doesn't quite make sense though. So maybe like Saki?
先のことはあまり考えない方がいい。
That is I don't know about that one. Ahead of. I see what they mean. Okay. I see. What? That not kid? Yo, oh man, I really dislike subject words. Pretty sure it uses ke, and I thought it was whole, like together. Oh no, wait. It's not. Is it N? No. It's things that pass by, but also simultaneous.
私には経済のことはわからない。
Oh. Hey.
彼氏が彼女に一緒にドライブをしましょう。
あなたのお姉さんはどこにいるの？
これは薬じゃない、ただのラムネだ。
Oh. What's happening here? Oh, interesting.
アメリカの方から1ドル札をもらった。
Okay.
私の好きな食べ物はステーキだ。
赤い箱が欲しいです。
この部屋の上には実の両親が住んでいます。
イギリスには大きな教会がたくさんある。
Wait. What happened?
今日は友達とパーティーに行きます。
I didn't see what the red message was. It's not. Dang it. I told myself. I remember correcting myself on the second character. They didn't use needle for this. They use. too shocked.
僕は注射が嫌いだ。
その紫のシャツはあなたのものですか？
そのペン使ってもいい？うん。はい、どうぞ。
I was gonna just say Dozo, but okay. But Dozo is already there. Uh, 50-50?
校長先生の話はいつも長すぎます。
It's not really. No. This is height, so.
母は身長が低い。
理由もなく起こる。
顧客が修理業者に、この引き出しが開かないんです。
What time is it? I think this is a pretty good place.
僕はグリーンが好きですが、
Russia. Wait. What? Oh, different. Oh, that's a pseudo verb.
「息子が入院している病院へ急行する」。
彼は字を書くのが下手だ。
今日はありがとう。
What type of feeling are we
一度
talking
紙に
about?
書いてから言葉で気持ちを伝えましょう。
It was a typo.
この辺りにはお金持ちの人の家がたくさんあります。
Alright, we'll wait until we stop one more time. Okay, I think that's it. Finds two things together. Keep in your classmate. Yeah, we'll come back to this. Fine. Alright. So, what am I thinking of today? Today, it's definitely gonna be Kieru. Turn off. And it was in the context of lights. Um, I mean, 注射 was a bit of a loss. Just thinking about the recent thing. Oh, there, Poco. How did 注射 work? Injections. Let's take a look at some. Got stuck a little bit on saw. Aboru. Or truant. Have you seen or played new anime game? It ends with a crusher slowly going towards them as they go bluer and bluer. Have I seen or played that new anime game? It ends with a crusher slowly going towards them as they go bluer and bluer. That doesn't sound familiar to me. Off the bat. I haven't played it. Or seen it is probably a different story. I'm not entirely sure what you're describing. Alright, let's quickly go and see if we can pick up some more. What else did we hit today? Oh, there's also Shin. Shincho. Oh no, wait, was that Shincho or was that Taicho? Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, that's a wrong cho. Ooh, okay. I kind of screwed up on that one. Wrong cho. Oh, I thought I had an idea of what it might have been. The game that you're describing. Let's Oban. No, okay. Orange. Shogatsu. Film. And there's injection. Ooh. We'll throw in. Oh no. Oh, it's definitely economics. Wait, how did the... Probably that. Okay. Keizai. Oops. Zai. What the? How do I Zai things? Oh. For economics. Okay. I think those are going to be our 5. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for Bunpro today. Bunpro session today. Gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by. Yap. Talk. Right. Discuss. Until next time. Minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigatou. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第399天。It is day 399. Tomorrow is our 400 tentative takes. I'm gonna be real. Today is gonna be. We're gonna try to squeeze in some Kiwami 3. I don't know how well rested I am gonna be tomorrow. Yesterday we were trying to catch up, but then I kind of took some extra rest. So we actually ended up starting after 4 a.m. So that means I did the lessons earlier today. So that's why we don't have any lessons. So now we're going to try to rotate some of these massive backlog of characters through our reviews. Yesterday was an unprecedented, or earlier today was an unprecedented day with 20 characters. That's really pushing the limit on top of everything else I have been doing. We got a 6 from yesterday. It was a little bit rough. Yeah, 拖这拖interest. Didn't do anything with it, largely because Tua is going to come up again in a bit, which is this companion character related. Hopefully that's fine. Or we're using auntie as opposed to pet name. Yi is wild. Gotta smash a bunch of things in here. Art. Try to modify the mnemonic a little bit. Liang as well. It's more about a quest to use, to be on foot to look for a missing tiara. Shiny tiara. And then the infamous La. For garbage. So now it's more like Legolas tracking some dirt. Dirt tracks on guard duty. And the retroactive one. $10,000, or is it because one now is overlapping with Lee? Lee is probably the closest. Okay. We added a few things to that, crushing a bunch of crickets and flowers as ingredients to make expensive product worth tens of thousands of dollars. All right, so I'm gonna try to shave like at least half of this or more, and then I think tomorrow we're only going to do the lessons and then hop right into our 400 day tentative takes and catch up for the rest of the month, I suppose. Alright, let's get into this here.
结束。
电影什么时候结束？
镇定。
保持镇定是很重要的。
慈善。
他经常参加慈善活动。
木。
Oh, no, that's not it. Dang it. Pretty alright start. Hey, why do I think this is... Oh, whoops, I missed the I. Was there an I? Oh no. I really thought it was that. Huh. Oh, yesterday I told myself I have no idea what happened here. I still have no idea what happened here. Sure, that's Joe, and the other one is here. What, clench? Okay. That's okay. Oops. Clench, illuminate, or certification. Listen.
执照。
这是他的商业执照。
But how did it? Oh, it was the totem and the bills. And then how did Jiao work? Okay. Let's be. Ooh, there's only one other thing, curtain, right? Okay.
"仲夏。
仲夏是最适合度假的时候。
佛教。
我读过佛教的书籍。
Or lessons, or Buddhism, yeah, fine. Teachings. Oh, yen. Oh, Danganronpa? No, I haven't played it yet. I do have them though. I have the whole collection, but haven't played it. I don't know what the thing is about the Crusher and the going bluer and bluer. That's something that I'm not familiar with. I don't actually know the premise of Danganronpa. No, I know that's the game. Like I'm saying I don't know that that's the premise of the game. Or like that's something that happens in the game. I know you're describing what you said earlier.
"触觉。
科学家研究动物的触觉。
Yeah, it's a visual. It's a more inclined with a mystery visual novel game.
Wang.
Huh. Oh no, that's carry on the arms. So what happened here? Is it?
茶
Yes, it is.
Tao
I think this is draw out. Yeah, okay. The other one has water.
Tan气
别叹气了，事情会好起来的。
Yo, what? 3? Two? 4?
拜访
我应该去拜访他。
Oh. Well, it is. It, yeah, it's been. I haven't had a lot of time to play any video games, really. Yes, technically, I've played like 2 games or 3 games since we've known each other. That isn't like that is outside of live service games. Danganronpa is like a visual novel game, so those things are outside of our whole live service thing.
期盼
我期盼你的答复。
期盼你的答复。Period and look forward to. I think it's more like I'm okay. That's fine. I want to type a Hoang, but that doesn't make any sense. Does it? I have no idea what this is. Some part of me wants to type like Die. And then some part of me want to type like Hoang. Some part of me want to type Zhu.
主
Is it lean? Okay. Fair enough. Why do you bring that up? Is there something interesting about Danganronpa that you observed?
画 鹅
What the Okay. I have no idea what that is at the moment. Why were you curious? Yeah. Why do you ask?
画廊
他去了画廊看展览。
This too, like moon. It is moon god. Oh, I typed sea goddess. Dang. It is moon goddess, but I typed sea for whatever reason. There.
Hun 班 丁
Ah! That's sting.
花纹
这条衣服上有美丽的花纹。
肺炎
肺炎可以传染。
颁奖
学校明天要颁奖给优秀的学生。
Or praise. Present award. Yeah, okay. Fine. What is this nonsense? H gun gun. I don't know what that is. Taiwan something. I'm having trouble with Shaq. Oh. Right? Taiwan something is very... Huh. Uh...
公厕
台湾的公厕非常干净。
I thought it was toilet. Oh, actually it is. It's public restroom. Public toilet, okay. And it's clean. Or yeah, very clean. Okay.
"鸣叫
昆虫正在鸣叫。
It is this moment that I realize Shaq is terrifying. Oh, dearie me. I'm not meow. Oh, meow, meow. For Temple and Eves, which I think that's just Temple, right? It was meow. Oh, because of mist. I kept thinking of car.
夸颁布
政府颁布了新的法律，
耳鸣
他因为感冒而出现耳鸣。
What the heck is that? Oh, it's like ringing. Oh, tinnitus. Tinnitus. That's tinnitus. The spelling.
走廊
走廊很长，
疫苗
这是一个新疫苗。
指纹
指纹锁很安全，
The heck? Oh. That's topical right there. It's very topical. Something...
咳共鸣
他的演讲引起了很多人的共鸣。
And my tea. Hmm.
媚专意
Mm.
号
Yo, what? I don't know if I did the harm tracks. I feel like I want to type like, okay, it's not. Dang it. What?
究竟
他究竟在想什么？
That like 究竟 exactly. Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? I don't actually. I'm not sure 究竟 Okay, I think that's a pass. Have to come to it as a regular phrase. Interesting. Hmm.
党员
党员有投票权。
The 歌分割
分割
墙壁分割了房子的空间。
桑叶
这棵桑树有许多桑叶。
有 what？
请帖
我还没有寄出请帖。
Heck, that's not it. It's being okay. 岂有此理 That's what I'm thinking.
岂有此理！
他偷了我的书，还说是他的，实在岂有此理！
What？
逗趣
他的笑话逗趣的不得了。
都去了。Amuse. Yeah. Okay. I don't know what. It can't help but be like capturing the attention is what I was going for there.
丙
Some part of me want to type B, and it's not. Okay. Noted. Okay.
资
Oh no. They're going so sideways. Okay, hang on. Oh, ladle. I don't have enough to combine the ladles. Yep, that's not working. I'll give it another couple things. This is new, but angling was all generally going to be a problem already. Well, I could combine it with fishing now.
钓
I don't know. That seems a little questionable.
"预兆
他说这是好预兆。
庙宇
日本的庙宇被高估了。
抠鼻子
小孩常常喜欢抠鼻子。
How does this work? The right is interest. And the left is price. Or T's. Okay.
"果酱
我喜欢在吐司上涂果酱。
雇员
他是公司的新雇员。
秃子
秃子常常喜欢戴帽子。
富 根深蒂固
这种偏见在历史中已经根深蒂固。
篓 拢
What the heck is that? Okay.
贝壳
一个大贝壳。
What? Oh no, that's Faye.
丘陵
这里有许多美丽的丘陵。
No? Why no? Oh, wait. 不瞒你说，
不瞒你说，
不瞒你说，我觉得这个计划有问题。
粪，龟壳，
这是一片罕见的龟壳。
What? Oh, I missed the N. About this. Where's the
藏，顺，爱象，
这条爱巷通往市场。
下，
That's not it. Something about oh. How would this work? Oh, nose. Doesn't seem that great.
绳索，
那条船上有很多绳索。
巷口，
他们在巷口发生了一场小车祸。
No, well, wait, how'd you miss the answer? I have the entire series, but I haven't played it. I am in possession of the entire series. For like a couple years now, actually. But no, I haven't gotten to playing it.
送，
One of the endings has gone viral on social media. Which of the games? There are 6 of them, I think. 5 or 6. It's a very long-running visual novel mystery game series. I think there are 6 of them. 1 or 2, I think 1 or 2 of them are spin-offs, and then 4 of them are canonical. The most recent one, I asked that because usually TikTok and stuff, they're not like trendy in the sense of online things. Like they're not chronological. Like for example, a thing goes by like 6-7 is not chronological. It's something old that recurred back. So it's kind of hard to know these days when it comes to video game viralness. Of course, I don't know enough to even know if it's recent or not.
钓鱼，
他喜欢在河边钓鱼。
名，脑壳，
他摔断了脑壳。
If you know what I mean. Like, TikTok has been around long enough now where things are cycling. Like, novelty is not the word anymore. It's more like, redundantness is the word. You just skimmed through a TikTok comment section of a video about it, and someone said about Danganronpa, it's like Persona, everyone just LARPs it. Oh, okay. It's just like Persona, everyone LARPs it. That there are so many meanings to that. I wonder what they meant by that. Kuming. Wait. Kuming. 沽名钓誉。
沽名钓誉，
成功应该靠实力，而不是沽名钓誉。
Oh yeah, by the way, this phrase is great. It's cloud chasing. I should write fishing for fame. I know what LARP is. That's not what I mean. Okay, drama, copied and paste. Have you played that new anime game? It ends with a crusher. Okay. It's the same thing you copied, Protocol. So I guess this is I guess drama is just doubling the TikTok meme. I know what LARP is, Protocol. But I'm not talking about that. So they said Persona and everyone LARPs it. Right. I know what LARP means. I'm talking about the context between how Danganronpa and Persona are connected. You said LARP yesterday too. LARP is a millennial term, not a Gen Z term. Yeah, LARPing is Lord of the Rings. It's LOTOR. So we're talking about millennial and boomer, or not really boomer, Gen X stuff. I am a millennial, yeah. Well, certainly a millennial. LOTOR? What do I mean by LOTOR? That's where LARPing, that's one of the major sources of LARPing. LOTOR and D&D. Or Ren Fair. Yeah, these are millennial stuff. So when the new kids on the block said LARPing, they're actually taking a millennial term. A millennial and a Gen X term. Yeah, Ren Fairs, D&D, and LOTOR are the sources of LARPing. And that's what I mean by I don't understand what that has to do with LARPing. So Persona, how did those acronyms become LARP? Live action role-playing? What do you mean, how did it become LARP? Live action role-playing? LOTOR and D&D? Elves? I like... Ren Fair is literally LARPing. I don't know if... I'm guessing I'm having a problem with this. Do you have Ren Fairs? You have Ren Fairs. Like, UK, the Renaissance is British. Like, we're talking about English Ren Fair here. And in Ren fairs, you're LARPing. Like, this is LARPing before they LARPing for video games and combat and stuff. Okay, you understand what you mean. I thought you were saying the actual acronym LOTOR developed into LARP. Oh, no. No. This is the origins of LARPing is because of Ren fairs, D&D, and LOTOR. This is millennial generation. And if you go to Ren fair, you're hitting Gen X. Like, it goes as far back as Gen X. So then these new kids, I don't know how new kids are using it, probably the same way. The statement you made was that it's like Persona, everyone just LARPs it. The thing about this is everyone LARPs Persona already because Persona is IRL. Danganronpa is a paranormal like mystery, a visual novel. So my guess is when they say everyone's LARPing, they're pretentious. Everyone's pretentiously being a fan is what I'm thinking it means. But when I said it can mean a lot of things, that's what I meant. Like, my guess is that whenever someone says, oh, it's just like Persona, everyone LARPs it. Everyone LARPs it, meaning everyone is just being pretentious about Danganronpa. Because Persona is a LARP-friendly game, and everyone just talks about Persona like they live it and they know it, which typically is not the case. So that's what I think that statement is meaning. But it could be anything, because I'm not in with the kids on this thing. This must be a new viral development. However, LARPing existed before I did. I was alive. Like, when I was in high school, there are still things as Ren fairs, and Ren fairs are where, like, it's legitimately an industry for LARPing. You can also go to LARPing, like LARPing, what would I call them? LARPing camps. We'll call them LARPing camps, where people like play out their roles. You know, there's a recent TikTok trend of people uploading hopefully joking videos about how to LARP about different topics. Yeah, I did. Like, so hear me out. I think LARPing, the word LARPing is like maturing. I don't know if this is the case yet, but it's maturing into simply, wait, what did I do? Did we talk about fake it until you make it? Yeah, fake it until you make it. I think that's how kids are using LARPing now. Like, for example, content creators are LARPers as well. When you watch a content creator and you're trying to LARP them, you're trying to live their life until it's not. So that's kind of what I think kids now are doing when they talk about LARPing. Like, how to do something. And to me, I think it's kind of humorous, because I truly do think that a lot of the younger people are LARPing. They're not doing. They're LARPing. So, like, for example, if you know what I mean by that is you're pretending, you're acting a role based on instructions. You're not actually doing the thing and becoming the thing. Is foundation, in your opinion, LARPing is an innate desire that have always existed when you were very young? You and your friends used to make believe being gorillas at one example? Yeah, video games is LARPing. To me, when I was a kid, all forms of video games are a form of LARPing. like before the boomers. So like the boomer, right? The boomer, Gen X, like millennial definition of LARPing is like really doing it, like doing it to the IRL degree. But I think for the most part nowadays, video games created a form of LARPing, which is role playing, right? You talk about role playing, but since most people live through a screen now, you know what I mean? Like they're living virtually, they live parasocially. It might as well be LARPing. Like when a kid says like, "Oh, I'm studying, I'm now a Chinese native speaker," it might just be LARPing because they study a lot online, as opposed to like really LARPing as a Chinese native speaking person, right? It's a characteristic of the thing. So LARP, I often think of it as IRL, then there's LARP, and then there's informed. I'm now a native speaker can only be LARPing by definition. I think pretty much. It's pretty much what I mean. The default of LARP, I feel, when people are using it nowadays, is the idea that they want to be something. They want to be something IRL, and they might not be, which is fine. Like, this isn't supposed to be insulting or anything. I think it's a continuum of, like, are you informed? Are you experienced and close? Or are you literally that thing? Right? So for example, I'm literally born Chinese American, but I LARP as a Chinese person every once in a while. And sometimes I LARP as an American. That's kind of how I feel. So when going back to the persona thing, right? Going back to the persona thing, everyone LARPs. This is why I think they said that. Everyone LARPs as a persona fan or as a persona character, because persona is based on social life. So when people LARP persona, they're literally LARPing persona. Like I guess I already talked about the persona, why I like persona games. It's depressed kids. Like persona's basic function, like the crux of persona, is tackling human vices. Like that's the whole series. So every single persona character and those things, they depict all the vices and problems with current society. So you're literally, most people are LARPing a persona character. Now, I don't know if it goes deeper than that and say like, oh, everyone's LARPing because that's how life is now. Or they're making a comment about like, everyone thinks they're a persona fan, they're just LARPing as a persona fan, but now Danganronpa is like going viral, so now everyone's LARPing that, right? It's kind of like everyone LARPs a Souls-like fan. I don't LARP as a Souls-like fan. I really have a big disinterest for FromSoft games, right? Past like the first one, like Dark Souls 1. But most people LARP as a Souls-like fan. They LARP a lot, right? And I feel like LARPing is being used dynamically enough to be insulting and not insulting. You know what I feel like LARPing is kind of becoming? A dilettante. I don't know how to spell dilettante. I'm going to go with this. Dilettante is what I would say. Wasn't Demon Souls the first one? Demon Souls was produced by FromSoft with oversight of Sony, but the one that FromSoft is classically referring to is Dark Souls. That's the mechanic. If you're LARPing a Souls-like fan, you would think that Demon Souls and Dark Souls are the same thing, which they are not. Like, that's what LARPing is. Like, we'll use LARPing and contextualize. If you think Demon Souls is the same as Dark Souls, you are LARPing as a gamer who thinks what Souls-like games are. It's kind of like a person who says Neo is a Souls-like game, which it isn't. Because if you were LARPing, you would generalize that it was the same thing. And drama, like Demon Souls is not the same as Dark Souls. I think I'm going to... I mean, I don't play either of them, really. But it's gonna be a LARPing situation. You're LARPing a situation. Let's see. You know, there's... Okay. I'll admit you definitely LARPed a few times. It's very okay. Claiming to become a native speaker is worse than claiming to become fluent, in your opinion? That's fair. Also, in the least offensive way, you think the English version of you I sent, I think is a less intelligent and somewhat more erratic version of me? Oh, that's interesting. Do you ever feel a motivation or urge to LARP Chinese based on non-Chinese people's expectations of you, whether implicit or explicit? Do I ever feel a motivation to LARP Chinese based on non-Chinese people's expectations? I do it all the time. Yeah, I do it all the time. I don't know if that's an urge or not. Like, for example, I already told you this story, right? When I went to college, I moved away, right? And the college was a bit more diverse, but I was still like largely the only Asian in like our meet and greet. So I did this thing where I played into the token Asian guy. That's what I did when I was younger. And it wasn't necessarily for like circumventing or being snide or something. It was to create a point of empathy, because we already talked about empathy, right? Or the cycle of empathy, or how you create connections quickly when you're talking to someone. So oftentimes I introduce myself as the token Asian guy, and I would I would use confirmation bias. I would use confirmation bias to break the ice. Pull up to a meeting, hello, rice and dogs, am I right? Oh jeez, not dogs would be a negative thing. So we would use confirmation bias or euphemisms. Euphemisms would be the more common one. So in the United States, if you say that, you would make people uncomfortable. So when you're saying non-Chinese expectations, I'm talking about other Americans, right? Other Americans, because I don't live anywhere else. So other Americans, you would use something that's euphemous. So I play the violin. Yes, I do practice martial arts at one point in my life. I was good at math, or good relatively speaking. I was on a career with science. I'm technically a doctor. Right. These are the typical things. I do play into it. Playing violins, yes. Playing a string instrument is a Asian stereotype. If you're not a violinist, then you're a cellist. And then you would have a background in piano. No brass instruments. Brass instruments are a no-no. Yeah, and piano would be a background. All of you typed piano, and I already said piano. Chat delay. But this is more elegant. Piano is a default. So piano is more of a default in the sense that there are other great piano players. So it's typically a violinist or a cellist would be the highest thing. It would be like a more exotic string instrument, and pianos are string instruments. So, and then there's other things, like for example, I'm shorter, but the shortness is compensated by being smart. For example, I'm short, but I'm smart. That's another stereotype. Like, oh, where did all your height go? Your height went somewhere because your brain is very heavy. That's your typical stereotype thing. Like, you compensate for being smart. Like, why do I need to be good at sports when I have mechanical advantage, or intellectual advantage that creates mechanical, right? That type of thing. Other things like you can, if you want to play into the negative stereotypes, yes, dogs. Another negative stereotype would be eyes. Shortness is one. And then when you want to be really immature, if you really want to be mature, right? Penis. Like, if we're really being adults about this, right? Like boomers and stuff. These are the typical things. Like, how am I so familiar with this? Because of racism. Like, I've heard it all before. Like, I am Chinese American. So whenever someone tries to tell me what it's like to have like racism thrown at you and then have stereotypes thrown at you, I lived racism. So, like, this stuff doesn't faze me anymore. It's a very common thing. That's kind of why I understand, how like comedy, when comedians use how comedians turn like negative things into positive things and vice versa to keep people on their toes. Life does that to you. So most of the time when I talk about that, I don't know if it's a motivation or an urge, but more of a how to break the ice. Like, what the other people are thinking, so you're gonna play into it. You play into what they're thinking, and that's kind of what I do. And then the good things become your assets. So most of the stuff like racism, discrimination, I wield that. You could wallow in your pain and say that people are bad or cynical or something. Like, you can't trust people who have these thoughts, but that's being ignorant, in my opinion. Like, personally, this is a cultural thing. Like, in the United States, this is what I mean by when someone came at me, like a French person came at me and said, like, color blindness is the only way to address racial stereotypes and like stigma and whatnot. And we came into an impasse, so to speak. So kind of like I understood what that other person is trying to achieve. My thought was, it's not the only way. Like, there are pros and cons to many things, and the problem with that discussion was my way was wrong and their way was right, when I was suggesting there are more than one way to do things. That's what diversity is. You have more than one way to look at things. So whenever I was talking about LARPing, right? When you were talking about LARPing with LARPing Persona and LARPing Danganronpa, there are many ways to look at it. And that's kind of why I brought up Gen Z, like Gen Z, Gen X, Millennial, and Boomer comments. People are different culturally across time, even within the same group. Yeah. And then playing to the stereotypes and whatnot is understanding who you're talking to. So whenever like you don't like if you go up to an American, for example, and you use negative stigma as a way to break ice, that's usually gonna probably do the opposite of breaking ice. That's and not all Americans obviously, but this typically you want to stick with euphemisms as opposed to negative stereotypes. Why can't Asian couples have Caucasian babies? Because two Wongs don't make a white. That's pretty funny. The famous joke about where did your hike go is usually suggestion it goes somewhere else. Yeah. Yep. Sorry you've experienced that. I'm glad you have not had to go through that. You haven't gone through any form of stigma or stereotyping? That's interesting. Oh yeah, I do play into what people are thinking a fair amount of times, but not due to racial stereotypes. Of course, it was a French person. That's a doubly ironic comment given. Yes, it's a paradox. Yeah. You've done that before with me being white and not being able to handle spice, though that's a very tame one. Oh yeah, I like hot foods, right? But I'm gonna... Like, the reality is the whole idea of Asian and spiced foods, right? It's balanced. Like, rarely is it ever like exclusively hot. Yeah, that one's pretty funny too. Oh no, you were saying that specifically about race. You obviously experience stereotypes. Oh, okay. Yeah. My thought about negativity and positivity, especially LARPing, like whatever the kids are saying now, they're LARPing. That definitely goes back to our discussion 2 days ago regarding pretentiousness, right? Being pretentious. And I will echo what I said 2 days ago. Pretentiousness comes in two things. You can't claim that joke, you just Google traditional Asian jokes. Okay. The pretentiousness go both ways. One is proactive and one is responsive. So whenever someone like makes a racial joke, right, or make a racial comment, I play into it proactively, knowing what's going to happen, as opposed to responding to it and waiting for the person to respond to it. So it's kind of my, you can call it a reflex now or like some sort of built habit, but for myself, since I experienced this most of my life, you learn how to use it and use it to create common ground. So nowadays, whenever someone says like, oh yeah, you know, you must be I don't get it very, like, we don't, like, the stuff doesn't happen very much anymore in the United States. Like, what I mean is the company, that type of thing we're describing was during my childhood. Like, nowadays it's more like asking questions and not certain of anything, right? That's the typical United States dynamics now, where if you're in that 50%, the 50% progressive group, it's all about asking questions and not making presumptions, as opposed to back in the day as in like when I was younger, presumptions made conversations more consistent. I hope your racial joke haven't upset you and making them, please let me know they did. I mean, they're fine. Like, there really aren't too many things that will ever upset me or make me uncomfortable when it comes to racial jokes. It's, hear me out, Procall. It's exactly what you said earlier. When you said that becoming a native speaker and becoming fluent, becoming a native speaker and becoming fluent doesn't mean very much, in your opinion. That's the same as offending me and being uncomfortable, because I don't have to say that I experience racism and discrimination and know how to deal with them. I lived it. so I don't really have many uncomfortable or upset thoughts. In fact, I honestly think largely the people I talk to become more uncomfortable, upset than I do. You know the joke where like the meme where someone would put on a YouTube video and it would be someone who LARPs as a diverse person, right? And they're offended and they go on to make a video about how they're offended for people, like for specific people, right? And yet when they make that video, the vast majority of people who represent these people say it's not a big deal. Like in fact, it's funny. That's kind of the whole LARPing situation, in my opinion. That like, I'm learning Chinese because I want to speak Chinese and read Chinese. I'm not learning Chinese to be a native like person. Like it's now this is a cultural thing, right? This is a really big cultural thing. When people take pride in wanting to be like someone else, that's the essence of LARPing to me. When the whole internet thing about being, when you're LARPing, like that's what you're doing. You're live action role playing the thing. I have no, like, maybe it's my upbringing or my Chinese heritage, but I don't go around thinking that what I do is going to change what I am. The idea is, instead of trying to be something I'm not, I'd rather be me. And that's kind of a combination of Chinese pragmatism and American like individualism. Like, I don't strive to be like anything. I'm all of the above. All of the things that I talk about, the stereotypes that I conform to of a Chinese American, is just that. I'm Chinese American. So I will tell you the things that are accurate, and I'll tell you the things that aren't. Like, what is the American side of me? I bowl. When I was younger, I went bowling. When was the last time you heard of a Chinese bowler? There are Chinese bowlers, by the way, in like the PBA, but most of them are not native Chinese. Disc golf, for example. Not too much going on there. Not too much going on there. Actually, a Chinese person not doing like a physical activity, if you're in sports, right? If you're in sports, if you're a Chinese person, here's a stereotype. If you're Chinese, you have to be an Olympian. If you're not, there's no reason to play sports. This is me projecting now, like playing into a stereotype that I know about my parents. If you're Chinese, you're an Olympian. You're not playing for the idea of sports, Western sports. You play to be an Olympian. Like, if you go to school, right? If you go to school, you're being a doctor. That's Chinese stereotyping. If you go to school, you're becoming a doctor. Nothing else. We're not talking about art. We're not talking about arts. We're not talking about language learning. That's a waste of time. We're not talking about movies. No video games. Doctor. You become a doctor. Not even a president. No politics either. No politics. Politics is not pragmatic. Not pragmatic enough. Nowadays, though, you become something like an engineer of some sort, because that's where the money is, right? Very, very straight, stereotypical things. And this is not, obviously, they're still stereotypes, so it doesn't apply to everyone. Asian Fs, right? Asian Fs. Asian Fs is another stereotype. What's an Asian F? A 4.0 is an Asian F. You might be thinking like, oh wait, I thought it's a not A is an Asian F. Like, no, it goes deeper than that. A 4.0 is an F. You gotta be 4.0 plus distinction. plus distinctions. Dude, why is it this? Because I'm also American. That's why it's 4.0 plus distinction. 4.0 maybe in China, when you're competing with other Chinese people, that would be a great honor. But I am born in the United States, so my parents' expectations are that I'm better. I should be better than my competition. Because I'm two things, not one thing. That's kind of like the crude, like really, I'm like deadpanning you guys right now because this was not LARPing. This is what not LARP it looks like. If I was LARPing, which I do a lot because I want to be sensitive and agreeable, the reality is that I like the idea that people don't have to confine themselves to these things, because these things destroy your self-esteem. Like, this type of expectation was balanced by my American upbringing. Understanding that the value system is very pinpoint focused. So when I'm not when I'm not LARPing, this is the reality that I live in. So whenever someone tells me what's my favorite food, I really don't have one. Right now, what I'm craving is 饺子. 饺子. Or is it 饺子? It's almost Lunar New Year, which, let's put this back into perspective. Lunar New Year is in tomorrow, so like the 17th. Lunar New Year is 17th. So right now, my favorite food would be 饺子 or 饺子. I don't know how Mandarin goes, but it's glutinous rice. It's glutinous rice in a bamboo leaf or a lotus leaf. Typically lotus leaf. It's the thing you eat for the Lunar New Year, or things that are related to celebratory things. So probably that for now. However, if we're talking about frequency, the thing that I crave most consistently when it comes to food based on frequency, any form of a noodle, any form of nudes in soup. So that's like Sichuan 牛肉汤, which is like beef noodle soup. I know that's basically what I said. Like Szechuan beef noodle soup. Sichuan 牛肉汤 or 牛肉面汤, something like that. And then you have like pho, right? Pho, ramen, right? Ramen or la mian, and anything with a noodle and a soup, I'm good to go. And yes, that includes chicken noodle soup. which is the Americana chicken noodle soup. Chicken and dumplings are fine. I don't know European noodle soups. What's a European noodle soup? Yeah, there's not quite a lot of European noodle soups. What is your favorite food, James? Noodle soups. It's one of the staples. If there's a stereotype, it's one of the staples of Asian cuisine. A noodle soup. And any form of noodle soup. It goes deeper than that. So there's pasta soup. Yeah, chicken noodle is the closest thing I can think of, but I can't think of a really hearty thing right now off the top of my head. I usually think of pasta as a dry or semi-wet. Here's a non-LARP answer to favorite foods. Why noodle soups? Why noodle soups? Soups are very time consuming. Pasta fagioli? I see. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that dish. They're very time consuming because pasta and bean soup. Okay. That not descriptive enough for me, but in terms of soup, right? The stock takes a very long time to cook, and oftentimes the type of stock that I like is like oxentail, right? Oxentail. Like a lot less traditional soup stock, right? And these things usually take like 6 hours, and it's maybe like 2 hours if you have a pressure cooker. Laksa, yeah, laksa, but laksa is not quite the same thing as these things. But I really appreciate the nuance of soup, because soup bases give you the cultural background a lot of times, the way soups are prepared, and then the noodles, the technique for noodles, much like pasta is, right? Like much like pasta is, also gives you a very deep understanding of its culture. It's not to say that other things don't have these things. The idea is that I like soup prep, and it comes with a lot of love and care, because you can't whip up a soup it's different from like taking chicken bouillon and throwing it into a pot of water situation. There are places where the same prep of the soup has been going for many years, like almost like for decades, how soup is prepared in Asian cooking. So I don't know, there's a lot of like ties with history when it comes to the cultural background of soups, and it's despite it being present in, you know, European minestrone often has pasta too. Yeah, so it's still not quite what the soup I'm listing are, but I guess what's your type of favorite food, James? Or what's your favorite food? Does it extend even? Okay, hold up. All right, I can't be distracted too much. We still have to complete our things today and play a bit of Kiwami 3. You merely adopted. Back in my day, he sounds like a trembling. Yeah, I say back in my day quite a lot. It's an American idiom nowadays. You merely adopted the dark I was born into, molded by it. You've seen that. You honestly don't even think being offended for someone is illogical? It really isn't. It's a protective thing. It's out of benevolence and information. You do this quite a lot, actually. Like, for example, the being offended is a form of projection, and it happens on a daily basis on the internet. I'll give you a great example. When someone comes and tells someone else what they learned on the internet so that they should avoid it. That's same deal. You're being offended or being angered because you think you know better to avoid something. It's not illogical. Like, what I mean by that is, it's not illogical in the sense that there is very fine reason to do so. Being angered based on information. The most common type of racism, instead of using the word racism to be respectful to those who experience racism, discriminatory. It happens on a daily basis online. It's part of regular net speak now, but it's not presented as discriminatory. It's presented as protective. It's protective projection. So whenever someone says something like, "Oh, I heard, hey guys, did you hear? I heard that this program, the people behind it, they're greedy corporate earners. Be wary, right? Be careful. Those guys, they're only after your money." That's racism. But it's discriminatory. It's a normal net speak. You're not like, that's, I'm not saying it's not bad, like it can be bad or it can be good. The typical internet conversation now, it's stereotyping. We just demonstrated this. James said there's pasta soup. Pasta, and then listed a bunch of things that were considered starch in a pot of like solution, right? That is how information works. So now we do discriminatory things, but it's more based on, oh, I know this, so I LARP it, right? And that's what I mean by nowadays. It's often the exchange of information as opposed to being aware of how you're projecting your biases or your prejudices. And for me, personally, I think those things are very useful if you notice them, because then you can start talking to people empathetically or sympathetically right from the beginning, right? You know their predilections, or you can surmise what their predilections are, and then you can create a common ground. Then start like teasing apart the nuances or the particular nitty-gritty details, like comparison, similarities. And I don't think you do a bit like being proud of your race or ethnicity. Okay. I don't think you do try and just be yourself and not being something you're not. I mostly say that linking back to our previous conversation. Yeah, I'm on board. That's what I was doing as well. Does it extend even a step further? Stereotypically, non-Olympic sports don't even count as real sports. No. The undertone of that, when you were talking about the sports thing, if you play a sport, you have to be Olympian. It's not about the sport itself. The main driver is not technically about the sports. I'm crossing out sports because they're not concerned about sports. It's merit and legacy. So you're focusing on whether they are real sports or not. The question is there merit or legacy? The reason why when you have sports, sorry, I spelled sports. I have no idea what I was spelling there. Sports, you're an Olympian because it creates merit and legacy. It's a face culture. So you're representing a country. The idea that you're becoming an Olympian when you play a sport is because you're making your country proud, not because it's a real sport or not. Like, for example, gymnastics versus shooting, like for example, like archery. The idea is it's not whether archery is a real sport or not, or gymnastics is a real sport, like the sport itself, is whether there's merit or legacy when it comes to your face and your country. So you're representing your country. the whole idea of becoming an Olympian is to elevate your communal contribution to your society. It's what's pragmatic about it. Other than that, it's actually, these things are exercising a skill that is not pragmatic. Now, I'm being very sharp and direct. These are my attempts to be sharp and pragmatic like my parents. I do not believe in these things. I love the arts, happiness, emotional well-being. It's part of me that is not shared with my parents, right? For example, money and merit does not guarantee happiness. But if you were to ask my parents, they do. Whether you know it or not, eventually money and merit can bring you happiness. And then there are other things, right? Like marriage and owning a house and all that stuff. Let's see. You know, our conversations about Asian versus Western values for people growing up, I don't think it's possible to take advantage of the intellectual approach of Oriental Asian culture while also taking advantage of emotional. You don't think it's possible to take advantage of both simultaneously is what you're, in my opinion, what you're thinking. I disagree with you if you're thinking about time. Cross-sectionally, which is a common conversation that we have a lot, when you think of things cross-sectionally, most things are not simultaneous. Like, what I mean is, like, it's like having the cake and eat it, right? If they are fundamentally cross-sectionally inverse to each other or converse to each other, but that's not how life is. Life is across time. So at one point you can have a cake, at one point you can eat it, and at another point you can have a cake again. So across your time you can have both. So yes, it is possible to take advantage of the intellectual approach of Oriental Asian culture while taking advantage of the emotional approach of Western culture, when you're not thinking about it cross-sectionally, as in any instance of time. Because if you're saying that it is not possible, then what am I doing? Are you suggesting to me that I can't take advantage of the emotional approach of Western culture and at the same time use the intellectual approach of Oriental Asian culture across my life? That would be oxymoronic to me. Like, saying that to me is basically LARPing. I do not agree with you at all. But yes, if you're thinking about it simultaneously, they are at odds with each other. They are inversely interacting with each other. But when you say taking advantage, you're talking about someone's life taking advantage, as opposed, like, at least in my opinion, when you're talking about advantages. Otherwise, any cross-sectional thing, there are pros and cons on both sides. So there really isn't an advantage at any one instance of time because there are trade-offs. So when you're intellectually emotional, it's not an advantage at that one time because it's also a disadvantage emotionally. And then emotionally, if you take that, then it's disadvantageous intellectually. So neither one is an advantage when it's cross-sectional. They are part of the same. Like, they interact with each other. There's no traditional European noodle soups. Your favorite food is steak. Also, why did you switch to addressing me by my first name? I'm talking to James. James is over on Twitch, over on YouTube. I think you're answering double questions pro call right now because I'm talking to James too, like the other James. So you're like answering, you're kind of answering double questions. Exploring whether different ethnicity races have any significant genetic difference would help put racism to bed. I disagree with that, but it certainly would provide some clarity. Either because exploring significant genetic differences would could easily enhance racism as well, or have no change. All the outcomes are possible. Simply, in my opinion, when you say any significant genetic differences, discrimination is focusing on differences. You didn't say any significant genetic similarities. So in order to dispel and wield human logic and objectivity, the phrasing would be to discriminate any significant genetic similarities and differences. That would create juxtaposition. But since you said exploring whether different ethnicities and races have any significant genetic differences, that could very well enhance discrimination and racism. It is going to be more likely to create discriminatory behavior because you're focused on discriminating between races as opposed to looking at similarities. So the exploration of objective thought is to understand the subjects enough to know what are similar and different in order to create a more balanced approach to racism or discrimination. Because the very nature of looking at differences is discriminatory. So that's giving off the ideas your focus is to be racist, not focus on generalities that bring people together. It requires both of it, both sides, both of the things, and everything in between, at least in my opinion. And then yeah, simultaneously, yeah, also the same extent there in each culture. Yeah, I don't think you can, to the extent that is present in both the cultures. I believe you have to sacrifice some amount of one of them to allow room for the other. Again, that's really speaking at any singular point in time. As far as you know, most scientific studies have found that genetic differences of races are not significant enough for a race to be considered a valid category scientifically, especially essentially as a social construct. Saying it's a social construct means that it is scientifically categorized, in my opinion. So you're busting semantics for arguing genetic differences. Genetic differences does occur scientifically and can categorically be valid. For example, there are genetic disorders that are have propensity that's statistically significant to occur in very specific groups of people. And those groups of people are then grouped based on that genetic marker. So they do categorize. Now, when you're talking about the semantics of race itself is a categorization. So in all cases, when you're trying to categorize something, it is analogous to racism. When you categorize a dog and a cat, those are race. Like, what I mean is the function. If you're trying to be scientific about it, the function of categorization is to provide a semantic to categorize. So science use categorization all the time. The idea is, what is the qualification of race, right? And when you're saying it's a social construct, nearly all of categorization is a social construct. So like a dog and a cat is a social construct. Like a family of dogs and a family of cats, those are social constructs. You could call them animals, and then they belong to the same family of animals. Like phylogenetic categorization are social constructs. So essentially trying to say that they're social constructs would also imply that they are scientifically categorized things too. Like, there's really, in my opinion, no difference. Like, there's a very rare difference outside of their semantics. So when someone talks about race, they're talking about a categorization. How are they social constructs? Are you talking about scientifically about the idea of family of dogs? The semantics of categorization is a social construct. Like when you're trying to categorize something, that's a social construct. The alternative that you don't have to do is a dog is a dog. Like what I mean is that thing is a thing. Yeah, you're categorizing the animals themselves. But I was using something more generic. I don't really know how dogs are categorized. I mean, you have species and genus, right? In a way to categorize them. My thought about James's comment, not yours, Procol, is the idea that somehow the word is what is considered a valid category scientifically. And my thought is, you might think, okay, well then what's a good example? A planet. We talked about this before, like a planet. A living thing. If there is valid categorizations scientifically, right, when you're arbitrarily determining the categorization based on whatever scientific categorization you have, then there would be no debate over its categorization. I think saying something is simply a social construct, if you want to be scientific about it, or like how significant it is, you just mean based on biology. Based on biology, you can separate and categorize them based on genetics. And if race is categorized based on those genetic differences, not how much, right? When you say based on biology, you are saying I am arbitrarily deciding a threshold of difference. That's literally saying it's a social construct to me. So how are you arbitrarily threshold creating a social construct based on biology? I mean, you could do it differently. You could say, instead of using the word biology, you could say based on genetics. And then when you start to change it based on genetics, right? If you make it based on genetics, then nearly every single individual is genetically different. What you stated was they were not significantly genetically different. So the genetic difference between each individual is not significant. What is that? What did you decide was not like genetically, like significantly different? The last time I checked, when you think about the difference or the resolution of an individual, you could get down to the base pair. And if you're thinking like, okay, well, obviously there's no categorization at the base pair level. A lot of genetic disorders, right now are categorized based on their dispositions on even less genetic differences than what you're classifying as race. Like, for example, someone who has a TRP1 mutation. And this is me not LARPing anymore, right? I'm actually talking about genetics now. So the genetic difference is, this is a categorization. So if you're thinking that there's no genetic differences to qualify as race, and because race is a social construct, fair enough. That's not your opinion. You just read that's the scientific consensus. You read it somewhere. So, and the scientific consensus is that wherever you read it is the projection of that scientific consensus. I think arguing that people do not have significant genetic differences in order to provide race, I think that's semantics, in my opinion. If it's not your opinion, that doesn't deflect the importance of you sharing that information with me, right? So again, I'm reinforcing the whole LARPing thing where you read it somewhere and then share it, and it would be wonderful if there were insight to why you shared it. You heard it here first, folks. Biology is arbitrary and therefore useless. Physics rules. Physics, yeah, we're not going to go into there because I don't know enough about physics. Nearly, you disagree as you think everybody is genetically different. They are technically, everybody is technically genetically different if it's qualified on the level of genetics. But since we're talking about biology, I would say no, not really, right? And that makes it, in my opinion, a social construct, because you're arbitrarily defining what the categorization is. So if race is a social construct, so is in my opinion, so is every other form of categorization. You have to socially come to a consensus as to what qualifies as the categorization. Maybe my idea of social construct. Let me think about it. Let me look at social construct. Like how people define social construct, I guess. Is an idea, concept, or practice that exists only because people in society agree that it exists and behave as it is real, right? So if you believe that your categorization is accurate for a specific categorization, then it is a social construct. Like, to qualify what is genetically different requires that society agree that it exists based on evidence, right? And then behave as though it is real. So when we think that there is no significant genetic differences between people, then we accept that we can treat those people as having no significant genetic differences. And yet here I am, a retired person who's interested in genetics and thinking that even a singular mutation is the difference between someone who has cancer and someone who doesn't. Or someone who has a mutation that's carried in their line has a predisposition for cancer, making them arguably categorized in a different place, right? Not that they're not, again, this doesn't qualify them as race. Obviously, I'm not making the argument that race is not a social construct. Race is a social construct. I'm trying to like add to what I understand about valid categories scientifically, right? I believe that valid category scientifically is accurate. It is also a social construct, is what I'm saying. So like, I don't think saying that race is a social construct is as significantly different from saying other categorizations in science are not social constructs. They are very much, in my opinion, also social constructs. Because we're human. Like, the human condition is that we agree on categorizations and therefore it is real. Are you holding a threshold of a certain amount of genetic differences in this conversation? No. Not really. I'm choosing to illustrate that one base pair, which is the lowest resolution that I can think of, that is different between someone, right? That could be different between someone, is sufficient. I'm arguing for sufficiency as opposed to a threshold. Yeah, it can be a threshold. So I'm arguing for sufficiency. So it is a threshold, right? And the threshold is that one base pair mutation can define the difference between someone dramatically, right? Like, or you could even make it an argument of a chromosome. Perhaps a chromosome could be a great one, which is still meaning that, like, if you're saying men and women, for example, men and women are not genetically significantly different, right? Like, there's no significant genetic difference between men and women. And it's the presence and absence, you can generically, I'm saying this with big hand wavy thing, the genetic and absence of a Y chromosome, right? So we can still categorically or semantically say that there are no significant difference between men and women genetically because of the presence of a Y chromosome. I still think it's like, it's a social construct. Men and women are human. So there's no genetic significant difference between men and women on the premise that we categorize men and women as human. Not because they don't have genetic differences, but because they're human. So you could argue that, well, human is a valid categorical scientific categorization of men and women, and then on the other hand, gender, which is what some people may argue, is somehow a social construct because we talk about gender outside of science. But I don't necessarily think race is running parallels. I think that race is somewhat running parallel to gender, right? It's interesting. Like, it's a really good point. I think James, like both James, I guess, both of you, are raising really interesting points that the future might have to contend with. I genuinely have thought about this for some time. You guys kind of, I don't know if you guys like this stuff or not, but there's a bunch of can of worms that I thought about when I was still a geneticist, I suppose, when I was a geneticist. And I often talk to, if you ever watched the movie Gattaca, I don't know if you guys ever watched Gattaca. It's like 1990s. Uma Thurman? In it, the idea is we are going to be living in a world. We're going to be living in a world that there is going to be scientific categorization at the resolution of genetics, and that, like, I don't want to raise too much controversy, but like the whole 23andMe situation, that type of thing, which is related to the whole racial profiling stuff, creating racial profiles. That stuff goes really deep. And it's interesting to see that there's some sort of scientific consensus on the idea of racial stuff. But then again, the whole racial stuff also plays into genetic disorders. And that stuff is not seen as categorization based on race, but it does have an implication of race, which I've mentioned before, like sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell was one of them that I talked about before momentarily, as well as Tay-Sachs. Right, Tay-Sachs. Those are things that have connection to racial categorizations, but largely due to its genetic enrichment. Anyways, that's more than what we want to talk about today. I might have to, we'll do like another 30 reviews, but it's very important. I think it's great to realize that that's what people say. I'm genuinely curious how the scientific community, what is it that is the scientific community that talks about race stuff. If you want a particular projection of my own opinion, I use categorization at the resolution that the whatever is being presented. So I agree with you that there's no genetic differences of race that are significant enough for race, understanding that the categorization is based on species at the species level. So since we're all of the same species and there isn't a large genetic driver to differentiate our categorization as a species, that's usually what I would think of when I think of race, right? There's no higher emergent level that determines a group of people based on their characterizations beyond being human, right? Like above the emergent levels of human, at least for now. And then I understand that James was making a comment to Procall's comment about understanding the genetic differences. If there are genetic differences between nationalities and ethnicities, that's probably the most reasonable thing I could say. It would be very interesting if there are or aren't, because remember that negative data suggests that it's strongly negative, as in when you confirm and keep confirming that there's not enough significant data, right? Not enough significance, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Going back to scientific inquiry, when you have a negative result, right, it suggests that it is less likely. It is rarely ever suggesting that it does not exist, which is a topic that we talked about before. The idea of confirmation bias, like confirming something requires, converging evidence. And then negative results suggest that it is less likely. It is a far cry from saying it does not exist, right? Which is something that I focus on quite a lot when it comes to like arguments about facts and observational science. Okay, wait, are you holding that definition could envelop pretty much everything? It pretty much can. Oh, okay. So in terms of sufficiency is why you say nearly everybody. Yeah, I talk about sufficiency because I can't know these things. Like for me, I can't know these things, and I don't know if other people can know these things to begin with. And then yeah, molecular biology is that like ancestry? Wait, what context was that? Both you and your dad absolutely despise things like that. The idea of a random company having our genes on file is disgusting. Oh, the 23andMe situation. It's very controversial. I'm gonna be as agreeable as I can about that. From the definition of social construct you read, which isn't a social construct. Oh, okay. An idea, concept, or practice that exists only because of people in society agrees that it exists and behaves that it is real. These constructs are created through social interactions and cultural history or shared tacit understanding rather than being natural or objective, inherent truths. They shape, form, and change over time. You can know that everyone's genetic is different. I'm guessing you were replying thinking of something different. You can know that everyone's genetically different. Everyone is genetically different. I didn't say everyone is significantly genetically different. You have to determine what significance is. You're stating that you can know. Oh, you can know. Oh, sorry. You can know, yeah. I can know that everyone's genetically different. And you're countering because I don't know. You can ideally know. But I'm not talking about ideals. Because first, it would mean that you have to have access to everyone. You have to know that how they're different. Racial racial categories used to be seen as equivalent to different species. I understand that. Yeah, that's what they used to in the eugenics, right? Scientific racism era. Yeah, that's why the danger of that, right? The dangers of that. However, it's also dangerous to say everything is the same or everything is similar. So I'm countering, I'm balancing the two. It's both. It's not that everyone is different or there's equivalent to different races because of racial categorization, but it doesn't mean that everything is similar either. So saying that there's no genetic differences of races are not significant enough to be races, right? I'm being very careful about this. There are significant genetic differences between people. Whether that constitutes as a race, fair enough. But I don't want to de-emphasize the idea that when someone says, oh, there's basically no significant genetic differences, race can be categorized as something else. Like you could be suggesting like, oh, okay, well, I'm no different from you, right? Yeah, because there are groups of people and it's still important to know that. So we have to keep them, like, I don't want to have the opposite where, like, for example, this is what I worry about when I think of genetic diseases. I'm sorry if this is a little sidestep, but I think of genetic diseases a lot. And when I think of genetic diseases, when people keep saying we're all the same, right? Or we're similar enough, that's when the genetic disease problem has a problem, right? So like, oh, you have lung cancer, right? You have lung cancer. Oh, you're the same species. So therefore your lung cancer is genetically significantly the same as every other lung cancer, right? And that's where the opposite is happening. So we're like, what I'm trying to do is we're in here. We try to be in here. Science, in my opinion, is in here. They don't say all or none. Like, it's not significant. It is significant. It's usually like a mixed bag. And then when we have a consensus, right? When we have a consensus, or whoever the consensus is that it is sufficient. Or the word significance, right? And these are determined by a threshold, by whoever's threshold it is. So my purpose, I guess my intent here was to demonstrate that we don't know if there are differences in the sense of being significant, right? Whatever the significance is. However, there are differences and there are similarities as well. Whether they do not produce a significance is kind of socially determined to some extent. Like, what is not a significant genetic difference could mean the difference between someone who has cancer and someone who doesn't, or like a group of people who have unnaturally long longevity, right? Maybe based on their diet. A lot of times people use socially their diet, but then you look at their genetics and like, is there a difference? Well, if you're prescribing to the idea that there shouldn't be any significant difference between genetics, then you would simply assume that the genetics has nothing to do with their longevity, which is, in my opinion, not necessarily how science view things. Despite having consensus, they would investigate whether there is a genetic difference or not that's clustered based on their longevity and their diet. And I'm talking about like Okinawans or something like that, or related to like an Asian group out of curiosity, or like an Eskimo. Blah blah blah. Let's see. Or like the height, the height thing, or the black hair and the brown eye situation, or the cleft, the widow's peak I'm stating like things that Procol has brought up, like the propensity for male pattern baldness, you know, the baldness patterns, or eye color, a vocal strength, like muscular density and things like that. Those type of characterizations. We can all procreate and produce fertile offspring. Your very reductive understanding what makes something the same species. Yes, that is the categorization that we chose. Or like, that's the consensus. That's the scientific consensus. The capacity to procreate. And you can know that everyone. Okay, yeah. And then you're starting. Okay. Sorry, you'll go further and say you do know that everyone is genetically different. I assume that everybody is genetically different. I don't know that everybody is genetically different. Procol. The difference between for me, when I say I do know something, it is, and you're talking about science, it is meaning that it is observed. I don't know that. I assume and presume that everybody is genetically different. So if we're really talking about semantics, I don't, because I did not test this. Like myself, I did not test this. Theoretically, by assumption, when I understand how genetics work, I presume that everyone is genetically different. And even then, when we're talking about idealism, at the cellular stage, when twinning happens, at that very moment, there are actually more than one individual to have the same genetics. So if we keep talking about idealisms, you can poke holes in idealisms. So when I said I don't know that everyone is genetically different, I really do mean it. Because I do not observe that. I am presuming that everyone's genetically different. Off topic, you watched the film 1984? Oh, 1984 is a great, yeah, it's a great film. Yeah, also the author of Animal Farm, yeah. I have seen 1984. Depends on the perspective of significance. That's the whole point. Procol. Depending on perspective, it's literally the whole point. There's a clear significant genetic difference when it comes to stuff like UV exposure, vitamin D production. That's exactly the point. Oh, cheers for getting a dig at you for that. Oh, the Widow's Peak thing. The only way I'll believe that you don't know that everyone's genetically different is that if you're thinking about the chance of genetically the same twins. I was just backing your point. Oh, okay. Oh, you were okay. Fair enough. Yeah, so genetic twinning, like when you have twinning, right? When we're talking about humans, again, we're talking about humans, but obviously you could talk about bacteria, right? You can talk about bacteria too. Now, hear me out. I'm under the opinion, I have lots, like for me, I presume. So when you're saying that you're challenging me by saying I don't know things are genetically different, I believe it, Procol. Like, that is my opinion. Like, I actually agree with you. I am comfortable enough to say that all humans are genetically different. And not necessarily for the same reasons. One of the biggest parts that I study was epigenetics, epigenetic markers. And one of the things that defeat twins, one of the things that may define against twins, is that epigenetic markers still may vary. So even then, you can find a counter argument to the likelihood of twins, like at the cellular stage, right? When they twin, at that point, they are the closest thing possible to be genetically similar. However, even then, you could possibly find epigenetic markers that are different. And when you're talking about like UV exposures, vitamin D production, all those things, the environments can affect epigenetic markers. And if you're thinking about what is epigenetic, things are not simply genetic. Like when you're thinking about DNA, that's genetics. But DNA interacts with epigenetic markers. So the properties, despite having very similar things, the epigenetic markers may be different. That's how you can distinguish between someone despite sharing a very strong similarities. They are all intertwined. So like your UV exposure, it can generate different types of epigenetic markers, which modifies the function of it. This is emergence. So when you're thinking about like someone who has the same, like if you sequence something and there's like two things, right? If you sequence something and say they're like 99% alignment, as in these are identical based on sequence, with like they are essentially non-significant, right? Not significantly different. It's a couple of things, and even then we can make an argument that point mutations and create transformations, right? So let's ignore that and say, okay, well, they're basically the same. These point mutations or the environment that they are in produces different epigenetic markers. So the stuff that's on top of your genetic like your genetics, can vary depending on the person. So this is considered a genetic variance to me that you can't see if you're looking at the genetic sequence. And that's part of genetics. You think, like you said, it's also a big matter where you draw the line of difference, like what particular haplogroups to put, yeah, Asians and white and black, and why those categories exist. Yeah, like for example, it would be really cool to understand pigmentation of skin, right? Pigmentation of skin, that would be a categorization, right? Globally, ethnic diversity, you would think it would be more like a continuum of differences based on ancestry and environment. For example, where in Eurasia is the point at which the race changes? Yeah. So we're talking about like speciations now. Or like the concept of speciation, which is when a dominant phenotype, I'm going to use phenotype, a dominant phenotype appears, right? For example, was the origin that everyone had like fair skin, and then at some point there's an occurrence, like you could argue for like phylogeny based on like presented phenotypes. That would be a threshold, right? Or the qualifications of a race is often due to observable phenotypes. I'm using phenotypes as presentable characteristics, right? When people talk about Asians, they're combining a specific combination of observable phenotypes, as opposed to evaluating on their genetic differences, right? That's kind of what I mean by there's a really large gap between what constitutes as a genetic difference and the phenotype the genetic difference presents. So like, what is the phenotype or the genetic distance that is responsible for like white skin, for example, white skin and black skin, or any variances in between? Like, what is the threshold? So in order to create that granularity, you would create a threshold, which is like whatever is sufficient. So whenever someone talks about sufficiency, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about a presentable phenotype that is categorized into race. Like, race is a combination of observable phenotypes. On the genetic level, it's probably insignificant because the granularity of genetic differences is pretty small. It's incredibly small. It's small to the point that when you think about it, when you think about correlating it with a large phenotype, there's a huge threshold. Like, for example, the threshold of someone having blue eyes. Like, what? That is a huge threshold between someone who has black eyes, or like brown eyes. Sorry, not black eyes, brown eyes. Brown eyes. And the genetic differences have so much resolution between this. So because of that resolution, I reckon there might not be a statistical significance. However, when you see the presentation of blue and brown eyes, those can present as groups, despite having the granularity of genetics. It's weird. So there may or may not be differences still. Like the questions that I've been trying to answer is not necessarily eyes, but I'll demonstrate it using eyes. Like, for example, the ancestry and the environment could have selected for an epigenetic marker in their current place of origin, right? This is starting to sound like race and culture, I understand. This can predispose epigenetic markers, and epigenetic markers can be inherited. So despite looking at what a lot of people call genetic differences, their coding differences, you can still inherit markers or factors that affect the expression of your genetic code without having the genetic code representing the differences between their phenotypes. And that's crazy to think about, because that's why whenever I hear scientific consensus, I hear what is currently accepted as the likely case or the unlikely case. It doesn't confirm that it either exists or doesn't exist. And that's kind of a really neat thing. Just for the record, the difference here is some of the stuff that I was studying, I was curious why when you have a virus, right? This is the virus. And you have all identical virus. You have a bunch of identical viruses. And you're using it. Wait, what happened? Hold up. So when you're using it, why do these viruses have patterns of entry? So like one of the byproducts, this was not like the focus of the research, it was an observation. So you have a virus that has effectively the same code, right? The same code. And somehow when you infect a host who is the same host, or like a bunch of different hosts, even within the same host, there's a different location preference. Like there's different locations, different effects when this virus, and to cut it short, viruses, they target based on their complementation. So basically the viruses should, right, be the same. They should be selecting for specific things to bind to specific things with like accuracy and precision, with no like predilections or noise. But that's not what happened. It's not what happened. It was binding based on something else influencing it at the same time. And when the host, we come to determine that you can also observe, you can profile certain things that would attract certain markers to those places. So those things are not coded in the sequence. It's what they're associated with out on top of their genetic material. So whenever you like infect someone, right, like for like this is a retrovirus. When you infect someone with a retrovirus, their targeting is affected by something even beyond their genetic code. So when you're thinking about like phenotypes, like is there a race that is there a group of people that is susceptible to viral infections, for example, of a specific type? There might be. There's a chance. Or is it a specific group that live under a specific environment in a geographical setting with a specific diet? It's possible. It's still possible because the genetic factors go beyond simply the genetic code. And that's the emergence level that I'm talking about. The level that I was looking at was the epigenetic level. And why do I say this with like a because this drove me insane. Like, this is the stuff that was of interest when I was studying, when I was in science still. This was coming to fruition. Like, people were trying to observe these things. They were trying to connect epigenetic markers and then maybe correlate it with their genetic code in order to determine together if there is a higher level of order in interaction between things. And if you're arguing that it is the genetic code that determines like the phenotype presentation or like grouping strategies, turns out, you know, with most things in science, after you know even more, it raises even more questions. So right now, I would definitely agree that according to the genetic code, like the genome, right, there are no significant phenotypic corollaries that are significant. There are, however, genetic differences that are very important, but they're not important to the phenotype that we're talking about. So like skin color, eye color, hair color, prominent features, those are not quite significant. The rest, this is the world I lived in, honestly. Like, I looked for genetic differences between cells, and the cells have, if we had to take a gamble, cells within a host probably has less genetic differences than cells between hosts. And even then, it is probably less significantly different between disparate things. And I'm not talking about humans even. I'm talking about even simpler, you know, even more confined genomes. And that's really cool. It's cool and also like aggravatingly complicated. And that's where I was going with my research, by the way. And I found that I'm too stupid to comprehend it. For now, I was too ignorant to comprehend it at the moment, right? Because I didn't know enough. So the results of my laboratory thesis, like my PhD, came up with like a bunch of things. Like, oh, this looks like a pattern. This looks like a pattern. This looks like it can cluster together, I guess. It's like, maybe this is what makes this virus do this thing, even though like there's no other way to determine why it's happening. And that's what happened in science. And it came down to like, wow, imagine dedicating my entire, I could probably spend my entire life trying to figure out why you would have a duplicate of a virus which has a sequence that is seemingly promiscuous. It should have been like non-specific, and when you're observing it, there seems to be a propensity to select for particular places anyways. And that's kind of like one of the long-standing questions and validity of my research. My research was marred by unaccountable factors that were not predictable based on the level of understanding that we had. And that's crazy. It makes me smile because that's what science is about. You always have more questions the more you know. Dolly the sheep or the G quadruplex problem of RNA virus. Oh, you're talking about when I was the epigenetic stuff, right? Highlight your message, write something special below, and give it glitz and what the heck? For the first time ever, your voice made you jump. What happened? Is cancer a type of retrovirus? No, it's not. Although what retroviruses can do can overlap with what the process of cancer. So retroviruses can cause insertional mutagenesis, right? Retroviruses can cause insertional mutagenesis, which is what we talked about the other time, where you have a virus and you have your host, right? And what happens is the virus will line up with the host, the retrovirus. We're talking about a retrovirus. And what they do is they integrate into the host. So let's just make this thicker. So when a host is infected, then it would look like this. So the virus sequence becomes part of the host. And when the cell duplicates and replicates, right? When it replicates, it carries these copy. That's what a RT virus is. Like a retrovirus, part of its life cycle will be part of the host genome. And because of this, notice that there's going to be a break here. So whatever was here is an insertional mutagenesis, right? It basically is a mutation, because whatever was here can be it can be lost. It can, like, the function can be lost. So what happens is in cancer, when you have this like virus, when you have your genome, right, after replicating, occasionally there's gonna be loss or changes in your DNA while you're going. That's the same process. Eventually there's enough of these to cause a phenotype, and that phenotype is often something that can present as cancer. It can present as other things too, but cancer is one of the phenotypes. So this is the threshold. Transformation is a threshold. It's not accounting for everything. Like, what I mean is, it's not telling you all the things that contribute to cancer. When cancer happens, it's the final thing that triggers its transformation. So the goal a lot of times in research is, how do we predict all the other things? Because cancer is multifaceted. So like you, a lot of times, or most of the time in research, especially oncology, you use phenotypes. You take tumors. And tumors are transformations of a cell, right? So one cell expands, and that one cell expands rapidly, and you're hoping that they have the same expansion. They're monoclonal is what the term I would say. Monoclonal means that all these cells will have the same copy. It will expand because it's expanding from a single clone. So when you look at this, when you extract a tumor, all of these should have very, very similar sequences. They should all line up, like even down to their base pair. I'm writing these things as mutations, but occasionally they're slightly different. And even then, that's tolerable, right? Like that's, okay, that mutation could have happened, but what you're trying to gather is what is the major profile of the tumor. And you note all these base pairs because you're comparing it to a normal cell. A normal cell will not have these markers there, as in their mutation doesn't exist in a normal cell. Like a neighboring cell that is normal, they might not have the marker, or you compare it to a normal human being, like a human being that doesn't have cancer. And what you can tell is you can do the differential analyses and figure out all the markers that contribute to that cancer. Now, it's very difficult to know what contributes to the progress of that cancer, like what all these things do. So what happens is you have to study every single one of these things, ascertain their function, their mode of mechanism of action, and then see how it all fits together. And that's kind of where genetic studies are. What happens is you can take a virus, like the virus that I have, that we worked on, and then we can inject it into a host. I'm not going to use specifics to be like a little bit respectful to people who might be sensitive to like testing and whatnot. So you effectively take an identical pool of viruses, you inject into a host, and they create tumors, right? These tumors have millions, billions of cells, and those cells can then be aligned to their normal counterparts, and you can then start to track what is different between the normal one and the tumor one. And then you try to find out if anyone studied these genes. And I'm putting genes in quotation because science don't only study coding frames. Like this is like 40 years ago or more, where everything is genes. Like they're always talking about coding frames because there are non-coding frames too, right? You mentioned RNA, right? Or like even there's non-coding regions. So there are places where they don't code for a specific functional gene, they code for something else, and something that isn't witnessed like traditionally. So all of this has to be gleaned. They have to test all of these things. You have to test them then in a model, a functional model. So every single non-coding or coding thing, when they are selected for, you have to test them to see how they come together. And that takes like 3 lifetimes, in my opinion. Or like, if you're lucky, you would have like a large group, and each person like takes on a separate thing, and then have them all collaborate together to figure out to put the pictures together. So that's kind of like taking the thing apart and then trying to reassemble them and hope that they come together in a way that it's meaningful. And that's where I was. I was at this level. I was at the screening level. I had a model that I was working on, and I wanted to know if there's anything I can tell from doing this. And this wasn't in humans. So I wasn't like, there's no human testing. That's ethics and moral problems. Okay. Is the mimicry cancer uses the main reason is hard to cure? Is the mimicry cancer uses the main reason? Is the mimicry cancer uses the main reason is so hard to cure? I don't know if you're really late, but what did James mean on YouTube by objective versus constructive? As far as objective versus constructive, though it came after the globally ethnic diversity, you would think it would be more like a continuum of differences based on ancestry and environment. For example, where in Eurasia is the point at which the race changes as far as objective versus construct? I think the idea is like most of the stuff we're talking about is trying to find something observable or like presumed to be true. And like which would form a construct. You're referring to your message above to that, yeah. Or even like an arbitrary threshold. This relates to protocol, what we were talking about when I this is exactly what I mean by the whole Peterson thing. When you gave me that video about belief and evidence, right? The idea that these are related to each other. Because it is the belief that's based on evidence that things are held observably true enough. It is not held that you observably know everything. You see what I mean? Like, the whole idea of making that argument is with the whole Peterson thing regarding it's both. Most things are objective constructs, like the constructive and objective. It's like a continuum of it. It's a balance between the things. Because when you said that you would argue against me, that I know, like I actually observably know that everyone is genetically different, I don't. Unless we actually do it, then we know. We believe with high consistency that the likelihood is that everyone is genetically different. And I made a even higher argument, like a even quicker, like even more multifaceted argument, that even despite having incredibly genetically similar genomes, they will still likely behave differently because of epigenetic interactions. So that creates an even more unlikely idea that based on genetics that they are the same or like very similar. And even despite all of that, what is objective is observable and measurable. And if it doesn't exist, then it is not objective purely, right? If we're talking about objective versus construct, that's if something is objective and not objective. When I say I don't know that everyone's genetically different, I am being objective. When you're arguing with me and say, oh, I can objectively know that everyone is genetically different, yes, ideally I can know that everyone's genetically different. At the moment, I don't know, because that is the objective truth. Unless you're willing to do a 23andMe thing where like everyone gets genetically sequenced, and then the entire genetic sequence gets deposited to a global registry, and then you somehow know that you accounted for everyone on this planet, then yes, I would agree with you. Ideally, objectively, you could know that everyone, you could measure if everyone is genetically different or not down to a base pair. Ideally. That's not being objective. That's based on belief. Right? It's extrapolation. Right? You're extrapolating that the likelihood is highly improbable. It's so highly improbable that it is true. And I agree with you. And disagree with you at the same time. It's about how if race wasn't culturally defined in the same way, we wouldn't be able to discover it based on empirics. Yeah, that's fair enough, James. Fair enough. I can see what you mean by that. Yeah, so the way to distinguish one of the aspects, I'm gonna stop my review here, so we're just gonna play Kiwami for the rest of the day. I wasn't expecting to digress today. So the idea to contrast between objective versus construct is the idea that you can construct something with minimal observation, or even not possible with empirics, right? That's kind of, I agree with you, James. So in order to make this like a 1 versus 0, 0 versus 1 situation, I agree with you. This would be a great defining line. A construct can be created where it's maybe not even possible with empirics, or it requires minimal empirics. Basically like, oh, hey, this person belongs to this group. And you can kind of argue that the empirics that you're determining says they're not different. But the construct says they're different. Right? Now, this is where I paused a little, because empirics include phenotypes. Empirics have different emergent levels. So when someone has black skin, for example, and someone has white skin, despite it creating a racial categorization, before we had the resolution of the particular empirics that we have, like genetics, right? This was a form of empirics. White skin and black skin is observational empirics. That is why I still have problems talking and disseminating or distinguishing what is objective versus construct, because at some point in human categorization, this observing these things, observing these phenotypes, are a form of empirics. You're observing things, you're measuring things. Someone has darker skin, someone has lighter skin. That's a form of empirics. Until the resolution increases, there's an arbitrary threshold for necessary empirics. Like, for example, how water is different from hard water. You could argue that this is not empiric anymore, because it doesn't define the difference between these in the way that now we know what water is and hard water is at a molecular level, or even a subatomic level. So despite understanding what you mean by the theoretical difference between objective versus construct, which is great because that's how you would define it in order to make them different terms. I agree with you that those are the different terms. Inherently, the constructs that we have are based on empirics still. Empirics to me is using observational skills. So your observational things. So a race of dark-skinned people is using the empirics that you can observe darker skin in them. Much like the categorization which I shared before of phenotypes. And phenotypes were used for, what do you call them? Phylogeny. Before there was genetic analysis, before genetics, there was phylogenetic categorizations. Like a species have wings. A species has placentas. A species had like marsupials, right? Or egg laying. These are empirics. However, now our empirics have higher resolution. It's at a different emergence level. So to me, a lot of times when people talk about categorization, they often talk about comparing different forms of categorization under the same discipline. So when scientists, quote unquote scientists, classified by phenotypes of yesteryear, they were considered empirics. And now, arbitrarily, because of the advent of genetics, genetics has become a gold standard for empirics. And now the other stuff are no longer, they're like empirics adjacent. And maybe in the future, when I talk about genetics, people will be classified by epigenetics as well. Plus epigenetics and genetics put together. So in the long run, I still have problems dissociating those two in the reality, not the conceptual. So I understand the conceptual difference between objective. Your comment is very poignant, right? If you're trying to conceptually idolize ideally what a construct is versus an objective thing is, that would be a great way to explain it, the difference. Like the absence, maybe possibly like the absence of something objective. You think the case of indigenous Australians is interesting? A lot of them think of themselves as black, relate to black American culture. Their skin is actually generally very dark. Yeah, it's so fascinating. Like, I think what is really incredible about our ability to like categorize, but then get new information and see the nuances, you can combine all of those things, right? That's kind of how we're doing it. We're like, okay, so what are these Aussie indigenous and I don't know, African, for example, African indigenous, and at the level of their skin, right? At the level of their skin, they're categorized. And then we can think of it as the level of their genetics, they're also categorized. And are they coherent with each other? That's, to me, that's the bulk of genetic, I'm being reductive here, sorry. That's the like the bulk of genetic research to me. The idea is you take one empirics, which is the phenotype. You take the phenotypic empirics, and then you try to correlate it with the genetic empirics. So the stuff that I could measure at the genetic level, I'm trying to make sense of it at a higher categorical level. So that's kind of like going from physics to trying to explain, using physics to explain chemistry, to explaining biology, right? It's tough. And we're going into this, like, for the record, there's no reason to change any of our lexicon and our colloquialism, because we're strictly talking about semantics. I think all of us can conceptually know that these things are different and there's a lot of like granularity and whatnot. I think is really fun that we're learning language, right? Like, this is the language learning related thing. Language, I want to quote John Green, but I'm not as eloquent as John Green. But John Green, in one of, I think it was a 2023 vlog, he's an author, right? He writes stuff. John Green talked about categorization. He literally talked about categorization. And he even threw in like the Pluto thing, the planet thing, it might be earlier than 2023. And he talked about how social constructs, and the arbitrariness of categorization in the relation of linguistics, right? Linguistics. However, he had a deeper cut. The deeper cut is the limits of language, of expression, and of like how to disseminate information and create like understanding between each other. And that delved into semantics. And he inherently went down to the idea that outside of pure telepathy, you know, like, this is me interjecting, outside of pure telepathy, anything downstream of it, categorization, language, it inherently will be not the whole picture. And to me, I'm going to interject, when it's not the whole picture, then it's not it's a varying degree of objectivity. So nearly all the things we do, to me, when I'm thinking about what John Green talked about, everything that comes out of humans, like when you're reading and finding information, is a varying degree of objectivity. The very nature of collecting information, observing, and then disseminating that information and trying to communicate that information is categorically less objective than the very observation and experience of that individual. So inherently, whenever I think of someone saying, oh, this is purely objective, it doesn't exist. We can ideally conceptualize what pure objectivity is, sort of, and yet we're human. So the very nature of being human kind of adulterates the objectivity. Now, we do have thresholds, right? There are definitely thresholds of truth and thresholds of falsehood. And where does race, the social construct of race, lands? Right? There's a good XKCD for this. Oh, there is? What's a SXKCD? You're gonna have to elaborate on it. So where does race land is probably what I'm saying there. Where does race, the racial like colloquialism, land on the falsehood and the truthful status? It's a webcomic? Oh, okay, let me see. XKC. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. I started watching Yuru Camp, by the way. I didn't realize that they had a second and a third season, so I'm kind of like rewatching the first season. It's really... Have you seen K-On! On a different matter? Purity. Oh, I typed in webcomic. Oh, this guy. I didn't realize that's what it's called. Or these things, anyways. I don't know if it's a guy or something, but... Oh, yeah. I didn't realize there's like a... I don't know, like a repository. Or like a place, like a medium. Interesting. Which, by the way, Yuru, have you seen K-On! I really think Yuru, what Yuru Camp does for camping, K-On! Does for like music. It's one of those like clubs, sorry, an unrelated thing. It reminds me of like your club activity. The new one is Euphonium or something. Hang on. What is it called? Euphonium anime? Hang on. What is the anime? Why is my... Yeah, Euphonium. Or Sound Euphonium. Oh, you watched K-On! Many years ago? There's a new one by the same Kyoto Studios. I'm pretty sure this is Kyoto Studios as well. Their current series called Sound Euphonium is very similar. You watch Howl's Moving Castle last night? So good. Oh yeah, such a great one. Sound Euphonium is on its third season, and it's apparently peaking, like still peaking, like it's still going up. Sound Euphonium is by the same people, like very similar people when it comes to like animation quality and overall direction and whatnot. So this one is like a K-On! Thing too. It deals with the band thing. But Yuru is a good time. Yuru Camp is really, really chill. Sorry, as a side note, because I wanted to watch something very cozy. You seem to have a lot of cozy things. Do you watch a lot of Miyazaki films, James? I have seen. I still haven't brought myself to watch his last film, his last film, but I am a Miyazaki fan for sure. I have seen all his films, including the Lupine stuff on the side. Is the fact that cancer tries to fly under the radar and have other cells believe it's not a foreign body the main reason it's hard to cure? Oh, is that what you mean? That's kind of funny that you're saying that. I don't think it's because they fly under the radar. You have to one of the things you have to one thing to appreciate is a cancer cell is a normal cell with the delta. So when a cancer cell transforms, it's that specific final delta. If you know what I mean. So it's not flying under the radar or anything. Like what I mean is a cancer cell didn't acquire a function that makes it difficult to target. It's that the cancer cell is your normal cell with the final transformation. Like that one change is the thing. Like for example, two people running, right? And one person falls down. That person now is different from the other person. Like let's just say you and your clone run on a track, but by chance you tripped. Like your clone tripped. That's cancer. So now your clone is cancer and you're not. And the difference between you two is because the clone tripped once. That's the only difference. Or like you and your clone when you're running, right? And something somewhere made your clone run 0.1 second, a millisecond slower. That's cancer. So the idea is the reason why it's very difficult is because the delta between cancer and your normal cell is very small, but very big. Hear me out. Let's tie it all back to our race thing, right? The whole race categorization. When you talk about genetic differences, right? Genetic differences. Think about the phenotype of a cancer cell and a normal cell. And then you try to make an argument on genetic differences on phenotypes of race. Well, here, our categorization between a cancer cell and a normal cell is gigantic colloquially because it presents a phenotype that is different from that. But if you think about it, at this level of resolution, the resolution of genetics and like maybe the cell itself, if you plate a cell, if you plate normal cells onto like a petri dish, right, and give it all it needs, and you place a your cancer cell on a petri dish, I can tell you now, despite this insignificant number of changes, like typically at a multicellular, multi-organismal level, like a higher order, despite this minor difference, it can mean the difference between a cell behaving dramatically different versus a normal cell. That's why genetics has created this idea that there are thresholds to changes. A transformation is very highly it still is very difficult to distinguish at a higher level. And one of the higher level is the level of proteins. When you're talking about like, oh, why is it so hard to treat normal cells and cancer cells? At proteinaceous levels, cellular levels even, it's difficult to distinguish between them. And the things that are distinguishable are the things that right now medicine and science is targeting, like the growth the growth pathways, all the little genes that you're studying. So all of the point mutations, that's what you're studying. And despite knowing all of those things, it's still very difficult to determine and target something that differs between a normal cell and a cancer cell, even despite that. So whenever someone tells me like there's no genetic, like significant genetic differences between people, it's tough. It's tough for me to express this because like if you think a cancer cell is very different from a normal cell, and then you're going to argue that the genetic difference between them are significant, then it's true because you can tell these differences. Now, but if we take these same differences and move them to a scale of a larger phenotype, it becomes more tolerable. There are more variances. And the idea is also we have the perception of severity, right? This is at a smaller unit that pervades the entire human body. Meanwhile, how large of a sample do you need for at the organismal level, like for the species level? You would need, like when we're talking about cancer cell, we're talking about millions of cancer cells versus like millions of human cells, and then each host have that many things, right? But what are the sample size requirements and permutations that you have to calculate and computationally upscale in order to find genetic significant differences at the human level, at the organismal level? I don't know. Like, that sounds incredibly way out of my human depth. Like, it's already difficult to know this. Like, for me, this was like pretty much my 7 years. Like, just thinking about this stuff is already incredibly difficult to know. And now we're going to try to talk about phenotypes presented at the organismal level. Sounds very preposterous to me, right? Because of the emergence level. If ethics wasn't a thing, testing whether by controlling epigenetics can result in 100% matches in DNA of two animals? I mean, yes and no, because I don't know if epigenetics is like the last thing left. Like, we operate on incomplete information. So, there's tertiary, like epigenetics have dimensions. So here's one thing. I've been drawing these squiggly lines, Procol, right? And you have to imagine from a physics level, like say you're trying to think about a physics level. How do proteins, like these type of proteins, get access to this? Because remember that when we think about epigenetics occur in a three-dimensional space. So whenever someone says something like, oh, our genes look like this, it does not look like this. So when you think about this position, how do you know how close it is to this position? If you want to think about it from a physics standpoint, imagine folding space. So 2 points can be very close despite its linearity. That happens with your genes. Your genome is arranged in a three-dimensional space. The accessibility and how proteins interact, like unwind your DNA, express genes, is regulated based on a three-dimensional space. So you would have to understand another entire order of arrangement to have full predictability of the effects of a genetic code. Like, for example, hear me out. When you have this and you determine that this person has 1 point mutation here, like this point mutation, right? Like this is person B, this is person A, or this is person you could even make it argument. This is person A at 10 years old, right? This person at 10 years old. And this is at person A at 50 years old. And this person has accumulated 2 point mutations over their 50 years at this like sequence juncture. How do you know the 3-dimensional space between that it affect on these? What if there's a protein that occupies this space, an epigenetic marker, that actually interacts with this space because in 3-dimensional space, the 2 spaces, the 2 permutations are occupied by the same marker. And this is a 2D drawing, by the way. We're only talking about 2D space here. And if you're wondering, how do we know this? There are experiments you can do. You can use a process like early experiments. Like this is before the high-tech stuff. Like the old tech stuff, you can cross-link. You can cross-link proteins through a chemical modifier. So you extract the DNA and try to preserve all the proteins in the space. You can cross-link them so that they're permanently bound. And then what you can do is you can create a marker to pull the protein away with the parts attached to them. And when you see those 2 parts come down with the protein, then these 2 spaces are together. So that protein interacts with 2 segments. And if they're really far apart, so now when you're looking at this space, it's like, dang, these 2 spaces are really far apart. There's no way this protein can span those 2. And then when you think about it 2-dimensionally or 3-dimensionally, it's like, no, they're right on top of each other because this protein interacts with both of them. That is what happens when you start thinking about other things you don't know about. And that's kind of where the research would have went. Like, you know, I was getting the idea is I wanted to know 2-dimensionally, or this isn't even 2-dimensional. This is 1-dimensional, and then we would investigate in like the actual organism and do like protein prodowns or something to try to get some 2-dimensional information. And then maybe computationally or something to create a 3-dimensional thing that rationalizes this. So imagine hundreds of people, right? That's wishful thinking. Hundreds of scientists looking at 1-dimensional space, compiling all the 1-dimensional space while correlating it with 2-dimensional space, and then having a, I don't know, like a supercomputer, a quantum computer, try to calculate all the scenarios that govern the 1-dimensional and 2-dimensional space to create a model that fits the hundreds of scientists correlating these markers and their arrangement in order to create a predictable model of 3-dimensional space. And then using that 3-dimensional space to translationally answer questions about phenotypes. That's like, to me, that sounds like something that I will never live to see. Because I know this already, and I know how long it took for a human. Like, I can kind of appreciate how long it took to even get like a 0.001% of what is necessary to understand this interaction. That's kind of like how science makes you feel great, and it makes you feel small at the same time. Like, honestly, it makes you feel great because you're part of so many people. Like, you're a community, right? You're trying to answer larger questions by, well, the romantic idea is most academic scientists is trying to share information to answer these questions together. The reality is it's kind of a mixed bag. Some scientists believe that they are more important, and you know, that whole conflict of interest situation. So it makes you feel small and big at the same time. Makes you feel big that you're part of a larger community that's trying to answer the complexities of the emergent properties of things that we can't see at certain levels and can see at certain levels. And then at the same time, very small because whatever you're doing is filled with questions and unknowns. Let's see. Very okay. Very vaguely related, but the Himba tribe color experiment has always been so fascinating to you. Himba tribe color. I'm learning so much from you guys. Oh, interesting. Yeah, you guys have so much random information that, like, they're seemingly random to me, but it's great that I'm being exposed to these things. Interesting. Skin color. Let's see. Sorry, I miss whether you watched or read 1984. I know of 1984. I'm not entirely sure if I remember what was in 1984. Is anime more important than non-animated film shows in Oriental Asian countries in general? No. I don't think so. Not by a long shot. Not even close. Yes, a significant number of the most dangerous and damaging conditions afflicting the human body are caused by the body's own immune system or stress response. Yeah. Our body is we have to remember that our body is homeostatic. I use the word homeostatic because this is something that, if high school, right? And I'm not saying this as high school is simple. I'm talking about foundationally, it's something that you might want to, most people have to keep to heart. The body is homeostatic. There are pros and cons. So any particular changes that drive the balance one way or the other is considered necrotic in a way. So like cancer is extra growth. That's the defining feature that causes everything else that involve, like, uncontrollable growth requires more resources, right? It's selfish, right? It draws resources from others. It disrupts things. It occupies space. It comes from the consequences of dysregulated growth. So the defining feature of cancer is its uncontrollable growth. That's the threshold. The sufficiency to try to explain all the downstream consequences is its loss in regulatory growth and replication. So the difference, the fundamental targeting difference between cancer and a normal cell is that. But normal cells also replicate using the same mechanisms. The idea is they use very similar mechanisms still. So the goal is to constantly try to find if there is a nuance to the difference in cancer cell growth versus normal cell growth, but it is in the swarm of its nuance in differences. It can be something this insignificant when it comes to other things. So it requires the resolution necessary to propagate the arbitrary nature of whether something is different or not. And one of the things in genetics is studying cancer. And when you study cancer, it kind of makes it so that the perspective on how humans as a species varies. It kind of throws it out the door a lot of times because of the resolution. It's kind of like understanding physics, right? And then you're talking about combustion. This and that is a large gap. Like trying to explain all of the things that happen physically in the process of combustion is combustion, I would say, is closer to, like, you know, it's at the chem level, right? And that creates that thing that I was trying to convey. I was trying to convey the whole like social construct thing. Social constructs and scientific categorization are at a really high level. Like it's incredibly high. And then when you're thinking about it at the genetic level is far lower than the social construct level. It doesn't necessarily mean that science can't one day explain the social construct we currently have, that is also mutually based on empirics, because human observational skills were used for phenotyping. When we recognize patterns, they are social constructs when they don't offer the resolution necessary to prove it definitively, like consistently, 99.9%, that type of thing. Because of the spuriousness of categorization based on racial groups, it's not considered empirics because it's not consistent enough. It doesn't have enough resolution to become predictable or extrapolate. So that's kind of where I think the arbitrary threshold for determining what empirics are. Empirics is the highest resolution. In my opinion, it's often gravitated towards the highest resolution one can use to have predictable outcomes. So that threshold is met. When that threshold is met, it is considered empirics. So looking at a person's skin color is no longer sufficient for empirics because it's too spurious. It's incredibly emergent to the point where you can't measure it with empirics yet. So inherently, we devise social constructs. I'm trying to use like James's terminology in order to like be on the same page here. We use social constructs to categorize them for the time being until there is scientific consensus with proper empirics at the sufficient resolution in order to create predictability. So when that empirics can produce the skin color, for example, when you like understand enough about skin color and you can produce that skin color or predict that skin color, and it is correlated with the empirics of a resolution that's consistent enough, then it officially becomes objective as opposed to a construct. And that's the consistent ebb and flow, right? Like the concept of gravity, right? The concept of gravity is that everything was respect to Earth. That's the empirics. The empirics is Earth. And then came the moon. And now the empirics is not sufficient to determine the property of gravity because the moon has a different property of gravity, right? So then the empirics have to expand both the Earth and the moon. And then maybe Mars one day, and then so on and so forth. So to me, it's a continuum, and that we're bringing everything back together, right? To make sure that we're all on the same page. Where I love this like tit for like contribution and distribution of semantics and categorization because, again, echoing John Green, that's what makes humans incredible. It's empirics are based on human observations, and then social constructs are based on patterns that humans observe. And then to varying degrees, whether they are true or not, is measured by the empirics that create predictability. And then the more predictable it becomes, you would like to think 100%, right? If it's 100%, then it is purely objective. It is incredibly predictable to no fault whatsoever. Yeah. And science is certainly one to believe that can be achievable. Which then goes back to the whole Peterson thing from like 3 days ago. You've been rewatching them in just Japanese for the first time though, so it's been pretty great. Oh, you've seen most of the yeah, I've been watching them in I've been doing the same thing, like Japanese, and like I've been watching like the English as well with Japanese subtitles to see if the Japanese line up with the English, like in interpretation as well. Ghibli films are do you live outside of Japan, James? I haven't ever asked you. Ghibli when it's distributed outside is Disney, right? Disney distributed. So most of the Ghibli films are very excellent for like multi lingual studies. Like they're incredibly excellent, like incredibly high, nuanced. Like what I mean is their attention to translating, not like necessarily transliterating or like one-to-one. They more focus on like the quality is that they use the nuances of the language. So it's interesting to see it from that perspective. So like the distance between what is written in Japanese and what is heard orally from the characters and between different versions are greater, in my opinion. The distance is greater than I don't know, your fan sub, your hard fan sub of a anime production, largely because of how distribution works, right? They were already some of your favorite films, so it's great to enjoy them Japanese in nuances lost in translation. Yeah, and I think the loss in translation is even greater. And what I mean by that is even greater is it's greater with intent, not necessarily greater accidentally. Or like, if you know what I mean by that, like it's culturally translated a lot of times, which is not necessarily a good thing for someone who wants a one-to-one, but it is also a good thing if someone wants to see how people are capturing the nuance of each language versus trying to capture the nuance of another language in the context of another language. Like I often talk about this, I haven't gotten to Kiwami, but Kiwami is a like a dragon games can be that way a lot of times, where they would take cultural analogies as way to translate things, not just at the linguistic level. Like they're not looking to create like one-to-one translations. They're looking to capture something emergent beyond that, like the situation and stuff, and you can really appreciate that in varying degrees depending on the production, right? The medium type. And oftentimes when you think about writing and stuff, oftentimes they can be very preferentially mimicking. So like when P5X had a good example for the Valentine's Day stuff, when they were saying like oh no, it was in the Dark Tides in the Kiwami game, when he was saying like the honorifics in English, for example, right? Whenever someone says like Yuki-san, right, Yuki-san or something, I typically say like, well, you mean like Mr. Smith, right? Like that's kind of what I mean by that. There's an intent. The intents are very different, and then depending on the animation, like the constraint of animation and the constraints of timing and stuff, it would be Mr. Smith. Like when you're trying to capture the not just the linguistic level, but also the cultural formalities. Like when I was talking about this earlier, when I was talking about omatsuri and matsuri, right? I actually capture omatsuri and matsuri in a different way. You change English diction to make yourself sound formal. Like, oh, I'm going to a prior engagement, as opposed to, oh, I'm going on a date. There's nuances that's captured when you are translating for the scene, and it requires that either the people who are writing or acting are given liberties and flexibility to mirror cross-cultural things. The thing about that is it requires that the people be multicultural in some way, shape, or form. And even then, like what Prokos said one time, you can't actually be both without losing some nuance of both, right? Like people who live in a monocultural country will far exceed someone who is multicultural that's straddling between two cultures, while the monocultural of their respective parts will be different.
So I love watching productions that vary on that. You can definitely tell the multicultural productions, or people who are more used to multicultural environments and translation work, versus people who only look for a particular bias. Like, this is an anime dubbed in English. This is an anime translated in English. Versus this is a like American comic translated in Japanese or dubbed in Japanese. There's a enrichment in direction. And then you have the rarer things, in my opinion, which is not necessarily good or bad. It's the fact is they're rare because humans like to congregate based on compatibility and similarities. Multicultural things are inherently middling between the two. So whenever, like, say in Asian American something, like, I'm going to use my own personal anecdotes, like an Asian American production comes out, there will be criticisms from both the representative monocultural bodies, and then there will be resonance on the middle. There will be parts that they like and parts that they don't like, and then the exceptions and whatnot on both ends. However, the ones that are in the middle, they would overall generally receive it as a representation of the left and the right, which is really interesting, because from a production level, if you have an international production like Disney, for example, the way they go about dubbing and subbing and stuff, there's a intent that I watch it with. And the intent is that the loss in translation is greater a lot of times. And it's not necessarily because they're trying to avoid it, but more the loss in translation at a specific level in language is gained at another intent. So if you are specifically focusing on like the one-to-one of how you understand at the resolution of this, for example, you might miss, it might not be important, not significant, right? At the emergence level of the actual action. So oftentimes when I ask people, all right, well, you know what natural Japanese sounds like, but do you know what natural English sounds like? When someone says they're a native English speaker, going back to pro calls, I think when someone says like, oh yeah, I don't need to learn anything about English, I'm a native English speaker. And then when you speak to me, when not you guys, but when that person speaks to me, I'm like, why do you need to tell me that you're a native English speaker? And then, that person, it's not my place, but that person never asked me, what do you think about my English, right? Because they know they're a native English speaker, so why would they ever, they would have a less tendency to ask, how's my English? And my first thought is, you stick to one voice. It sounds like you only know how to net speak because we're speaking on the net. Can you provide me with examples of, compartmentalization or different types of code switching in English? How do you speak in a conference room versus a seminar that you're giving versus a TED Talk that you're giving? And do you require those skills in your lifetime? Do you have 3 or 4 different sociolects in English? Because what you're learning in Japanese is your adult brain, natural Japanese. They have nuances of sociolects because you are an adult now, or you're someone who's capable of perceiving sociolects. When you were a native English speaker and growing up, do you know those things too? Because I do. Not because I wanted to, so to speak. Like, I didn't really, I don't think like, oh, should I or shouldn't I? I had to. When I was younger. So whenever someone like Procall challenged me a couple times now about like, oh, what about these words? What about those words? And when do you use those words? Like, if I were to write this word, would you read it as a different word? It's like, yes, I would. And in various situations, you'll probably hear me read it in a different way. And that is what I mean by sometimes the higher level stuff cannot be observed at a lower level. So whenever someone says there's no equivalence, right? Like there's no equivalence to like honorific language. I'm like, I understand. There's definitely no literal equivalence to honorific language in Japanese. And yet my first thought is I can tell when someone's being formal and someone is being casual in English. Someone who classically say there's no literal things, I agree with you. And yet when someone tells me, well, there's no equivalence in terms of its cultural application in English, I disagree with you because you're looking at it at a different emergence level. Like what it reveals to me from the person that's telling me that is they have rarely ever participated in a formal engagement with other people. So their native English is confined to the specialization of their nuance. So that in itself, it's a loss in translation of the native speaker. So the person who claims to be native also has a loss in translation of their own language. And that's perfectly fine. It's one of those richness of categorization because language is an abbreviation, right? Language is an abbreviation of our thoughts and feelings. So at the core, you could say we're all trying to express the same things, and yet at a level of abbreviation, they have speciations. There are nuances in that. So the way I speak right now is a far cry from the traditional sense of a Twitch streamer. At the moment, my vocabulary and diction has changed substantially to evoke the intricacies or the kind of the verbosity and the esoteric nature of formal speech or technical speech. And then I'll go back to saying Riz, aura, and slap and stuff later, right? That's kind of the idea, which is interesting. I have yet to meet. I haven't had the opportunity. Well, I had some people who claim that they're communication specialists, and my thought was it must be a communication specialist that doesn't necessarily function in like formal education, because I have met one. Actually, I lied. That's not entirely true. There were 2 instances that I've met someone that immediately my first thought is they're probably a postdoc at a university, because the way they spoke from sentence 1 was someone that struck me as they don't come on Twitch very often, and they spoke as though they only gravitated towards vocabulary and diction that's found in a PhD university, like a university that's offering a graduate degree. And without a doubt, with a very minimal effort, it was very clear that their investigation, like their inquiry into coming across me was the nature of discussing our postdoctoral work, our PhD thesis. So that's kind of how I really love language. Language is so much fun. Like I imagine like I ask you, Procol and James ask you, how do you sound like what does a scientist sound like in English? And my first thought is, when I'm watching movies, right? This is something that you can definitely do. You can LARP, right? We can LARP as a scientist. And my first thought is, I wonder what it's like to ask people to LARP as a scientist. Like what are the things that they pick up as a nuance of scientific English? I pointed out a couple, like it's kind of like talking about a dialect, right? Like Procol, I could ask Procol about the British English or something. British English, like, and then they would be able to point out like more generic things for me because I'm American. I speak American English. But then I can tell you, what do you think scientist sounds like? And I'm not talking about scientists when they're interacting on Twitch. I'm talking about what do you think a collection of scientists sound like in a lab meeting? That's kind of the exercise that I tell myself each day when I'm thinking about Japanese. Or Chinese, sorry, I'm Chinese. So we're gonna back out of this, by the way, because we gotta. I'm gonna play a little bit of Kiwami. So hear me out. Hear me out. I got a fun game for you guys, James. Both James, I suppose, Procol and James. One day, if somehow you pushed me to like a 2,000 reviews, it just means we're having a really great time. Okay, I want to keep that in mind. Like, I don't have to finish this stuff, but it would be kind of interesting at how many interesting conversations we would have by the time this number reaches an unappreciable wall. It's really not necessary for me to review all these things, but it is kind of funny how I'm kind of pushing the envelope. Heisenberg uncertainty principle would come into play in this. Assume they're moving. Yeah, just assume they're moving. Yes. Yep. It's crazy. Think about how crazy a cell is, right? One last thing about cells. Like, think about this. This drawing is a snapshot. That's what Procol was talking about when you're talking about Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Like, when I'm drawing this is a single snapshot. What you're trying to imagine is that you have millions of these, and they're in a constant state of motion. Like, things are moving around, things are sloshing around, you know, like, things are happening. It is constantly happening. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to present an endpoint. And oftentimes an endpoint is a phenotype. Something that's static enough to be observable across a long period of time, or an appreciable period of time. For example, eye color. Eye color doesn't substantially change at the eye color level. But if you're looking at a genetic level, it's kind of hard to know. It's very difficult to know how, like, if eye color is actually changing at the genetic level. Now, whether those changes are significant to eye color, you may never know unless the eye color changes, right? If a blue-eyed person gains mutations in their blue eyes, but it's tolerable, then they continue to have blue eyes. That doesn't mean these things don't have effects on eye color. And then there's dominance. When a phenotype is presented, like say you're normal and healthy, then you get these mutations and you continue to stay normal and healthy. Versus someone who is unhealthy, like for whatever reason, and then they get the same 3 mutations and get worse. These are the things that you have to take into account. A negative result doesn't mean that the things you're looking at aren't related to the things that you're predicting, because we are looking at deltas of thresholds, and those presentations does not create the resolution necessary. It's like a mile run being measured in centimeters. if your tool only measures in centimeters, how much bootstrapping and sampling before you can actually see or even observe the whole thing? The goal was to see enough at a specific level and hope that it predicts the rest. So you hope that if you measured the first like couple centimeters or even meters for that matter, you can then use that model to predict the rest. And that is science. That's what empirics does. So yeah, no, yeah and no. I don't know that everyone is genetically different. I presume that it is highly improbable that most people are genetically similar. So that means that they must be genetically different. And that is the power of empirics when it's reaching a point of objectivity. Because it is objectively true in our empirics that it should have high predictability for any occurrence of that instance. And otherwise, we are using a belief system. A belief system that involves social constructs. Just to wrap everything up, right? How much you believe in that thing can create a social construct until it is verified or supported by empirics to have the resolution to be predictable. So neat. All right. Okay. So let's go see if oh man. We're just gonna go over these again before. If this stuff is interesting, I'm trying to think. Like, I love talking about this stuff. I don't know if the opportunity presents itself consistent enough for me to like make it a thing. I would love to like go back into science, right? Like in a way, like go back into science, read literature and stuff, and then like interview scientists. Like I would love to, but I don't think it's something that people are interested in, honestly. I know what, like, we have a lot of fun doing it here and in the moment and whatnot. My thought is, what is its pragmatic applications, right? And then obviously, if I wanted to do that, I could simply like fill out an application and like apply to Complexly or something, you know, and try to do it that way. That's not out of the question. It's not out of the question. I always wanted to work for one of Hank Green's projects. It would be a lot of fun to do that for like a couple years or something, like work for Complexly or something. Not that I'm assuming they would accept me or anything, because I'm not a practicing professional anymore. Like I don't do this professionally. But it would be a great opportunity to like intern or something, like walk into Complexly, see how their operation works, and then like meet Hank Green and then ask Hank Green some tease apart his brain a little. It would be such an honor. All right, let's go over this stuff. Templar. Yeah, Hank Green is basically my modern day. If I need to pick a content creator that I would probably be humbled by, like one of those. I have never met a celebrity in my life. Like I've never gone out of my way to find a role model. Like that's something that I felt I was very disconnected with my youth. Like what I mean is with the people around me, where they would like have something to look up to. Like, I understand some people say, well, don't you look up to your father? I respect my father. Like, my father and mother represent something that's beyond trying to imitate. They are something that I cannot be. They're something that I can inherit and learn from, but I don't inherently want to be them. It's kind of a cultural thing. Like, I don't want to be someone. I grew up to this point knowing that I want to be myself with as much information and benefits that I can gain from everyone before me, and everyone still concurrently with me, and people younger than me. However, if I had to like really pick someone, lately, certain content creators have really made a strong case. Like, it would be fantastic to know what it's like to be in that mind a little bit. And in the background, I honestly think that if life was a little bit different, you know, like in terms of like decision making, my best friends, the nebulous best friends that I refer to, which might as well be hypothetical because only a few people, actually no one existing now actually knows that I used to, like, one of the friends, we used to talk, and there was a moment when all of us were present on stream. But those guys are like Hank Green too. Like, they're like 3 times. In fact, I think they could probably do a really good impersonation of him. And what I mean by impersonation, I mean them being themselves and talking in the same way. So it's not like I'm saying that Hank Green is like this guy who's like inhuman or like a celebrity. I think it's the very opposite. He sounds like someone that if we were to talk and interact, it would feel very familiar, but rare. Because I genuinely believe, for better or worse, the medium that I operate in on a daily basis is not a medium that you would find someone like Hank Green or someone like that very commonly. Hence why it makes them exceptional. However, the environment that I typically spent most of my life with, despite spending 7 years on Twitch, that's still the norm. It's still the social norm. The conversations, the diction, the way Hank Green talks to his brother, John Green, is the normal way. Like, it's still my social norm. I mean, despite dropping Gen Z things and talking about LARPing for like 30 minutes today in a different context, that is not the typical conversation I have. So interesting. Anyways. Speaking of parasocial relationships. Okay, let's try to get these. We have die. Slaughter? Yeah, die. Is that really slaughter? Dang. Okay. Ying. Something about a missile. He's helping him. Escorting him. Oh yeah, I'm helping him. Eagerly helping him. Oh, this stuff is getting lost. Or vigorous. Sigh. We're doing this a little bit different. Run. No. Not run. Tal. Discuss. Or disturb. Disturb. Hoang. Suddenly. I think. Okay. Jing. Careful. What? Something about farting. Or urging, like mocking. Okay, okay. Alright. Chi, human body. Jie. Nact? Heckin' nact. Oh no, save me. I'm gonna go with meow. Meow. No, dang it. It's dual. Dual to see. Oh, because he's lighting up the place. Tall, no, tall. Which is just tall. Proper noun. Tall, tall. Die, plant. On, pedal. Ton. Ship. Doll. Pray. Or not doll. Dong. Pray. Sung. Extol. Lee. The heck is Lee? He's like commanding people to... Oh, plunder. Oh my gosh. I think plunder is gonna get lost. Shit. Diarrhea. On. Betray. Yo, what, mate? What is that? I can't see it very well. That's supposed to be... Yeah, I really can't see that character right here. Can't really make it out. It looks like a soldier. Oh, I know what it is. Tool. Cabinet. Said no. I'm gonna say Ying. Yes. Ying for
Not a recipe. Clever. Oh no. I think Clever is gonna be gone. Akira Kurosawa revolutionized the portrayal of blood in cinema. Sorry, you just thought of that after you read your anime comment? Yeah. Sorry, you had that typed out for ages? Oh, okay. That's fine. Yeah, Akira Kurosawa, yes. I would agree. Have you seen some of his films? There are quite a lot of other films that once you see Akira's, like, Kurosawa's film, it's kind of difficult to not see it in other films. Not in their entirety. I see. Oh no. What is the feather and the umbrella thing? I don't remember who is doing this. It's definitely in the bakery. I'm gonna say Lo. Oh, it's Myo. It's a special. I think it's my first meal actually. Meal for I'm dealing with erroneous. I was gonna say misunderstanding. Erroneous. Okay. Lu. Probably Lu. Or is it Lu? For filter? Paprika heavily inspired Inception, but no props have been given to Paprika or his a late director. Yeah, Satoshi Kon. Yeah, you mentioned that before. Yeah, I was aware of it. I don't think about those things in the sense that inspiration is very different from adaptation. So whenever I think about inspiration, while there's credit, it's on the courtesy of the people, but demonizing. I have watched Paprika. I've watched all of Satoshi Kon's movies. He no longer make movies on account of he's dead. He passed away in unfortunate early passing. So you can in fact watch all of his videos, all of his movies. How many movies does he have? That's kind of hard for me to keep track of. I want to say, if at all, if you're gonna push for his like Miyazaki collection, I would say 5 notable, but they're technically 9. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He did television stuff too, but I did watch. Oh, he's not an animator, but I did watch one of his television shows as well. All 13 episodes. Yeah. Yeah, on the count that he's dead. Yeah, he passed away. It was a unfortunate passing. So he didn't like. It's one of those type of passings. Yeah, he was 46 when he passed. And you're wondering, like, wait, what are not fortunate passings? What are not fortunate passing? Old age. Like, he didn't like technically
That's the type. Recently, what's his name from Dawson's Creek also passed away. I still remember seeing. I haven't ever watched Dawson's Creek, but I recognize his face. The guy is very recognizable. Like his face is incredibly recognizable. I've got his name though. Taylor? So is it Taylor or something? I know he had a bout with colorectal cancer. I think he was 48. When I saw the number, the age that Satoshi Kon passed away, it kind of reminded me of recent events. I've only known him from Dawson's Creek. But obviously also rest in peace. Yeah, he was quite a creative genius for sure. You mentioned your like generalizing of anime when it comes to like Dragon Ball, right? Dragon Ball. Akira Toriyama recently passed away. Last year? Might have been 2 years ago. Last year, probably. It's either a year or 2 years ago. And he obviously influenced without like it's very difficult to even measure how much he has influenced what exists today. Whether you enjoy Dragon Ball or not, right? Oh, this is Meow. And I have no idea what this is anymore. Insignificant. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Jian. Jian. Burner and Tusk. Date. Oh yeah, we're in trouble. We're we're in bad territory. Have you ever heard of the English comedian Tommy Cooper's death? No. He died on a live stage due to a heart attack, and people in the audience laughed because they thought it was part of his act. That's certainly an unfortunate combination of circumstances. Yeah. G, that's starving. Leo. Sorry, I'm keeping track of time. Oh, I think this is just Leo. Oh no, it's a tumor. Dang it. Alright, that's 4 shots. So let me... Yeah, I need to keep track of... I need to keep track. Lee, plunder. Ying. Clever. Ying is clever. I think I missed one up here too. Was it Yo? No, Yo is kind of weak. Eager.
Was it Feng? Ah, Mock. That's a weak one. Who was a weak one? The okay. Oh, Mew is weak on the read, and erroneous. It's chilling seeing him collapse limp while the audience laughs. You can't remember what that dichotomy really makes the scene. I see. Yeah. I can imagine. Oh boy, we're in trouble. Sate, insignificant. That's too many drops from the 20 from last time. Okay. Humor. Okay. Yeah, I don't even know how much time I can get for. This is gonna take me another 30 minutes. Let's see here. Ghost. Talk. Skip this. Sorry. This is way. Way. Oh, the left side is considered committee. Okay. It's a Hoang, but I don't know where it is. What does that have to do with the stream? A lie? I don't even know where the stream is. Probably you just panic. Lie. Okay, fine. Ren. Liable but strong. Lien. No, Lang. On wave. Tway is in the dumpsters at this point. Ejected. The page is not good enough to connect. Oh yeah, most of this is not connected well. So pretty much all the emotions got dropped. Every single emotion character got dropped at the moment. Ton. Deepu. J. So. A. Oh no. Actually, this is Lon for wave. Oh no, this is impede. Dang it. Okay, so finger is impede. The wave, oh yeah, that makes sense. Why I thought that was wave. No, we are way too separated from vocabulary now. Chair is out of control. So let's put double here. Wei and Che are doubles. They're way out of left field. On Lee. Qing bedroom. Ooh. Slaughter. Go. I know the mnemonic, but I don't know. It's a hook. Oh man, hook is out of control too. Still Soul is in trouble. Hoang. Edge is gone too. Sure. Extravagant. Again. Book. Alright, this is the only things go over. Let's see. Sai, Slaughter. Yo. Have to connect it. Yo, Eager. Paul. Vigorous. I, Sai. Sol. Disturb. Hoang. Suddenly. Being careful. Hoang. How does it connect with the wind and the words? Lock. Chi. Human body. Yeah. Nact. Ooh. The sea. How. How. I. Plant. On. Pedal. Ton. Boat. Pray. Song. Extol. Li. Plunder. Xie. Diarrhea. Un. Betray. Chu. Cabinet. Ying. Clever. Meow. Kinda making sure I know Meow. Meow was a readish. Erroneous. Lee. I converted this whole thing to the right? Lee filter. Y'all. No, meow. Insignificant. Okay. I think the problem here is I'm using double negative. Tian in the mnemonic. Tian. Latte. T starving. Liu. Tumor. Wei. Wei. Hoang. Lie. Ren. Pliable but strong. Lan. Wave. Wei. Short. Dejected. You always correct me when you use double negatives. Yeah, the mnemonic. The reason why I'm using a double negative is the mnemonic, the word is insignificant. And to remember things, I changed them to positive mnemonics. They're affirmative mnemonics. So how do you make a affirmative mnemonics from a negative word? You use a double negative. It's how I mark that a word is negative. Using the mnemonics, not the actual word. Inherently, lots of the negative words are not words that settle in my memory very well because I don't use them very frequently. Like to say something that is insignificant, I would use something else that's more common. Like not important. Ton. Deep blue. Shui. No, Jue. So. Hey. Hey. Lan. Impede. Yeah. Limit. Guan. I don't know. Tuan. Tuan is flee. Qing. Bedroom. Wu. Slaughter. Go. Hook. Soul. Even rougher. Soul. I mean, it's so rough, I've already forgotten it. Cough. Lung. Lung. Edge. Man, lung and soul is gonna be yikes. Sure. Extravagant. That's kind of rough. And then Yuan. Hook. Alright, that's it for today. We had our fun. I have like 2.5 hours. Tomorrow is a 400-day review, so we're actually gonna super stack this again. And then catch up on like 2 or 3 days of backlog. We're not doing the vocabulary. The vocabulary is yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna do the lessons, and then we're gonna go straight into our 400-day review, our 400-day tentative takes, which will take like 3 to 4 hours. But today we're gonna play some Kiwami 3 before I kind of like completely forget it.
And then we can't go very late because tomorrow will be like another 11-hour session because of how long 400-day things are. All right, so that's a wrap for today. What is that? 1, 2, 3. That's pretty bad. Doing 20 characters. I don't know why they're switching, how they suddenly switch to characters. Doing only characters, 20 characters, is kind of a scaling problem with everything else that's going on. So if tomorrow's lesson is another 20 characters, I might actually change it to 10 characters as opposed to 20. It could be that because of the way reviews work, it constantly prioritizes character reviews, and therefore words are not changing over, they're not turning over. So I have to actually complete the entire stack before it introduces vocabulary. That could be very much the reason. All right. I mean, for now, I guess we'll play it by ear. With that said, that's the end of our HanziHero session. So if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, you know, give it a go. You're always more than welcome to come on by and yap and talk. I mean, that's kind of the main priority here. We started with some seemingly innocuous talks, right? Actually, it started with what? The meme? Yeah, it started, or the viral TikTok thing, right? With Danganronpa. I'm not sure if I'll ever understand it. However, there has been a plan to play Danganronpa, like the entire series, because I actually had the entire series even before the language learning started. However, that's not going to happen until we kind of liberate all of this stuff. We'll see. It is a mystery visual novel game, so that type of thing could require some time to understand very specialized vocabulary. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna take a quick break, walk around, get some other forms of energy, and then I'll be back for some Kiwami 3. Thank you.
Alright, folks, welcome back. It's been a while. Been a couple days now. We are entering our second session. The first session we were able to play the MSQ, largely focusing on the MSQ of Dark Tides. And it came with the first time I've ever seen the content. If it was presented in a different place, I was not aware of it, but it was the story behind Mine, and they had what I would characterize as a controversial, like a divisive decision at the end of Mine's story. And you know, upon visiting the interwebs, these social media, I can kind of see how people are interpreting it, and the idea is that Mine's death is kind of indirectly a retcon, right, of his death, so it kind of diminishes the significance of his death. With that in mind, right, I have already talked about in the first day on my opening opinions that I expect I'm a person who does not necessarily adhere to making things the same. So oftentimes this has come with the idea and expectations of the term Kiwami, right? Kiwami, in the sense of Kiwami 1 and 2 have set the precedents for it being more of a remake, like a more of a re-imaging, quality of life update, and maybe some additional things. Like Majima Saga was received very popularly because it was to add the additional saga that was started post Yakuza 1, Yakuza 2 because of Yakuza 0, right? That type of addition is often viewed incredibly favorable by the hardcore fans, or fans that are a fan of nostalgia, right? Creature of habits. And I often shared my unpopular opinion or minor opinion that if you want to experience nostalgia and you want to keep things the same, nothing is ever the same when you learn and appreciate the things that you consume, right? If you're only consuming for the sake of consuming, yes, certainly you can get the same feelings and expect the same things. Now, with that said, I do concede once again that despite my favoritism towards when you do it again, it's different. You expect different because you welcome different. But this is under the assumption of the other major criticism, which is the active delisting of the other versions. So inherently, no, I can't make that argument anymore where, like, hey, if you like the old Yakuza 3 remastered, it's still available, you can get it, you can experience nostalgia in that way, because it is quite literally the same thing, despite you experiencing again not the same way. All those arguments. But that is one of the unpopular strategies that RGG is pulling, or SEGA is pulling right now, which kind of removes my counter argument, right? So it's unfortunate. So in this way, I sympathize with people who talk about, oh yeah, you know, Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides, specifically Dark Tides, the story that we have done the English playthrough of the MSQ, and that in itself is technically would qualify as a retcon or something that has changed permanently, largely because Yakuza 3 Remastered no longer is accessible, right? You would have to find varying ways if you don't already own it. Now, to be as fair as possible, those who are experiencing Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides for the first time, there isn't any retcon to be had because there weren't basis for the retcon. Now that's a more of trying to be the glass half full situation, but in this case, actually the glass is a lot more than half empty right now in the basic criticism, because removing choice is not justified by someone's first experience. having Yakuza 3 Remastered available would allow an individual to have both experiences. If they were truly embracing the preservationist construct, which I like. Like, if you want to experience something like its original, go play its original. But now Sega and RGG is making that very difficult. I do concede that. The reason why I bring this up is recent interviews about the controversial divisive quote-unquote retcon or changing of the storyline is that, in fact, they have planned, and I've made an allusion to this already in my opening opinions, that Kiwami, the series name, is going to end soon. And it's going to end with this game. Because the divisiveness of their timeline, the things that they change, especially with Mine, it sets up a different outcome for Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5. So inherently, I have already accepted, and I was actually going to say by the end of Kiwami 3 that I expect changes to happen, because developers are human. They don't have the same vision. They don't necessarily want the same vision as they did before. The idea of remakes, in my opinion, which for some reason got lost in the pool of habitual, I don't know, target, nostalgia bait things, you expect it to be different. You know, right now the criticisms are, oh, it's not like Yakuza 3, and then that same critic is like, oh, it's not different either. So like, there are places they want it to have additions and changes, and want, like, I read this really popular upvoted review that's on Steam, right, in public, so you can go check it out yourself, where they start with saying creatively bankrupt, and then they list a bunch of things in which it's not the same anymore. It's like, but if they're creatively bankrupt, then they wouldn't stick with the same things. They would take the liberty to change things. But then, since they want things the same, then how can you be creatively bankrupt if it's not the same? If it's the same, then it would be an affirmation of being creatively bankrupt, right? This is the circle of cyclic arguments that's revolving around Kiwami 3 at this point. And the developer and director, the existing director, came out and said, well, we have made some divisive choices. And those divisive choices is to usher in that, no, the next two games will no longer be Kiwami, as in the whole air or mentality of remaking things. They will be additional storylines. Now, the problem with this, again, goes back to the delisting of Yakuza 3, 4, and 5, right? Because those timelines will exist. Like, the idea is there's spin-offs, there's different directions. Like, for example, James Bond game that's coming out soon. It's a new James Bond, different timeline, different stories. And God of War, like I think the 2D Metrovania game coming out, Sparta, something Sparta. It's setting up for a potential different timeline. Like, so God of War is confirmed that Montreal, Santa Monica, Montreal is rebooting, or like going to do the God of War trilogy again, the first God of War trilogy, the Greek God of War trilogy, and they might set up an entire different storyline. Different developers mature. Even the same developers, in my opinion, would have, in good faith, the liberty of doing that. Now, if you're looking at that God of War, it's like, what are the chances you're going to be able to play God of War 1 through 3, which I've played? I haven't played any of the Nordic ones, the new God of War series, right? The two Nordic ones, God of War, just simple, and then God of War Ragnarok. I have not played them, but I have watched people play through the entirety of those games. And that's the idea of creative liberties. Now, Kiwami 3, bearing the Kiwami name, might have included expectations of Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. For me, I think it's a band-aid that must be ripped off, because as much as I like Yakuza 4, and I've said this quite often, Yakuza 5 is the magnum opus right now. It was so chopped, so intensely complex, that
I wouldn't mind seeing a Kiwami 4 setting up a Kiwami 5, but now it seems like they're simply going to drop the Kiwami thing, and 4 and 5 is going to be an alternative timeline, and that ruffled even more feathers, right? Because people wanted, oh yeah, maybe they're making poor choices. The question is, how are you going to have creative liberties and address the whole idea of creative bankruptcy, like trying to flex your liberties, when the same individuals or an outstanding minority is reconditioned to constantly expect the same thing? And I've talked about this quite a lot with people that hang out here. I think when things happen like in their original state, the way to preserve them and use them is to preserve them in that state. But when it comes to the creative liberties of human experiences, they are never the same again. If you are chasing nostalgia, in my opinion, that's perfectly all right if it's accessible. So that's why I'm conceding. It sucks that RGG is delisting the originals, because the originals is how you get your nostalgia. Now, those who are criticizing, saying that the remakes like Kiwami should not retcon things or change their storyline or something like that, I think that's, in my opinion, oxymoronic to the idea that it's the same old, like the same criticisms. Like, oh, this game, get to the study. This game is a repeat. Like, oh, they needed to preserve things, they cut out things and change things. It's like, that's the whole point, in my opinion. Like, for me, that's the point. Yeah, I'm playing a game. Yeah, so the whole point is it's preserved in the old games, and I concede to those people. If they cut out a lot of things, but you can still play the old game, I would say that. But right now, that's not the case. So I definitely sympathize with people who want this game to be the same, right? Like the same but upgraded. But then it's the same people who are saying, oh, this is old, it's not good enough, it's getting old. It's like, well, the whole thing of preserving the same things are also old and stuff. So it's kind of a little difficult task right now. Like, I think the greater, whatever you call it, the greater Like a Dragon community is splintered. And for myself, I don't buy games to experience the same thing. So like, I would kind of agree with some people about the creative bankruptcy thing, because what I experienced in Dark Tides was their current things that they're doing, and it is different from Kiwami, from Yakuza 3, which is good, relatively speaking, for myself, because I like things to change. However, I agree with the iteration. It wasn't as splashy, and I hope to change that opinion when I play Kiwami 3 to see how much changes there are. I genuinely expect changes, like parallel universe situations, multiple canonical timeline situations. That's what I feel encourages developers and publishers, because that's the good faith that I have personally, not to splash morality on other people. What happens if the changes you expect don't happen? Oh, I don't expect any changes. I expect changes, not what changes. I don't care about the nature of the changes. Like, I'm not predicting. The whole idea is I'm not, like, you're saying what happens if the changes you expect don't I expect there will be change, but if they don't happen, then they're the same thing. Like, I don't know, like, there are two questions you might be asking with that. What happens if the changes you expect don't happen? It's the same game then. That's it, period. It's the same game. That nothing happens. Literally, if you're talking about what happens if there are no changes, then nothing happens. That's it. But if you're talking about what kind of changes. If the kind of changes that I expect don't happen, that's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about changes. So a lot of times people, when they talk about changes, they're talking about, oh, like I was expecting the game to look high fidelity, and I expected the game to have more mini games or more things that are good. I don't expect any of those things. I expect that there is going to be something different. So if nothing changes, then there's no question to be had. It's the same thing. And even then, I would have something to say about that, because I no longer, the last time I played Yakuza 3 Remastered, I played Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. I'm playing Kiwami 3 right now, having played 9 additional Like a Dragon games. So now I'm playing with over 10 years of Yakuza games. Not like, I don't know how long it took. I don't know how long it took to do Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, and Kiwami 2. So my perspective is already changed. So regardless of what they actually changed, my perspective is always going to be different because time has passed. You don't have any problems with Kiwami 3. Only thing that was unfortunate for it was the whole Kagawa situation. I disagree. I think that is something that people have taken liberties based on their foreign perceptions. I continue to want to look into that, and I did look into that, by the way, and it's not clear. So despite that, I think the unfortunateness, it's irrelevant to Kiwami 3, in my opinion, and that might be a really hot take, but bringing up that thing, that situation, and yet regardless of how I look at the evidence of things, there is a lot of interpretation. And if you're really thinking you understand the whole Kagawa situation, which I'm only going to address here, like momentarily, I already talked about, I'm not going to talk about this in the opening opinions. Read more about it. Like, read more, dig more, learn Japanese, and read more Japanese in that situation. And you'll understand, in my opinion, it's not that clear. Joining the herd mentality is, I give the person the benefit in both ways. So like if someone comes up and say, oh, like I'm wrong and the narrative was complete, I still give them the benefit of doubt. Much that I give the benefit of doubt of the outrageous, like one-sided echo chamber. So to be very clear with you, Jack, know that when you present something to me that brings up controversy, my first response to that is null hypothesis test. If everyone you think agrees on something, challenge yourself to find out why is it that they still did it. Because that is what I'm talking about here. So when someone says like, oh, are you okay with the things about Kiwami 3, the retcon and stuff, the idea is, well, if people don't voice their things, then it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Like it still exists to some extent. And that situation, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate in the eyes of whoever it is. It's unfortunate in a way that people use it as a criticism of the game, for example. It is also fortunate in some ways because then it gives the people, enable them to criticize a game on the idea and merits of its geopolitics, or there's political situations versus the game itself. So that's kind of unfortunate and fortunate as well, depending on how you weaponize it. So for myself, that's probably as much as I'm going to say about that. What I know about the situation, I will probably not talk about it like in this capacity, because personally I think playing a video game is a privilege. And then if there's anyone that comes like over and say like somehow playing games and knowing the people who make the games, if that has anything to do with me as a character, I think whoever's saying that is arguably also guilty of prejudice, discrimination, and hateful conduct. So for myself, I'm not going to entertain that for me. So if someone comes up and say things like, oh yeah, you playing this game or you doing this is basically doing this, then you know what the person is, what's their problem, right? Does Yakuza Kiwami mean anything in English? Yakuza is Yakuza, right? Mafioso, organized crime. And then Kiwami means extreme. It's the character for extreme. So that character that on the bottom right here, it says Yakuza, and then that character Kiwami, it means extreme. Like in both Chinese and Japanese. And extreme is a term used for the mechanic in the game. Like when they power up or like EX, you know, like it's closest, I would say it's closest to EX, like in Street Fighter games and stuff. When you hit like your supers, your EX moves or special, Kiwami means that. So that character is often something about like overflowing with energy and zeal. And this game is often use that type of gaming mechanic, like heat, like building up heat and whatnot. You completely understand. It's never been clear to you either. People online have been blowing it way out of proportion, saying that RGG is done, which I don't think is true at all. Yeah, hear me out, Jack. It sucks that we live in a world, or maybe this pocket dimension, this pocket of virtual, that in order to encourage people to be supportive and positive or creating action, the only way to go about it, the major way to go about it, is to fight negativity with negativity. So, like, in order for someone to convince me that they care about society and whatnot, right, is to accuse me of being bad for society. And that's what I mean by, as much as I want to talk about this situation and whatnot, it welcomes negativity, as opposed to like, okay, so what can we do about this? Like, what could be learned from this, and how could we understand from the perspective, like, what are the noises or tolerances available? So if anyone talks to me and they like come up and say like, oh yeah, they're done, like that's it, because this somehow like proves that everyone is corrupt and poor taste and hypocritical at RGG or SEGA, for example, like, you know, the whole transitive property thing. My first thought is they're also human. Yeah, it's not like RGG isn't taking anything away from this. People are making it out to be. Yeah, exactly. Like, you've been playing a Japanese practice browser game called Danobang. It's pretty fun. Oh, I'll have to check that out sometime, James. Yeah, so that's my problem with this. There's constructive criticism. And I'm sure they know it. Like, you voice your effects, and you know, like it's very apparent that the protests and the review bombing and all that is happening. However, it's negative. Like who's taking the high road here? Do you feel like, for me, I don't particularly like, if someone hates a game for some particular reason, and my goal to convince that person to not hate the game is by hating them hating the game, that's kind of the dialogue that I'm not resonating with. Like, I genuinely believe that when you use hate and like doomsaying and deterrence, it breeds doomsaying into deterrence and hatefulness. So if you're saying like, oh, you're done with it, so you're to prove your point that RGG has no future, for example, like you're saying RGG is done, they have no future. It's to convince yourself, in my opinion, that because you're not playing any more RGG games, no one else gets to play more RGG games. You see what I mean? Like, in order to prove yourself right and feel good about your righteous indignation, like you're right and whatnot, you want to save people by removing the choice of that for other people. And I agree with most people when RGG removed the old games, like the old Yakuza 0 versions and the remaster, that's removing choice. You do not get to choose to play those things. Right? So for me, if you're really upset, let other people make their choice. But instead, the large, very loud minority, I'm gonna hope that they're still the minority, they're going around saying you don't get the privilege of having your own opinions or doing anything, or they don't because they're not human and they don't get a choice. They screwed up, so I'll never forgive them. And then because I never forgive them, let me make sure that no one else gives them a chance either, because they obviously can only you can only have the same opinion as that person who's really loud, right? And that's a very kind of unfortunate situation. If you don't like it, yeah, no one else should either. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about now. I don't understand the full nature of like the Kagawa situation, nor the retcon, right? The retcon situation people are really upset about. I saw the end of Dark Tides. I don't know if you saw the end of Dark Tides, Jack, but I'm sure you've probably came across this. Like, for me, this is only personal, my personal preference. I like things to be different. I am a fan of multiverses, like storylines. Like, I want to see what Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5 is like post 2026. I'm not looking to relive Yakuza 4, even though if I played Yakuza 4 again and they don't change anything, right? What Procall asks, even if they don't change anything, it'll still be different. But for myself, I like buying games and seeing the developer do what they want, quote unquote, with their games. Now, that political situation that people are talking about, yeah, you heard they retcon Mine. Yeah, well, people think it's a retcon, but to me, you know how like you never saw the person die? Oh wait, did you play? Are you still playing it in order, Jack? I don't want to like bring up something else, but something happens in Kiwami 3 that still, like, there's a lot of that type of retcon. So like, I don't know if you're gonna be ready for this, but like when people die off screen, quote unquote, die off screen, or like it plays like the cop drama stuff. Like, did they really die if it was off screen? So that has been the joke for me personally, well before RGG. Like, when you're watching cop dramas like from Hong Kong studios and like old like Asian, like if they're off screen and they like get like unceremoniously, you know, eliminated, you don't know. And that's kind of one of those like gags, but I don't know if like people who played this game enjoys that kind of thing. That's what the retcon is. Like, Mine, to me, when I was watching Yakuza 3 Remastered, I thought Richardson would have lived. Like, I actually thought Richardson might still be alive. You're not done with yet. Class started and you've been reading manga and doing your Anki more than playing games recently. Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Oh, you already got spoiled in Yakuza 3 ending? Well, now, I don't even know what the Yakuza 3 ending is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know how it ends anymore. Apparently it does. It's like, kind of like Shirotori. Oh yeah, I heard about Shirotori as well, James. It gives you kana or kanji as a prompt and you gotta think of a word that contains it. Ooh! Okay. Maybe we should make some time for Shirotori. Okay, Yakuza time, yes. Alright. Alright, we're doing the Kiwami thing. What time is it? 4 a.m. See, I had this food for the longest time and it's been sitting in the fridge. You still wonder if they're gonna do our Lee from being retcon too? Yeah, dude. I'm telling you. Like, I know how this sounds, but if they're gonna rip off the band-aid and bring back people, Lee from Yakuza 0. Like, I'm gonna be real. If someone said, like, if they're gonna do a retcon or like do the they're still alive situation, you might as well bring back like Lee. I miss Lee. Lee is a great character, and it would like balance more like Chinese kind of flair to it. Like, bring back. What if Majima's love interest comes back? Like, you don't know now, because whenever someone's like, oh yeah, but now they're just gonna mess up the storyline and it's just gonna go in different directions and whatnot, it's like, yeah, what now? Like, that means anything is on the board. And hear me out, there's already a joke and a meme on this, and I totally agree, it could happen. It still can be for the worse. Someone said this and I relate to it because I'm a millennial, I suppose. It's the George Lucas episode 1 to 3 thing over again. Now the question is it going to age like the George Lucas stuff? I'm telling you now, actually episode 1 through 3 started aging differently over time. So like, you know how Star Wars started with episode 3, 4, and 5, and then George Lucas decided, okay, I'm gonna make a prequel trilogy, and then the continuity between the first 3 series is kind of a little mix into episode 4, 5, and 6, and then there's 6, 7, and 8 going on with the new generation. Casca, right? Casca, like, you know, post Like a Dragon 7. All that is still happening as well for this. And hear me out, Resident Evil, that's also happening, right? However, Resident Evil is not story driven, right? Like, well, it's not necessarily story driven. There's quite a lot of lore and story in Resident Evil, if you wanted to make that remark. But this is very true. It's honestly, I wouldn't mind, like, it would be kind of funny to have Majima team up with, oh, you know what? Oh, you haven't played Yakuza 5 yet. So there are a lot of characters that did die. You know, you probably expect this. Like every Yakuza has like people who are misunderstood and they do die or they might not die. So all those situations could be different. And the first thing I thought about is, dude, what if Akiyama is not a character anymore? There's also like people are worried about how characters won't exist anymore. Are you not story driven? It is now. I mean, like the more recent RE stuff is quite story driven, so there's that. It's like, to me, it's more like parallel universe and multi-explanatory. Like, it's kind of like a solid, like a Metal Gear Solid situation. It's a web story situation where like there's so many variances and they're just simply tied together by circumstance, and then you can explain all the in-betweens because there's enough like gaps that you don't necessarily have to worry about continuity. That's kind of what I mean by not necessarily story driven. It's like lore forward, but story driven. Brings you back to, yeah, like Ryuji Golda might not have died. Like, I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, the early REs now is like they're trying. Capcom is trying. That's the Zapper start. Okay, all right. Now we're starting. We're starting now, and we're just gonna do standard, right? And then we're gonna play it through English first, right? We're gonna try MSQ focus English first, and then we'll come back in Chinese, and then come back in Japanese for the last play. But yeah, the Kiwami series is going to end with this. After English, we have to do it. We do the English one first. Yeah, I already did the Dark Ties thing. Oh no, I think my USB is my USB-C thing port on my controller is like seeing his final days. You didn't know they have a Chinese dub? Yeah, they had a they started Chinese dubbing since Infinite Wealth. So 8 and on have a Chinese recruiting cast. My Xbox Series Elite 2 controller. The same one that I was using in Clair Obscure when you were asking about my controller during Clair Obscure. Oh, look at that.
Uncle Cuz!
Our man now.
Got us some dinner. Let's go. I'm sure everyone's starving by now.
Okay.
They didn't redo the animation timing for the English. That was pretty clear, obviously, for that particular part.
Dinner is served.
Come on, everyone. Let's eat. Okay. It looks so good. Smells so good. It's Ricky-chan! Yay!
What happened to eating?
Come on, let's play.
Yeah, investment. It was a conversation about investment. Dude, Taichi though? Yeah, Taichi is goated.
Aniki. What's wrong? Something going on?
So this is Rikia,
It's the boss.
the new Rikia.
He's been shot.
And then we're gonna flash back. So this scene is still accurate from... I'm like trying to remember my Yakuza 3 remastered series of sequence. Oh no, that's not Rikia. Sorry. I think this is the Daigo thing, right? Where Daigo gets shot? Oh, okay. No, just kidding. That's not him.
Yes.
But the Rikia did get recast. I just don't know his name.
Just a moment. Chairman, it's for you.
Who is it?
They said you
I don't know who's who yet.
The deal.
Maybe that's Rikia? I don't know. And this is the M.
This is Dojima. Yes, we've discussed this before. I told you I'm not interested.
No, this is him meeting, I think.
That's right.
That was Rikia? Okay.
Let me reiterate. The Tojo clan wants no part in this.
I genuinely don't remember the order of the
I've already
events
given you
anymore.
an answer. Had as many zeros as you want. I'm not going to budge. Goodbye.
Well, we know the context of this call now, though, because of Dark Tides.
Chairman. May I presume that the phone call just now was about the Okinawa deal? are you certain we can refuse it?
Meaning?
Respectfully, sir. At the moment, Hakuho payouts are the only thing keeping the Tojo clan afloat. And this Okinawa business, if we accept, it would mean an immediate windfall. Enough to last us through the next decade.
You played it way recently than me, and
Cursory
you don't
estimate
remember
puts our
too
returns at
clearly
100
either.
billion yen, and that's the low end.
I expect a couple cuts,
Not only
and I'm
that,
gonna see if they
if we
cut them
get
or
him a
not.
good turn now, he might prove a vital government ally in the...
Enough.
This one's still in.
I don't need reminding. But nothing changes. No one's taking that land.
Because of the fourth chairman, sir?
After all he's done for the Tojo clan, it wouldn't be right stealing the one place he belongs. Driver.
Yes, sir.
Take us back to HQ.
Sir, what about the banquet later this evening?
Cancel it. First things first. I don't want anybody trying to push this deal through behind my back. I need everyone on the same page.
I'm gonna make a reference to future game, Jack, but I'll let you use your imagination. Man, there could be a world in like another 6 years where we would have a Majima harem. Or at least have two people who like are still alive. That'd be interesting.
What is it?
You have a visitor? They arrived a little while ago.
Who?
Well...
What?
It's true, sir. I didn't believe it myself, but there's no mistaking him.
And where is he?
Already in your office, waiting for you.
Got it.
Majima has some unfortunate relationships that happen later after Yakuza 3 that it was revealed in one of the games, and it gave him like more things into his background, and those people may or may not be around anymore in the existing timeline.
Kazuma-san.
Oh, so they kept him? Okay.
But you were dead.
The twin. So they kept the twin.
Sorry for the surprise.
I was really thinking they changed the twin thing.
What's this?
Something the chairman very much needs right now.
A deed? To the land in Okinawa?
I know, right? Richardson
But the
looks
property
like a
belongs to the
giant.
fourth chairman.
I'm aware. You wouldn't
Look at
allow
him,
yourself
man.
to take the land from Kazuma Kiryu. Which is why we stepped in on your behalf and secured the deed ourselves.
But why do this?
We're not in a position to let the Tojo clan walk from us.
This is where he gets...
The land acquisition must go through.
You don't understand. I've already made my decision. I don't want anything to do with this.
You may want to reconsider, Chairman. With
He looks
30,000
like
members to support,
the Metal
can
Gear,
you
or kind
really
of like
afford to
Wesker from RE. He does, doesn't he? Yeah, I know. Very characteristic.
Not. But tell me, Kazuma-san, what if I do?
He can totally fit in an RE game. Classic RE.
You'd be making a very big mistake.
Yeah, here's the... Oh. So that's still on point. And this is the part where, like, this part I'm pretty convinced it was intentional. Like, he missed a vital, obviously, because he's a skill
And
assassin.
is he okay? How's it looking? Damn it!
Don't punch walls. It actually really hurts.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, Saki is still there.
Saki.
Saki.
Hey, are you alright? Do we have any idea who did it?
Nope. He and the little lady were alone when it went down. Guy came in, shot him right in the stomach. A lot of hits.
Another
Oh,
family
his
out for
voice
revenge.
is...
No. I think it's got to do with the land deal. The deed to the property, it's gone missing from the office.
What?
It's gotta be those Tamashiro assholes. They've been gunning for us non-stop, ever since last year.
I don't think so. The guy doesn't look like one of theirs.
Oh, he sounds so like...
What is it, Saki?
He sounds a lot more delicate.
I've never seen him before.
I don't believe it. This man shot him?
And then the portrait of Kazuma's twin brother.
Wait, Uncle Kaz, that's...
Aniki, this guy. You know him, don't you?
Yeah. He's the man who raised me.
You hit your finger on your countertop
Kazuma-san.
today. It hurt like, oh yeah, I
Died
can
in my
imagine.
arms.
Did you do the thing where like, is it like where you lift your hand and you misjudge the edge and you like hit your finger like as you're like raising up or something? Sometimes I do that like on a countertop, like on your desk, like you accidentally get too close and you just like full send your hand and it just like clips one of your fingers, or stubbing your toe, that kind of thing. Okay.
So,
Saya.
you're off then?
We are.
Sawaya?
Right.
Sayara?
Well, I'm glad I caught you before you're gone.
I forgot her last name. Kairu, no? Kairu? Oh, this is how we visit all the past events, right? Heck. Why is it doing that? Okay. What? Huh? Huh? Oh, you moved your hand down with too much force and misjudged it. Dang. Hello? This happened a couple times yesterday. The last time I played. What's... That's good. Hmm. Okay. Okay. We're going... Oh, no. We do have to do... So these are like the reviews of the past Kiwami games, right? This is reviewing the Kiwami 1 events. So we'll move along the Kiwami 1 events for the sake of other peeps. You think you just got spoiled that Kazuma's twin? I think it was him. Oh. My bad. So the Kiwami 1 events, I'll let you guys use your imagination, right? And then this is Tarada and Kiwami 2 events. Right. I'll let you use your imagination. And then we have, I think this is where Tarada makes his appearance, which I won't say much more because if I say the next thing would probably also spoil it. Yeah, Kiwami 2 is something else, right? it became almost hysterical at the end of Kiwami 2. It's like, okay, you get backstabbed, right? It's like you're running into a trap, you're walking into a trap, and then suddenly, like, okay, so that guy gets backstabbed. Okay, so now this guy's backstabbing the guy that's backstabbing that guy. It's like, oh, okay, that's fine, right? No, backstab the backstabber who backstabbed the original backstabber, and now that they took everyone out, there's one last guy that shows up, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess we're doing that now. And honestly, like, as these games go on, it gets to the point of it's the trope, like it's the expected trope in it. You know it's supposed to be serious, but you were laughing. That was hilarious. Yeah, the like one person backstabs. You know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you ever watched these movies, but like British movies, certain British movies like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I think that's the name of the thing. Where like an event leads to another event, which leads to another event, but they all coincidentally lead to each other, and everyone's like missing each other every so often. But then when it comes to the end of the movie, everything just like comes together. Like, oh, this led to this, which led to this, which led to this, and everything makes sense. But at the same time, it's so ridiculous that that's what happened. And that meme that I usually use is it's ex machina. Everything, like a Yakuza game, you know, like a Like a Dragon game, at the last like 15 minutes, it just feels like ex machina all over the place. Like, oh wow, that's convenient, that happened. Oh, okay, well that conveniently happened. Oh, well that problem solved itself because another problem ended up addressing another problem, which ended up addressing another problem. It's like, great. Do you have any viewers or friends ask you to be their Valentine's? No. No, you silly goose. That's kind of weird. Does that kind of thing happen? Yeah, it just conveniently always happens to each other.
Finished paying your respects?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm all done here.
I see. Suppose you'll be on your way then.
I think it's funny.
Suppose so. We're leaving for Okinawa first thing tomorrow morning.
It preserves the video game, you know.
In a million years would I have guessed you'd give up the life to run an orphanage.
Back when I was a kid with nowhere to turn, Kazuma-san took me in, gave me a home. Started to think I ought to do the same. Try to help kids, if I could.
Now that sounds like you. So how'd you land on Okinawa?
There's an orphanage down there with ties to Sunflower, where I grew up. When the last manager died, they didn't have anyone lined up to look after the place.
Galentine's Day and Valentine's Day.
Lucky them. You knew just the man for the job.
Seemed like the right thing at the right time. Besides, there aren't too many regular jobs out there for someone with my resume.
You could do worse than Okinawa. I hear it's lovely.
It is.
That's totally true.
On the beach. You should come visit when you get the chance.
I'd love that. But I won't be able to for a while.
Oh, why not?
It so happens I'm leaving the country tomorrow.
You are? Where are you going?
The U.S. They're holding a training program there for a new department of the Metropolitan Police. The brass called up yours truly to be an instructor.
What do you be instructing?
Man, her infinite wealth.
So, let's leave it at that.
How much payout?
Fair enough. All that matters to me is you're happy. I'm glad to see you follow your heart and chase your dreams. That sounds like you.
I hoped you might take it this way. Besides, I didn't think you'd be too happy if I turned the offer down because I was too sad to say goodbye.
You never know.
There's still so much I want to accomplish, more milestones I want to reach. Going to America gives me a chance to challenge myself.
I understand.
And she'll be back for Yakuza 4.
Shall we?
I mean, it's gonna be called Like a Dragon 4.
Maybe in a few years, I'll be in a new place with new...
Wait. It's gonna be called like a dragon, like a dragon, Ryujin, like we'll just call it like something else, like yeah, something like Ryujin or Kirin, right? Like a dragon, Kirin 4 or something like that, or just like a dragon, Kirin. And then all the things that could have happened then happens, as opposed to them not happening. So like Kaeru, or is that her name? I keep forgetting what her name is. But Sayara, she's gonna come back, like for the next game.
Yorties, and you'll get a knock at your door.
I hope I do.
What if Kiryu shacks up?
You know,
Sayama. Oh, Sayama. Sayama.
Can't say I'm surprised.
Of
course,
good old Date.
Career first. No time for romance.
Yeah, guess so.
Date and Mine team up.
Damn thing's tapped out.
Here.
Ah, thanks.
Anything's possible now. Date gets a helicopter game.
A gift from me to you. No smoking in Division 1.
Div 1?
My first name is James,
Yes, I'm
just to
transferring
add
back,
some
effective next
context.
month. A Yakuza detail can smoke, but not homicide.
That's true. There are 3. Yeah, you guys, what's up with this? Jack, James. We need like a. Can we get a Jeremy in the group now? I feel like I should change my name to something that starts with a J.
Div 1 has a reputation to uphold.
Well, look at you moving up in the world.
I mean, Jaku.
I'm not
Jaku
so sure it's a
is
cause
Jack.
for celebration.
Why not?
This recent feud between the Tojo and the Omi. Metro PD and prefectural police
Yeah,
together
Jaku.
couldn't do a damn thing to stop it. On top of that, Chief Kurahashi's involvement with the Jingwan Mafia made for quite a splashy scandal. It's
Yep,
safe
that's
to say
Kiwami
the force's
too.
reputation has hit rock bottom.
Then why would you go back?
Gojira.
I'm taking a bribe. They promoted everyone who had any involvement in the feud, and that includes myself and Sayuma-kun. I suppose they think fast-tracking us to whatever plum post we want will keep our mouths shut.
Oh, hell. A promotion's a promotion. One way or another, you're back in the big leagues.
I suppose, yes.
Don't look too happy.
It is a Fair Life
About what happens to Kamurocho.
meal replacement protein
The
shake.
police are planning to back off both the Tojo and the Omi for the time being. Remove themselves from Yakuza matters. As well they ought to. It's only right after what the Yakuza did to spare our blushes.
Fair enough. So, what's got you biting your nails then?
I can't bring myself to trust the Yakuza just yet.
It's my dinner.
Without Kiryu-san heading up the
I don't have
Tojo
time to
clan,
eat.
I fear Kamurocho will slide right back into the muck.
Don't worry.
Because I'm gonna go to sleep after this.
Huh?
Guy like him always has a plan. He's not gonna let things go to shit. And he wouldn't leave Kamurocho without taking care of business first.
We should probably get going.
So,
Glad I see making next.
Off
You
to
like Date's
Kamurocho's?
voice? I do like Date's voice.
Yeah.
I like the classic old man detective. Like, he sounds a little bit like this. And hey, you know, back in my day, kids used to like run around instead of hanging out, you know, just hanging out in the red light district with some Yakuza boss. Like, who is this kid think she is? Hanging out with Kiryu-san. But he has that like pops retired detective like English accent, like American accent. So it's kind of like at home because I watch a lot of that stuff. Yeah, it's so stereotypical. So it's on the nose, which I do quite appreciate when it comes to like side characters and what. Like the other guy, the I've got his name, but he showed up in the previous games too. He doesn't sound as straight laced. Like it could give him a more straight laced thing. But I enjoy caricatures. I don't mind. Date feels like a guy that you can sit down and say, hey, you want to hear a funny story? Like, there's this one time I found a cat stuck in a fire hydrant. Or I don't know. I have no idea. Or there was this one time where there's this, we found this Yakuza lieutenant in a diaper. Wait, has that happened already? Has that trope happened already? I don't think that trope has happened yet. I think that's much later. That might have been Yakuza 6.
Didn't want to leave without stopping by Stardust and saying goodbye to Kazuki and Yuya.
And then...
Well, there's one other person I need to talk to before I leave.
About the Tojo clan.
Yeah. If things keep on the way they're going, Daigo will end up 6th chairman. But the truth is, he's still young.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not so
It's
sure
not
he can
installed
pull the clan
yet.
together.
Isn't there a man in diaper sub-story in one of the games? Yeah, it's a running gag. And then I don't know what the first version of it is. Like it becomes a full-blown gag. So like that diaper guy comes back, like the diaper thing escalates. And then they have a name to it eventually, but I don't think it's before this. But the diaper gag turns into an existing sub-story gag. The other one is the bumping. The bumping gag is consistent. I'm good. Like when at this Kiwami games reduce the number of sub stories, like historically in general. So I'm kind of curious which ones they keep. So I'm guessing like 30-ish sub stories, right? Instead of this game, you already know, Jack, has like 115. I think this game had one of the largest number of sub stories, like 100 plus, right? And usually these Kiwami games, they reduce them down to like a third of them, and it's usually the most consistent gags in the sub stories, along with the most like consistent themes. Like, so one of them is definitely like scamming. There's 119. Yeah, it's on the higher side. It's actually one of the higher ones. I think it might actually be the highest, if not second highest. And they started trimming them back as they're going. So sub stories don't ever eclipse like 50. And now sub stories, like in the current generation of stuff like Infinite Wealth, it's separated into 3 tiers. There are like serialized stories, sub stories, and then there's like 1 bits, and then there are gags. So they make up like the 3 prongs. So there, a sub story has a serial in it. So like there's a sub story that runs like 6 sub stories and a few of those, and then you have gags, and one of them is the diaper gag.
So you need someone to share the weight. Who do you have in mind?
My prediction for sure, the first thing to be cut, like, and I imagine that's what people are upset about probably, is I can't imagine a modern Yakuza game right now like this game, and it's kind of for a similar reason that the thing about the Kagawa thing. There is the political like kind of casting and red tape. I don't think Mac is going to be in this game. I think Mac will no longer be in Yakuza 3, 4, and 5. However, the way it is, because he was the token like American tourist like black guy, right? So I'm pretty sure like Mac is not in this game. Yeah, otherwise, honestly, even the teasers, like when they are having casting call, like when they're
advertising this game, Mac would show up. Mac would be like in front of some sort of trailer. There would be a flash of Mac. So I'm pretty sure Mac is not in this game anymore. And in this game series in general. Because he was the token black guy. I think you're right. Pretty sure you heard Mac got cut. Yeah. And that's not necessarily like you can look at it from the perspective of, oh, well, yeah, they didn't want to cast it or they were lazy or something like that. But my thought is the token black guy was an anachronism a lot of times. And it was very whimsical. In fact, Mac was one of the more whimsical things in the series prior to Casca. What all the things post Casca were really zany. Like people are like there are weird token characters. Like one of them, to be a little slightly spoilery, one of them is like a Japanese nerd, right? Like an Asian nerd and a scholar, or like your Chinese token characters, right? I think going to get to like a Dragon 6, for example, to Song of Life, many of the token characters that deal with Yakuza 4 and 5, they have a lot of cross-cultural things, and most of them are token characters, as in characters that are simply there to reinforce stereotypes, right? But they should be stereotypes because that represents the time of its, the time that they created. And Mac is one of them. Mac is definitely one of those characters. Now, the question is how many of those characters are not going to return for them? And obviously, the alternative argument is people are upset that you cut content, or they consider it as cut content, because the game is basically, if you don't include something, then it's a retcon, or it is less of a game because it's not the same. And Mac is probably one of the biggest because the combat system and the modernization of the combat system isn't going to use that mechanic, the whole Mac mechanic, the revelation mechanic. And the revelation mechanic, some people might argue, well, it fits really perfectly now because Mac was wacky. All those scenes are wacky. They're more like Yakuza, Casca's Yakuza than anything else. And I'm like, yeah, it's a fair argument. It's hard to please everyone, but you understand both sides. Yeah, like in a way, some people could make an argument, like myself, casting Mac would feel modernization. It would feel appropriation, basically, like in a way that they are able to make it whimsical and zany, like Infinite Wealth. Pretty much most things after Yakuza 7 is very zany. They're very happy and very bouncy. But maybe they're going a different direction with this storyline, and they're just going to go and say, you know what, we're not going to try to do zany stuff, so let's just cut all the zany stuff out and make all the characters we want to survive, to make it darker and darker, like darker in the sense of not like the deaths of people, but more like let's go and keep all the characters that makes it so that Kiryu doesn't go down the route of I believe in things and you believe in things that believe you and believe in me in situation. Like, because Mine is a very dark character. If you have to put your finger on it, it's far darker. Like, my thought is, what if Mine is the Akiyama of Yakuza 4? Then there are going to be people who are going to be upset because Akiyama is like, you can't, like, after Yakuza 4, it's very difficult to be like, oh, is he coming back? Is he coming back? That situation. So, who knows? I'm like, pretty much, I was fairly confident when even finishing like Infinite Wealth. My first thought is, if Kiwami 3 happens, Mac would be the first thing to cut. That's like kind of a really iconic thing. Despite Infinite Wealth and Casca, they have token black people. Like, I understand some people might be a little sensitive with this categorization. We actually spent a long time talking about this categorization already earlier today, but there is a token black couple actually. Like when I mean by couple, I mean brother and sister. What's his name? The arena guy, which did show up in the other Kiwami games. Howard Bones, something. He has a pun name, like Jackson Bones, Howard, Charles Bones, something. I forgot, but he's a arena character. And there's they've been weaving slowly into the sub storylines.
There is someone who knows the Tojo clan inside and out, just like I do. He's our best bet.
Ah, him. It's a risky idea. Do you really think Daigo has what it takes to rein him in?
Nobody does. You just can't put a collar on some dogs.
Goro Majima. If you could make him see a way he'd be able to use the Tojo to his advantage, you just might get his help.
If we're lucky.
I'm going to be talking about all
Be
this at
honest.
the end of
Do you really think you
Kiwami
could get
2
him
as a
on
wrap
board?
up. Kiwami 3 at the wrap.
Don't have much choice. That's why I have to see him today.
Yeah, the big black guy who worked with Majima Construction, right? Yeah. I forgot his name. It's like Charles Howard Bones, or like it's a combination of like a pun English American name for what he is. Like it sounds like an English name for that guy, an American English name for his name, for his like figure, like how he looks. Also, hear me out. Pirate Yakuza already have Gary Buster Holmes. That's it, Gary Buster Holmes. And sorry, it's slight spoiler, but he has a sister. Anyways, what you call it? That's the Mac character. I really thought they would be able to pull off Mac. That would be the argument for Mac coming back in Yakuza in Kiwami 3, but I guess not. They might be segregating themselves from all the multicultural stuff. So in like Yakuza 4, there's a Filipino as well. And also there was a lot of stuff in Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5 that was multicultural. So I don't know if they're like just going away from that. So they're homogenizing Japanese, right? That can be a thing in order to be identifiable from Casca. All of Casca's stuff is multinational. Like the whole idea of Casca is like sunshine and rainbows, like get together, friends be friends, right? Like everyone becomes friends. Practically everyone is friends with Casca. Even the enemies, like Casca would hug someone to death. Like, smother them in I believe in you, right? That's Casca's thing. So an alternative storyline to contrast Casca would be to make whatever the Kiryu saga or the Mine saga or the Kirin saga to be as melodramatically centerfold as possible, which does also give an opportunity to make it like as Japanese as you like, right? As a point of contrast. So that could be a thing. And also Pirate Yakuza already happened. And my thought is, I think their direction that they possibly could go is they're just gonna write about Mine Majima and Kiryu, which was established from Yakuza 0 to now Kiwami 3, where that's just a setup for a three-man group that is like lone wolves and not about buddies, like solo venture, dark, like selfish, immortal powerhouses, right? The stuff that runs neck to neck with each other. Kiryu, opposite of Mine, and Majima, right? And Majima has already have a spin-off game now. So the idea is like, who else can you add into it? Saejima. And you can round out the cast like that, as opposed to going lighter and lighter. Because Akiyama And the temporary ones, they are really dark too, but they started sliding closer and closer to like feels good characters that they're suave, debonair, but they're not connected to the criminal, like the Yakuza in some way. They are tangential to the Yakuza. That's when then Casca started flowing in, where all the other things are like, oh, well, technically, not really. Technically, civilian. Technically, like, so, I don't know. I feel like setting the foundations to split the identities apart can be a creative choice. I don't know. You're fine knowing he has a sister because that means he's in the games you haven't played yet and you liked him in the you just like, yeah. The way his sister comes up is weird. It's zany. It's Casca's era. So Casca era stuff. Casca is the era of zaniness. And I honestly think the post Kiwami. So Kiwami, this is gonna be the last Kiwami game. I'm pretty confident, in my opinion, that they're gonna drop like what they announced. They already announced it in kind of like a interview or something. This is the last Kiwami game, right? And then once the Kiwami title is dropped, that's when the timeline splits. And I genuinely think they're simply setting it up so that it can prepare contrast. I mean, near like the 4, 5, and 6, honestly, Kiryu is like a backseat most of the time in 4 and 5. Not that I'll tell you how or why or something like that. I think they're trying, in my opinion, they're gonna shrink down the cast. Now the question is, one of the big things is Akiyama gonna be one of those characters, or is Akiyama getting cut? I mean, Mine and Akiyama has some level of redundancy. Like Mine, strong strategist, like, you know, quick on his feet, quick on his head, and he's like he deals in like business, right? That's Akiyama. Akiyama does the same thing. So whenever someone was saying like, "Oh, but what are they gonna do with our boy Akiyama?" and because of that Mine ending, sorry, like again, a bit of a retcon spoiler or whatnot. It might just be Mine. Mine might be the dude. You really like the sub story in Yakuza 3 where Mitsuo. Oh yeah, the kid wanted to go out and help the older one. I think the older one was Saika. I think maybe it was something like Psycho or Saika, and it touched on racism. Yeah. Oh yeah. That thing too. It also they also did the sub story about bullying, right? Not the racism, but the bullying one with Shino. I think that's his name too. The younger, intelligent one. The one that it's technological. Like the stories were fantastic for the orphanage thing. I thought it was Yakuza 3 has a special place because it reminds me of the cross section between Persona games and Like a Dragon games, because it offers the opportunity to talk about kids. And hear me out. I got a really big deep cut to this. Since I started language learning in Japanese, I've come across what's his name? Oh no. What is his name? I want to say his name is Taka. We'll just call him Taka for now on. Actually, hang on. I can tell you this. You just have to go on YouTube. You ever wonder, like, man, your list is so... Oh, yeah, his name is Taka. So, Taka, Taka Nihongo Dojo. Nihongo Dojo is the name of the channel. Is a guy who does, like, YouTube shorts about Japanese. He does, like, a skit reads the Japanese word and then the subtitle and whatnot, right? He runs an orphanage. Over the last 3 years, he opened an orphanage for girls, boys, and then now he's working on raising like a place to feed, like provide food, and so it is a thing. And by coincidence, this guy, he kind of reminds me, like in Yakuza 3. Yeah, I love that guy. Like, he's so well groomed, like a video game character. Anyways, he practically looks like a Yakuza like character. Like, he's so well groomed, but I really like him. And by coincidence, that's what he reminds me of each time. Like, that's so sweet. Like, and orphanages are a thing. Like, it's very tough to be abandoned. And what I mean by that is unfortunate events. Japan, I don't know if you want to see this as a good or a bad thing, but Japan, it has a culture, a very strong culture of patriarchal society and like a family unit. So when you lose your parents, right? Like, when people, like, it's one of those expectations. Japanese families are well kept together. Like, that is the expectation. So naturally, the system expects that to be the social norm. But what happens when tragedy happens and kids fall through the cracks? Well, you would naturally expect, not that it's bad or good, you would naturally expect that a country that has a very strong family unit, like almost duty-bound family unit, there isn't a necessity to have a system built in place to address the minority. And when kids get orphaned, it's tough in Japan. That's what happens, right? So that's kind of like a minority in a different place. If you are part of the minority, like if you're not lucky enough to fulfill the majority, there's no setup for that. That setup seems like it would be a compound reaction towards a deeper and deeper version of that. Yeah. So, right now, this guy, he's really cool. Like, Taka is really awesome. So he talks about it a lot. Like, he talks about it in a way that I suspect that's what's happening, right? When you have a system that you're expecting to adhere to, and that's a good thing. But because of the good thing, there's also things that fall through the cracks. If you're constantly expecting excellence, then there's really no need for goodwill. Like, I'm saying goodwill as in like welfare. In the United States, it's a little different, right? Like, oftentimes people refer to the United States as a welfare state, which is like particular states or even the United States in general, their system, like the system here, like around here, is dealt with more focusing on the supporting side because the expectations are not adhered to, like as compiled, right? You have divorces, you have single parents. That stuff is not culturally normative. It's actually almost culturally normative now, not even a progressive thing, that parents, their system set for single parents, like, constant child service, rotating custody battles and whatnot. But in Japan, because of their high standards and whatnot, and most people follow through. Like your parents and success, the expectation of the child's success is that they have father and mother figures. In fact, it is also accepted in a real stereotypical way. By the way, this is how my Kiwami, like, this is how my Like a Dragon games. If someone say like, why won't this guy stop yapping about things in about IRL stuff, it's like, this is me LARPing. Like, I like talking about this stuff. That's why I play Like a Dragon games. You get to talk about a foreigner's perspective on Japanese culture, or an extension of a Chinese person raised in the United States, and compare and contrast culture. Orphanages are far like not as substantial as other places where they would expect these things to happen more often. So in Japan, it's incredibly tough when you are unlucky as a child because that's not typical. It's atypical for a child to be abandoned and or given up on. It's assumed that the marriage is solidarity. So in Japan, it's a social norm and it's a good thing. Like the majority of family units are incredibly duty bound, right? So that does mean that the trade-off is that you don't invest in what happens if it doesn't. And unfortunately, like there's also like reverse discrimination against that. When you like literally, this is a thing. Oh, by the way, if you guys ever want to see something like that, Rental Family, the recent movie with Brandon Fraser, it actually addressed one of them. One of the situations that was shown or depicted in Rental Family is the idea of being a single parent in Japan. In Japan, when you're a single parent, your child is viewed with a less chance of success because your child is expected. It is expected social norm to have both parental figures. So whenever you're going for excellence, right? Like when you're going to apply to high academic status or privileged places, you would pick based on pragmatism, based on stringent, cutthroat things. You would pick families with two parents over a family with one parent because the odds of success are brutal. Two parents are more likely to be successful than one parent. In like, I'm not saying, you know, the United States is like, don't weigh pragmatism or whatnot, but oftentimes when a single parent shows up and they make a profound argument as opposed to accepting facts, right? Like in Rental Family, it was portrayed pretty reasonably. Instead of accepting facts, you can use an argument of single parents as a point of strength and extraordinary opportunities. So in the United States, it might not always be seen as a negative to be a single parent, right? You have to weigh other circumstances. However, in Japan, a lot of times the interview process, you assume the dominant narrative. You don't voice your objection to the dominant narrative. And from a foreigner perspective, which was lovely in Rental Family, by the way, it demonstrated how a foreigner, like an American, would interact differently to speak up, like to still, but it's a double edge. In the Rental Family situation, they went with the more happier, like kind of a happier route. Oftentimes when you talk against institutions, right? Like, hey, well, she might be a single family, or like we might be like multicultural couples, but we can still do this. She likes it. Like you speak up for the individual, right? Against the status quo, which could put the question of the institution in question, right? You can put the institution's oversight in question. And it was a really wonderful movie. If you're if you're interested in like a kind of a west meets east kind of interpretation, but yeah, it does happen, and orphanages are one of them, at least in my opinion. From a foreigner in Japan, you assume it's expected that marriage is pretty much final. Yeah, it's very looked upon if you divorce, like something's wrong. What's the context of the discussion been in a meeting? It's about orphanages and like single parents or no parents for kids, because of the social norm of the marriage ritual being incredibly firm. Kiwami 3 and Yakuza 3 is one of the few games where it shows Kiryu as an orphan, like as an orphanage person. Like he was an orphan too, and the idea is that there's a, IRL, in actuality, this is a central piece in like culturally relevant things about orphanages and supporting kids in which their parents more or less failed to provide, right? And that was our discussion pretty much. And so now we're just gonna move on with this. Why does my controller just... Oh, I clicked out probably. That's probably... Oh, yeah, I clicked out. Okay.
Whatever it takes, I'll find a way to get through to him.
Think you'll manage that without a broken rib or two?
I guess we'll find out soon enough.
I knew about this before knowing Yakuza 3 existed. The whole orphanage,
I'll
like
try. You do the same.
marriage rituals. It's very similar to Chinese culture, where like when you get married, it is duty bound. Getting divorced, split up, like putting your children second ahead of the parents is a taboo. It's incredibly shameful. In fact, it can often lead to disownment by the parental family. So usually marriages are like one and done, and you deal with everything. Like you are not to fail your family unit. So oftentimes with expectations like that, it also, to get drama up to speed, as with that expectation, and if it's executed, then there are no supports for it. It really sucks because if there's abuse within the relationship, it doesn't happen. It gets suppressed. So like you have to deal with it, despite it being abusive or negligent. Like these things are like the hidden tolerances or things you must take up in an expectation in a culture that it expects it to work no matter what. Your shame and embarrassment outweighs your own happiness or individuality, right? And it sounds bad or good, but there's a mixed bag, right? Like it's a mixed bag, pros and cons. Where it doesn't work really terribly. But where it does work, which is what most of the time it does happen, right? Most of the time, we're talking about majority, it works really well. So that's kind of the nature of having less diverse problems or solutions. When there are minority problems, they are genuinely not seen, right? And when you belong to that minority problem, it is felt. However, it's not like people are going to help you in that. So it is a very well-known thing. Like my family personally, we do have a particular member in our family, and it is so tough. Like you have to, you deal with it, or it's so much punishing. It's double punishing if you like break matrimony, like divorce, split up. Like it genuinely is interpreted as selfishness from it in terms of the parents. It's a form of embarrassment because you decide to choose your own well-being and your happiness over your children. So in that case, when that expectation is so strong, there's no expectation to have to support children when they don't have broken houses, broken households as an expectation. Yeah, it's very real. Like this stuff, this stuff existed well before the timing. I think this is what, 2009? I think the year is 2009. The Yakuza games are dated in the year that they're released. So I'm pretty sure this is around 2009 is the date. And that this like secret, so to speak, it's not really a secret. It's more like a pros and cons, human condition stuff, existed for as long as I was born. So it at least goes back to 1987. Like it's really tough. Like my parents, it's unfathomable, regardless of how terrible. Like I'm not saying my parents are abusive to one another or anything like that. Through the worst times, despite them bickering and stuff, they make it work, because any consideration of divorcing or splitting up the family unit is absolutely intolerable. And you will naturally be seen, like even your entire family unit, your larger, greater unit, it's often seen as a failure. Not like they can still somewhat support, like humans are understanding. I'm not saying people are like Chinese culture or Japanese culture are cold-hearted, but it's hard to go beyond seeing the failure. And the people who internalize it even more are the literal people who get divorced or leave a broken household. Like they experience it like triply, because that's the weight that they have when they go to marry. In now I'm contrasting with the progressive United States. Like in the United States, you would say like, well, you're 1 in 50 chance that you're gonna stay together, so you might as well enjoy the time, make the best of it, and have, go at it again. And that's kind of the norm stuff. That just doesn't happen. Like, and here's the other thing. When, like, here's a tough one, remarrying because someone died. Like, say your partner dies, right? And meet an unfortunate end. They don't remarry either. It's so difficult to even overcome that. Like, you don't favor, like, because it would be betrayal. There would be a feeling of betrayal for the memory of your partner. So it's one and done a lot of times. Like you rarely, if you're steeped in like really deep into these particular cultures, it's very difficult to even remarry. And I understand that it's difficult for everyone, but that's just, yeah, just remarrying with no other partner at all. No other partner at all. It's very difficult for someone to ever like find a cultural or like a somewhat spiritual reason. You live on keeping your partner and stuff. So you'll probably see a bunch of portrayals a lot of times when like there's a widow, right? Like a widow or a widower that live on trying to find tranquility and closure despite an early death of their own partner, because it's like a culturally spiritual permanence. And you a lot of times from a Western perspective, like from myself, like they could be so happy, so much happy, like that's what you could even argue that's what their partner wants for, their recently deceased partner would want for them. But that's not necessarily true unless it's coming from a Western perspective, because it's not quite true to expect that despite the person's not around anymore, they would be happy knowing that their partner has remarried and moved on from them. So it's kind of a wild statement, and it does breach cultural impasses. And that is tied to the orphanage problem, right? Like, think about children. Like, I actually don't know what the adoption rate is in Japan. Like, that would be a really interesting read. I might have to look into like how adoption works and whatnot, because in the United States, for example, if I'm trying to juxtapose, family is family is family. Like, it's more like Casca's family, like in the later Dragon. When you become family, friends are family. Like, they're not bound by blood. That's why, like, the later games, in my opinion, a lot of times when they talk about family and the more progressive nature of the current timeline, like the Casca timeline is a 2025, and they went to Hawaii and stuff. When they talk about family, a lot of times it's emphasized either by bond, like the Yakuza thing, the whole kyodai and stuff. But in the United States, like for example, in the diversity thing, adoption is a very common thing. Adoption happens a lot figuratively. Japan has one of the world's highest adoptions. Oh, interesting, with over 80,000 cases annually, but 98% of those adult males age 20 adopt to continue family business legacies or names. Childhood adoption is very low, with less than 1% adoption rate for children in need. Oh, dang. Gemini? Yeah, so that's interesting. For legacy and name reasons, but not for adoption in need. Yeah, like, I'm not going to speak for all of the United States, but generally the United States have this, like, when you are privileged, right? My family is not that privileged to like suddenly adopt children, but generally speaking, privileged people, it's often a expectation where adoption is like a form of catharsis and a form of giving back. So adopting and having children unrelated, right? Unrelated children and whatnot is often a common sight. And in like how I feel about what my parents talk about and maybe possibly Japanese culture is that there is a very strong prevalence of blood ties, like ties of blood, right? So I know I just said that backwards, or like said it in two different ways. The idea is that there is a really strong expectation that you have your children and you take care of your children. And then it doesn't surprise me that the adoptions are typically for family business legacies or namesake, because it's about legacy, the prestigiousness of family names. And my same-sex couples, singles, and unmarried couples are restricted. Yeah, that's understood. That is a very, very common thing. Yes. Yep. For sure. So, we have to keep in mind that in Japan, especially even in 2009, I think this is the time of it, still very less progressive, right? I'm not saying what is good, what is bad. Please, I want to make it clear that I'm not saying that something is particularly good or morally bad, etc. The idea is we want to frame the context. I think the whole orphanage chapter in Kiwami 3 is an incredibly important chapter because it's the one chapter that addresses a specific side of the pros and cons or the trade-offs or compromises of Japanese culture's circumstances. When you it's one of those things, like if you always ace a test, then when something goes wrong, you have to learn or adjust to those things, right? But you can also choose to ignore those things if they don't happen very often. And that's common. It doesn't matter what type of human, it doesn't matter what type of culture you have. Humans, it's a human condition. When things are less likely to happen, they get less attention. And that also paves the other ways. Like, so then why is the United States seem like a welfare state? Largely because results meander quite a lot in the United States. Like, honestly, it's kind of difficult to not hear about disability, like the demand for better child support, and like those are the central, like they're very central to the United States, like policies and whatnot. And I was a kind of a product of that too, like because I was a minority, right, at the time I was growing up, then my family got support. It's kind of like having help isn't necessarily synonymous or analogous to failing or not being good enough. That's kind of that's the state. And my parents might not have been aware of this, but I have, because I was in the school system. My parents would not accept those things, right? Because of pride and self-sufficiency and whatnot. So it goes to say that this also translates to Japanese culture, right? And I actually genuinely haven't watched any content creators from Japan, right, talk about what do they think about orphanages. Like, what do they think about seeing like unadopted kids, like kids in need? Like, what does that make them feel, right? Because my thought is, if I had to channel and put myself in the shoes, they're like, and this is not, I'm not talking about they're worthless kids or something like that. That's besides the point. But it shows stains or imperfections of their culture and their country. So oftentimes when they occur very rarely, one of the one of the reflexive ways to do it is to cover it up or like to mask it, right? And you might be thinking, well, where am I getting this idea? Well, I'm now thinking more like China. Like, if you try to think about, it's the Winter Olympics, it's very topical, but during the Summer Olympics, there were many observations how the Chinese culture paints over its minority like appearance things to feel like that the problem is not there, right? Because there's pride and face and whatnot. So some of the less apparent shortcomings of their system can easily be paved over, like in an orchestrated way. So I'm not suggesting, again, that one system is better than another system, but oftentimes when a system works 90% of the time, then the other 10% doesn't get a lot of attention. That's kind of how minorities work. And I say this because there is a bit of romanticism for me when I think about the United States, because it was because there was a hyper attention to the minority because they're looking for more from an individualistic standpoint. Like, oh, hey, here's a Chinese kid and their parents are hardworking, but they aren't like as well to do, but we can support this because there's appropriation requirements. So let's get this kid some government funding. In no way did I perform in a manner that like I have to count my blessings. I really truly think of this way. It is somewhat of a welfare state because even for myself, I'm like, on paper, I did not perform better objectively than those kids who were rich. They had rich parents and they were multi-generation. They were much more well-adjusted. But somehow the idea that I am a minority and performing within a range that has a lot of hope that I got support. I don't think that's the same in Japan, right? That's what a pure, like, if people talk about, oh, where's the meritocracy in things, right? That's the double edge of meritocracy. What if you were born behind? Meritocracy can't account for people who are born behind. What if you were born to one parent? Well, then you're behind. And it's like, but wouldn't a system help you? Because no, not necessarily. If you're behind, you're behind. That's what meritocracy is. It's not a welfare state. You do not pull people up because you're behind. You get shunned and get buried. And not that I'm, again, there's probably systems in place. The idea is you're comparing it in two different priorities. So there's pros and cons. So excellence breeds excellence. If you want a meritocracy, then no one's gonna pick you up when you're meritless. Like you don't get attention if you can't do something or keep up with it. And it's internalized. In my opinion, that breeds that excellence. Like for me, how do I make things work if I don't have support? That's not a choice. That when I was growing up, when someone said, so what happens if you didn't make it to college? That wasn't a choice. Like I never thought of the idea that I wasn't going to make it to college. I honestly, it was very rare for me to even think I wasn't gonna get a PhD. Like that sounds like arrogance, but that's not from confidence. It's from fear. I talked about this quite a bit with like the immigrant family, like Fujianese and like Chinese. In a face culture, fear of shame and embarrassment is one of the driving forces. Like no one, like an American, like another from a different culture, for example, they don't have to tell me that I'm a failure. There's no stronger critic than myself. If you're raised in a Chinese household, yeah, your parents like rail you, and you know your tiger moms and stuff rail you, but there's no person stronger. Like I know this is kind of relatable now on the internet, where like what is the most strongest critic on the internet most of the time? Yourself, right? But that's coming from a different source. It's not coming from cultural duties. So for me, no, failure is not a question. And the reason why I was successful is not because I was arrogant and confident that I was ahead, is that failure is not acceptable. So when it comes to that type of mentality, you also have to think about it in marriage. When you are married to someone, failure is not an exception. Failing your children is not acceptable. So with that mentality also comes with the idea that, yes, everyone who gets married, you expect them to be successful or even doubly successful if they get married. If they get married, their success rate goes up. Like they are more likely to be successful than a single, and then an unmarried individual, even same-sex couples actually. So the idea is it's always tiered towards the ideal quintessential narrative of success. So that's kind of why it's like to get an Asian F, which was the joke earlier. And it's also what it's like to not become a doctor or like some high-paying professional when you're competing with a different culture that do not have those commitments. And obviously, that sounds very blatant and cold. It is cold. And it's pros and cons of a cold, pragmatic culture. That's where the excellence come from, right? Like the perspective of excellence. Now, do I value, like, and no, like, with all due respect to my extended family and my immediate family, like my parents, I really appreciate and understand that way of thinking. I also appreciate that loving people and compassionate people who find joy in not valuing performance over their ability to help others, and like, because when you're helping others, you're also bringing them down, or you're also alleviating their need to apply themselves. Like that's kind of the mentality. Orphanages fulfill that role too. Like I think it allows me to appreciate that someone who runs an orphanage, like a virtual video game character like Kiryu, has his prestige and his like status in life is dramatically elevated for me. Others could see it as he's wasting his time. He could be helping children that are successful, like that are more likely to be successful. So you might sound, oh yeah, that's kind of cold. Right? Well, yes, because it's about success. Like, how pragmatic are you? Would you pick a child that's less likely to be successful or a child that is more likely to be successful if you were to spend your time? And growing up in the United States and to Chinese parents, I kind of see both. It's very tough too. Like each and every day, like I say this and I stick by what I say about this, about helping people. I help people not because I'm expecting something in return. That's what is not a meritocracy. Because you bring yourself down. Like you're trying to prop up things that would be selected out of competition, right? It's the better people, the more they will thrive. Spending your time trying to prop up things that will not be successful is on a pragmatic standpoint weighing you down. And that's kind of what the Western romanticization, like when I think of the welfare state, right? For every, and it still happens, by the way. Like, I'm not denying that the welfare state has all pros. It has cons too. It has people who abuse the welfare state. You know, people who don't apply themselves and take advantage and pulls them down. So there's pros and cons on the other side of things too. However, for me, I choose to see and understand the realities and still appreciate that for those people who sacrifice their ability to get ahead and, you know, get even further, they spent time carrying other people in the hopes that they will carry themselves in the future. Otherwise, you can embrace a pure meritocracy and abandon those ones that are going to pull you down anyways. It's going to pull down the overall society and that, etc., right? The kind of the really harsh truth about things. So for myself, I often tell myself, do I have enough? In a meritocracy, you often honestly can't have enough. You want to always be getting more so that your success goes up, in my opinion. But for myself, I often tell myself I'm happy, I have enough, and now it's time to share the wealth. And not in, like, I understand some people will say, like, oh, well, that sounds kind of socialist and or communist or something like that. It's like, no, it's more like I have excess, so now I care about the future. And the future is not me. I know how that sounds, but the future is our children. And it doesn't have to be literally our children. It's just whoever comes after you, right? I don't think that's the narrative oftentimes in Japan, especially given the policy. If you're thinking about policy, like who runs the policy, who makes policy, if they were talking about baton passing, the environment would look very different. You already have a massive amount of respect for people who run orphanages here, even so in a country like Japan and China. Yeah, because effectively, if you want to think about it, running orphanages means that they don't get anything in return. Like, you might be thinking, oh, maybe they'll get recognized by the children. It's like, if there's no guarantee that if you run an orphanage, the kids will be there. They have an uphill battle, right? Like, despite your best effort to run orphanages and stuff, it doesn't get the kids ahead. It gets them, hopefully, to catch up and have a chance. That's not the same as, oh yeah, now there are orphanages and now they're going to be as competitive as everyone else in a competitive country. Like in Japan and China, an orphanage could get your foot through the door, but they're still going to play catch up. The odds of success is very low here already, like in the United States and on average, but it's much lower, in my opinion, if from a foreigner perspective, it's much lower in Japan and China. Because you're competing with people who have parents, right? And that's rough. Anyways, I this was going to be a talking topic for Kiwami 3 the whole time because it's actually centered around orphanages and how Kiryu is an orphan. And the whole concept of Kiryu up to this point is that someone took a chance on them, and then the romanticization, like the romanticizing of Yakuza is that Yakuza carried all the people that fell through the cracks. And instead of doing something much, much worse or like, you know, being invisible and whatnot, it became visible, and it's kind of trying to demonstrate, like, how did this happen? How did Yakuza happen in a sense? And then this is one of the things about, like, well, Kiryu was an orphan. He was a kid that wasn't going to make it. And then kids that are abandoned tend to result to delinquency, because delinquency is when there are no adults or guiding principles in their lives, right? And often you can make an argument, well, if you abandon the minority, you can prop up the majority. That's one way to look at it, kind of like in a monocultural culture that most of the people are successful. In another culture, it can become the source of the problem. So addressing the orphanage problem or the delinquency problem can overall raise the resources that were invested. So it obviously will vary from country to country. And in this case, oftentimes the United States, it's a welfare state. Like that's kind of the thing, and for better or for worse. So oftentimes you can hear people in the United States probably talk about the idea that, well, there are people who take advantage of this and abuse that system. It's like, yes, as much as it can help others, it can also be abused. So like human condition, right? In Japan, you really don't have that because there's not much system. There's still some systems in Japan that I'm aware of. I don't know anything about China, how like China handles like delinquency or like unfortunate circumstances. Most of the time I get this impression that they're paved over. They're painted over. It's gilded when it comes to support, because the vast majority of people are expected to succeed. And yeah, this is kind of tough. And Taka, for example, the person that we're talking about, the social media person, his support, I don't think it's coming from locals. He does really well on the internet, the internet. And what is a great source of financial support that might not come from Japan? People from a welfare state. Like, I can understand, like, sometimes when I say I'm soft, like, I'm very, like, one thing that would definitely make me stick out in China, right? Even if I spoke like native Chinese or something, one thing that would really make me stick out as an American is that I'm soft. I'm like incredibly soft. So like what happens is, if I had a lot of resources, my first thing is I would probably give money. Like, oh, this person is helping, right? This person is helping children in a impoverished country. It's like, take my money. That's kind of like the thing. Or alternatively, if you're coming from a competitive culture, it's like, well, you should let them fix their own problems. Because if they can't survive in their own problems, giving them money will only make the problem worse. Like, because if you're giving them money, then it gives them a reason to slack off and not do anything, and it wouldn't fix the problem. You're putting a band-aid on that problem. I'm speaking in a way that it's a combination of the two sides of the argument. My parents would make an argument like, if you fail now, and if you're given resources to offset your failure, it's not going to solve the problem of the failure. That's one of the double edges of welfare, right? And yet, when I think about the opportunities that I have, it can also be transformative, right? When you aren't given chances, how do you even know that you are going to fail not having a chance in the first place? And that's the counter argument, and it goes back and forth, for the record. Like, I could spend days arguing at least 2 or 3 sides of this. And that's kind of like, I place my childhood in basically in a nutshell. Whenever like a person comes by on the internet and say like, I don't get it. I have like ADHD and I fell 2 years behind or something. It's like, yeah, so did I was 2 to 3 years behind, and my first thought is, no, this isn't a reason for me to like chastise someone else. Let's go and try to figure out what the mindset is of this person, as opposed to saying, oh, I didn't have this and I still succeeded, so you should be too. That to me is what I used to think about when I grew up with only my parents' influence. If you failed and you're complaining about failing, it's your fault. Like, you are a failure, so if someone helped you, you're not fixing the failure problem. You're gonna immediately become a failure if you're not going to get yourself out of it. And that's kind of like one of the deep cuts into mental health, right? If you have a mental health problem, keep it to yourself. You deal with it, you overcome it. That's what you do. So it's reflected in many of the cultures. Like down to the that part, right? And one thing that is very different, in my opinion, is that's what I mean when I was earlier talking about, when Procol and I was talking about, when you say you're becoming a native speaker, or you're becoming native-like, or you're becoming fluent, I don't technically resonate with that very well, because you cannot supplant your growth contextually. So like, I can't replace saying I grew up as a American, Chinese American in the US. So I understand those circumstances, and understanding those circumstances allows me to have the realities to figure out how to make it work. You can wishfully think that, oh, well, now I'm an American, so suddenly things will change, right? Because I'm somehow different now by the stature of my aptitude. It doesn't change certain realities. When you are born, for example, to a single parent in Japan, for example, you are behind. And then now, knowing that you're behind, what do you do about it? It's certainly not getting help from people who believe that, well, you're just unlucky in life because you should have had two parents. That's kind of the tough part. Of course, it's not that extreme to some extent. Immediate family members can be compassionate. You can still have examples where there are compassion and assistance around. But we're talking about, we can contrast that with, say, Latina culture. Like, their extended families are typically living together, like, at all times. So that's like, you're getting various contrasts. Anyways, it's a really fascinating cultural juxtaposition. And the reason why I say the imagery of Japan is different on the outside to a foreigner, because they can't possibly perceive that yet, is that when you go to Japan, you are always a foreigner. And when you go to Japan, you are an adult. Like, you're not a child that grew up in Japan. And I know a lot of times people make this argument like, well, then you can never be Japanese because you never grew up in Japan. It's like, exactly. And that's not a good or a bad thing. You have to understand what is the social norm of being an adult who moved to Japan, and that allows you the pragmatism and the realism to operate adhere to the Japanese culture and thrive in the Japanese culture. Trying to think that you you grow older in Japan as an adult does not change the fact that you didn't grow up in Japan as a kid. And that's my thought here too. I can't just suddenly change the idea that my parents are not Chinese. They were and are still Chinese. So some of my thoughts, I must understand how to use them, how to represent them, and then tell them as they are in pros and cons, right? Procol often talk about like the Oriental Asian like intellectual advantages versus the emotional Western advantages. And yeah, I had a Asian pragmatic intellectual advantage, but I was emotionally stunted, and that was the thing that I had to deal with in Western. Like, communication was not my strong suit, and you can get it really, really quite far ahead with a fairly mediocre intellectual application, while emotional application, like, how are you, like, for example, here's one that is a super deep cut. How are you more adoptable in Japan? Like, I've often thought about this. Like, how do you make yourself more adoptable in Japan versus how do you make yourself more adoptable like in the United States? A greater sob story in the United States, higher legacy and incentive for the person that's going to adopt you in Japan. So like, if you happen to be an orphan because of a tragedy of a well-known person who has a lot of legacy and connection, they would most definitely adopt you. If you have a really sad sob story that like resonates with the person's emotional aspect, they will likely adopt you. So like, I'm not saying that that's the only factor, but there's a disproportionate emphasis on what type of importance when it comes to the adoptability of a child, and that kind of reflects what it's like. A cold, calculating, high-performing child is probably more adoptable, despite them like probably hating you or never relating to you, because they learn to deal with that, versus a child that can warm your heart, relate to you, but maybe not the sharpest tool in the shed. Different contrast. Yeah, anyways. All right, we're going back. This is an interesting topic.
Goodbye.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah. Always pros and cons. You can't have the cake and eat it. You know what I mean? Like, humans can't have the cake and eat it. At one point. It's a common theme that me and Procol and James and probably even Drama, that's come up multiple times.
Kaz, this is probably the last time we'll be in Kamurocho together, right?
No, of course not. We can still come visit anytime.
Is it the last time? No, it's not the last time.
What's wrong?
I just want to have fun today. Me and you, Uncle Kaz. Can we?
Sure can. Kamurocho won't know what hit it. Sound good?
I wonder if they changed this part. You gotta sleep. Yeah, it was nice talking. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Jack. It's always fun.
All right, we've got the whole day. Where are we off to first?
Well, we're right by Stardust. Why don't we go there? Like you said earlier, I want to see Yuya and Kazuki.
Sounds good. Come on.
Barely even started Kiwami 3. Nope, I'm leaving her behind.
Boy.
Alright, Pops. Okay. They're saying really nice things about each other, don't worry about it. They're basically saying, can we help you with enjoying the best day ever? And then Haruka's like, yay, we're gonna go while, you know, Pops is doing something. Alright, this is the tutorial, probably. Yep. This is new. Everything from here on in combat is new to at least Yakuza 3 anyways. Oh, neat. No, he already has a charge attack. Okay. Oh yeah. Forgot. You can pick up things. Can I grab one of you, please? Okay. Interesting. Okay, fighting stance. Quick step. Okay. Counter. Whoa, that is really responsive. What the heck? That's a big window. The heck? Yeah, critical, same deal. We're just doing manual, always sprints. It's good enough. Because fighting stance will cause us to... Ow, 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 ow. Where's my juggle at? Is it this one? Nope. Maybe it's longer? I'm looking for the uppercut. Nope. Okay, so he has only 4 right now. We don't have a pop-up.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfectly in the ordinary.
Uncle Kaz, look over there. Isn't
Haru-
that Yuya?
Haruka is used to this. Don't worry, we're not like permanently traumatizing her in any way. Not after Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2. Oh, this is new too. All of this stuff is new because they weren't rendered in
A little early to be slacking off. You,
the heckin' towel.
So, what's with the getup?
Oh, this? Just fixing up the club. Those Go-Ryu jerks really did a number on the place, you know? All the hosts have been pitching in, tidying things up too.
You mean they're the ones doing all the work while you smoke?
What? You got it all wrong, Haruka-chan. I was
This is new.
taking a little breather.
I don't remember this at all.
Almost didn't expect to see you here. All healed up, I take it?
Yeah, you know me, tough as nails. Already back to fighting fit. Ah! Ow! Ow!
Take it easy there, tough guy. What about Kazuki? How's he doing?
He's still resting up over at Doc Emoto's place. Gonna be a little while till the boss comes home. Doctor's orders. But
Oh
he's
wait,
doing
maybe
pretty well.
not.
Glad to hear it. Was hoping to run into you both, but
Some of
I
it
guess
is
I'll
new.
break the news to you first. We came to see you guys today to say goodbye.
Huh? Kiryu-san, what do you mean, goodbye?
We're moving to Okinawa. There's an orphanage down there, and I'm gonna run it. Try my best to, anyway.
And you're going too, Haruka-chan?
Mm-hmm. We're sticking together.
She grew up at an orphanage called Sunflower. Same place I was raised. Turns out this place in Okinawa has ties to it. Heading down there and taking care of kids started to seem like the right idea. We know what they're going through.
Man, you're a stand-up guy, Kiryu-san. I'm gonna miss having you here.
When do I plan to end?
We can
I
still
have
see
no
each other
idea now.
anytime, you know. This isn't the end of the world. Not like I'm running off and leaving the
Maybe an
country.
hour and 15
Once
minutes.
Stardust is all fixed up, why don't you come visit?
At 7 a.m.
You know, that's not a bad idea. We do take a vacation every year. I'll tell the boss we should hit up Okinawa with the boys.
Sounds good. You guys are welcome anytime. Speaking of Kazuki, I think we'll go see him now.
Oh yeah? I know he'll be happy to see you.
Take care, Yuya. And remember, you're in charge while Kazuki's out of commission. Make sure the place is still standing when he comes back.
I'll do what I can. Well, Kiryu-san, Haruka-chan, you two have a safe trip.
Thanks. Bye-bye, Yuya. Don't forget to come visit.
Yeah, the one thing that
I'm glad Yuya's doing okay. I hope he really does come see us in Okinawa.
I'm sure he will. Once Kazuki's healed up. And they'll probably bring all of their friends, too.
Yeah, the one thing that really gives away whether you know if the American, like if they're American English speakers, or multicultural speakers, sometimes you do get Japanese Americans. Like for example, in Like a Dragon 7, Yakuza Like a Dragon, one of the main characters, one of the father figures, was played by Takei. Takei, the guy from Star Trek, right? And the biggest giveaway is a lot of the characters' names have R's in them. Like Haruka. So Haruka. It's not like the you know American English speakers can't pronounce ha, right? Ha. Haruka. The idea is the breakup is different. So you always have the R's. So whenever you hear like Japanese American, like you immediately hear Japanese American, they're the way they pronounce the names are. That's one of the biggest giveaways. And Kiryu is a very common one because Kiryu is the name of the game. But Haruka is one of them too. And despite I'm saying Haruka while talking in English, Haruka are Haru and Ka are all like to me, despite Ru being like not Ru, Haruka, if you say Haruka, is still not the same as Haruka. Haruka is different, so it still sounds like English. So when you say Haruka now, it's more or less as like I do for myself. I don't hear like it's not a leap in English. So whenever I hear people say like when they pronounce the names, it's like, oh yeah, I still remember that. Is your stream title, does this say part 2 because this is your second time playing, or is it this is my second session? This is the second session. It's always the number of sessions. In the first session, we played all of Dark Tides. And now we're RP walking. There's not enough room in the title to write, like, what? This is the first chapter. We are starting Kiwami 3. Like, this is the beginning of Kiwami 3. And we're just RP walking right now. I don't know why I'm RP walking. Yes, Haruka. All I can remember is if you run off. Wait, let's see what she says if I run off. Oh, she doesn't say anything. Oh yeah, she says nothing. Usually you would hear like, wait up, slow down, in Japanese. Like, she's just like, chotto mateo, like over and over again. But I think they just took that out. Apparently Subnautica 2 is set to come out with no more delays now. Oh, okay. Well, that's auspicious. Oh, she says we'll stay. Yeah, okay, fine. All right, let's go to Emoto. I don't remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Very, very common practice. They're just saying hello, how are you, and they're like, we're really nice. We just want to like punch each other for a little bit, teach the ropes. That's what this is. What's happening right now? You know. They're friendly punks. Okay, we're gonna learn guard. Wait, which one's guard? Oh. Okay. We can pick up weapons. Boink. Okay. Eats. Okay. Classic. Dragon boost. This is Kiwami. So when you ever do something like this, it's Kiwami. That's what they're referring to. Extreme.
What?
Okay. He said what, not wet. It kind of sounded like wet though.
Okay.
大丈夫だ。Right? No problems. Okay, and then the upgrading system. That's fine. I'm going.
Hey, Kazuki. How you holding up?
Oh, Kiryu-san. It's very kind of you to check up on me. I've been feeling much better. The doc says it'll still be a while until I can go home, but at least I'm on the mend.
Good. I'm glad to hear you're coming along. You'll be out of here before you know it.
Thank you, Kiryu-san.
Kazuki, we actually came here to tell you goodbye.
Goodbye? What do you mean? Are you two going somewhere?
Yeah. Now that things have settled down with the Goryu and the Jingon. And Daigo's stepping up to lead the Tojo clan. Things may not be perfect, but I've done all I can. It's time for me to settle down too.
That's why we're moving to Okinawa.
Okinawa, huh? What a big change. That's pretty far away.
That's the idea. I'm gonna be running an orphanage down there. Sorry, me and Haruka will.
Wow. I know you'll do great, but I can't say we won't miss you both.
Yuya said the same thing. We'll miss you guys too.
But he said you and the whole team would come visit one day.
Right, our vacation. We've been looking for a good place for some R&R. Can't get much better than Okinawa.
You better not forget.
It could happen.
Don't worry, Haruka-chan.
It didn't
We'll see
happen
you soon.
in the original series,
Kiryu-san,
but it
thank
could
you
happen.
for everything. The only reason I'm still here is because of you.
You shouldn't be thanking me, Kazuki. Remember, I'm the one who got you involved in all this. If it
End
wasn't
of
for me and the
Kiwami
Tojo
2.
clan, you wouldn't be laid up here in the first place. For what it's worth, as the 4th chairman of the Tojo clan, I offer you my sincere apologies. I'm sorry, Kazuki.
Don't be like that, Kiryu-san. If you weren't there, who knows what would have happened to Kamurocho. We're lucky it's still standing. I lived in this town a long time, since back when Kazuma-san was still around. And the two of you always looked out for me. So please, there's no need to apologize.
Not sure about that, but I won't argue too much with a man in a hospital bed. Thanks for having my back, Kazuki. I mean it.
Of course. Take care of yourself, Kiryu-san.
You too.
I really, really hope you feel better soon, Kazuki.
Thanks, Haruka-chan. Be good now, okay?
Okay. Bye.
Am I concerned about my circadian rhythm in terms of sleep habits?
Here you're leaving town. Did
Takes
you
a
say
while
goodbyes
to see a
your folks
shift.
in the Tojo clan yet?
No, I decided not to bother them. Daigo and Yayoi-san have their hands full trying to put things back together. Besides, it's a new day.
Not really.
Now that Daigo's in charge, the Tojo clan doesn't need me anymore.
Entrainment takes a while.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
It's all right. I wrote Daigo a letter. Asked Kashiwagi-san to give it to him after I left. That's good enough.
No, I
need to
don't.
drop in on him now. But there is someone I have to see before I leave.
I don't plan on
Whether I
keeping the
like it or
current
not.
sleep schedule.
I've got an idea that might get the Tojo clan some help.
Majima. So what's the plan? Gonna ask him to keep an eye on Daigo?
Not quite. If we want the heads of the other families to accept Daigo, they need an example.
Oh, yeah,
They need
that's
someone
right.
born from the old guard to come forward and show him a little support first.
Yeah, Majima ends up being in the circle.
Well, couldn't you push him
Profit
around
takers.
a little to bring him in line?
Not me. I'm not part of the Tojo clan anymore. It wouldn't be right for me to interfere. I can't be the help Daigo needs. Besides, it's funny. Wasn't so long ago the Tojo clan wanted me dead. Can't say I blame him. I brought down some of those families after all. Made my fair share of enemies in the ranks over the years.
So you need someone who's been around the block like the Mad Dog.
Right. None of the patriarchs have what it takes to keep Majima-san in line. Nobody messes with him if they can avoid it. And that's why I need someone like him to back Daigo. Show everyone how to follow orders.
I get the gist. Well, you're probably headed out to see him sooner than later, I take it.
Not just yet. I promised Haruka we'd walk around Kamurocho a bit first. Enjoy the last day in town. I'll go see Majima-san once we're done.
Haruka. All right, the young lady.
They're just standing
I'm gonna
awkwardly in
hazard
the
a guess
distance.
You won't be taking her with you to meet Majima.
I'm happy to watch her here if you like.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. All right, we'll head out for now. I'll be back later to drop off Haruka. Thanks, Doc.
My pleasure, Kiryu-san. Good luck.
Kiryu is also over 50 years old in this game, I think. He is a grandpa. I think he's almost 50.
All right.
All right, looks like we're doing karaoke. Oh, yes. Here we go. It's time to sing.
It's been ages since we sang karaoke. This is gonna be so much fun.
Didn't know you loved singing so much. We can go whenever you want, you know.
But we have to RP walk over there. Heck, just run. Run, Haruka. Pick up your feet. Oh, okay. Lala Mobile? Oh, this is new. Get ready saving get great savings when you switch to our mobile service. Learn more here at La Mobile. Kind of reminds me of T-Mobile. Cell phones. Have we heard that before? Oh, he has a... Okay. Oh, so we're gonna go get a new model. This is new. The battery only lasts for an hour or so. Dang. Alright, time to get a new... This is new. It kind of just reminds me of Moto Razor.
Yeah.
2009? When was 2009? Nah, that's way past. Oh, this is our first model? Alright. Hear my tone, but that sounds dangerous. You need the new model for sure. Okay. So different was changed. New one? Alright, cool. Yeah, 17 years ago.
Thanks.
Alright, this should give the standard functionality. Yep.
Yeah.
Fancy. Cell phone parts? Oh! Interesting. You can change the stuff for decoration purposes. Ooh, you can customize the ringtone. What accessories? Oh, we should have some bonus accessories from... Yes. This is from buying the deluxe version. So, boost damage when health... Oh, this is the equipment stuff. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Boost health is... Boost damage when health is maxed out. I'm gonna increase the heat charge when health is maxed out. Charge heat faster than when you're lower in health. Charge heat faster the lower your health. I just want to use the RGG logo. That's this must be the the extra DLC stuff. Raise slightly in Dragon Dojima style. I don't even know what the style name is. I guess the default is Dragon. Attacking charges your heat gauge a little faster. Attacking charges your heat gauge a little faster. Boost damage from heat action. Boost damage. Oh, I guess we're just gonna shill, right? Let's just shill. Oh, no, wait. You can add... Oh, you can string them together. Oh, that's kind of cute. Intriguing. What's my lock screen? Oh, here's the extra stuff. Oh, okay. We have some definitely... Dang. Now let's go. Let's just shill. This is the shill right here. That's as shilly as I'm gonna get it. Decorate? The heck? Wait, I don't... Oh, these are presets. Sorry, these are presets. Kamurocho Lullaby. It's one of the things. There are more to customize. Okay. Let's just wait. So that's how they're doing the customization of your like battle equipment. What? The paint. Oh wait, I don't feel a thing. Okay, if you don't.
Hey.
Who's she? That's our president. Oh no, is this like a? This is probably the replacement for maybe the cabaret stuff or the hostess stuff. Oh really? She looks so casual. Lala Aizawa from La 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 Mobile at your service. Nice to meet you. Uh-huh. Yeah, oh, OMG, how cute are you? Do you want to, like, be our mascot? Heh, kidding, but seriously, you make an adorable looking little La 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 gal. Would I need to wear makeup and glittery stuff? Or all this tech talk is kind of beyond me, but I know my daughter's not interested in being your mascot. Anyway, what was that laser just now? That's like the red thread transmission thing. Yeah, it's the latest tech. You can use it to trade info, interact with other users. Anyone you interact with becomes a La 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 friend. Okay, so this is inherited from Asuka stuff. It's your social network. If you trade signals with the same person a bunch of times, you become La La Lovelies. You can learn what other secrets and gossip. Okay, I see. So they have the friendship network stuff. Okay. La La what? Alright. Shoot laser beams. I got you. Laser beams of love.
Which one?
Oh my goodness. How do I know who I can shoot? You? Right. Oh.
All right.
Oh, I had to shoot her.
Can I get your number?
Can I get your number?
Got it.
That's certainly new. Like the way it's interacting. Alright, so now we're Lala friends. Great. As part of our new campaign, if you point the beam at these love boxes, they'll open up and you can snag whatever's inside. Oh, those love boxes. I see. So we have a scavenger hunt thing. That's fine.
Okay.
She's smart? Really? I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's go and sing karaoke now.
Which one?
So there might be loot. How do you know loot? How do you see loot? There's their proximity sensor for them. We're gonna avoid encounters. Quick, open up! Alright. So we're obviously gonna sing Bakamitai, right? And then listen to his rendition. Oh. Okay, we're gonna cheer on Haruka here.
I'll sing my heart out.
I don't remember the song in Japanese. These were never in English beforehand. At least I don't remember this one being in English. We're always comparing the languages, even in Chinese.
I thought maybe you'd
The chant. He's okay. You can definitely tell that the person is, they might be falsettoing their voice to sound like a lot younger. So singing in that voice might be a little weird. I don't know, but it's definitely a struggle for this person. A bit flat. And then again, you could say they're role playing a kid. Some of the English speakers are the Mine English guy, he can sing quite well. Perfectly natural discussion. They're basically offering like help, you know. Yeah, this guy, they just want to share like a drink together. They're talking about if they want to hang out and play a game of, you know, a bout of Halo. Just friendly conversation. Purely innocent fun. Oh, that actually reached. Ow! Hold. Nope. I think you need upgrades, probably, beforehand. Missing a few things.
Hey.
Oh, they realize it's Kiryu Kazuma. That's right. Because these guys are Tojo. And then now they tell us about like Majima's waiting.
No. Yeah.
So now we go and
That was so much fun, Uncle Kaz. Can we go singing again sometime?
Sure can. There's karaoke in Okinawa too. Just say the word and we'll go. Anytime, anywhere.
Can't you see I'm trying to have a quality time with Haruka before... Oh, I can't guard while in fighting stance? I try to guard in it. Oh no, that's not. Oh, I think it's 3. It's on 3. The pop-up might be on 3.
So earlier I was saying, that was so much fun, Uncle Kaz. Can we go singing again sometime?
Sure can. There's karaoke in Okinawa, too. Just say the word and we'll go. Anytime, anywhere.
Awesome! That's a promise then, Uncle Kaz.
Alright, let's look at abilities. We need more things. How do I know what... Okay, I don't have the style yet. Deliver... Oh, there's the hold down. Wait. No, that's not a pop-up, but... Take it. Perform... a front kick, then follow up with a devastating... roundhouse. Interesting. What about this? Grab... we're fine with that. A heat action that unleashes hold X, then press on. Interesting. So it's triggered right away. It's initiated. Attack from behind. Oh, you need to acquire that. I see. Oh, there's other points to accommodate. Alright, fair enough. We'll give him a little bit of punch, right? Take the first rung. Alright. Alright, we're just going. Pick up your pace. How'd it go? Wrong way. Can I still trigger this? Go in. Ow. Oh, that's pretty smooth. Yeah, the roundhouse is like okay. Oh yes. Wait. Is that the pop-up? Oh no. Yuko.
What a waste of
Yuko wakateki o kurau. Hi?
You there?
Yeah.
Alright. So we got the lead on Majima. And then we're leaving Haruka behind. And then the impressive... I wonder if they changed the Majima's entrance. It's a pretty dramatic entrance. We're going all the way to Oh, we're not going over here. Interesting. Oh, I can beam someone.
What's your number? Got it.
What graphics space is this game using? Dragon Engine. It's proprietary. It existed since Like a Dragon 6, so it's like 10 years old. Not really 10 years, maybe like... Yeah! It's close. Oh hey, it's yeah, Nishida, right?
Thought I recognized that helmet. Nishida, right? They're with the Majima family.
Oh, Kiryu-san, hello. Good to see you.
Yeah, this is a proprietary.
Oh, the boss had some business at the Kazama family office, so I'm just waiting for him out here. Wait, I probably shouldn't have been too casual with you. Should I call you former chairman or...
Don't worry about it, Nishida. I'm a civilian now. You can call me whatever you want.
Good. I'm glad I didn't offend. I think I'll stick with Kiryu-san then. Old habits and all.
Hey, whatever floats your boat. So, how long's he been in there? Think his meeting will go much longer?
Oh, no. I'm sure they're done by now. The boss thinks meetings are boring as shit, so I doubt it even lasted a half hour. I bet by now you'd find him on the roof, looking down over the city. Might come as a surprise, but the boss can be pretty sentimental sometimes.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm sure he's all torn up inside about you leaving town, Kiryu-san.
Yeah, that's why they were going up the Millennium Tower earlier.
Think so, huh?
Later.
Well, it's nice of you to say, anyway.
It's very good, given it's proprietary.
Right?
It's
Yeah.
old too.
We need to talk.
They usually stick with their engine. Like the engine before this was another 10 years, so it's gonna be like 20 years. There is talk, at least my talk is thinking like Infinity, in like the Yakuza or Like a Dragon 9 could be the feature title for their Dragon Engine 2, or if they overhaul their current engine, maybe. But
Right.
it's a
Kiryu-san,
workhorse engine
the
for
boss
sure.
has a message for you. You didn't think you'd just waltz up and get a sit down with me, did ya? Kiryu-chan.
What?
Even you ain't that dumb.
Oh, by the way, the English voice actor for Majima is Matt Mercer.
You want my
So he's trying to imitate Matt Mercer right now. Is the company Japanese based? Yeah, it
You
is.
gotta earn it.
It's Sega.
Go ahead. Prove to me you got what it takes on the dumbasses you see before ya.
That's a pretty good impression if that's not Matt Mercer himself.
Now get going. Chop chop. Don't keep me waiting.
Okay. There is a really good chance that the Nishida Matt Mercer never would have expected that. Majima is incredibly, like, he's an incredibly figurehead of this game. Like, so none other than Matt Mercer himself. There is a chance like Nishida is like a different character, and then when he was doing the impersonation, Matt Mercer actually said it's pretty close. It's pretty impressive.
That's all of it. I'm very sorry, Kiryu-san.
If it's the voice actor making an impression of Matt Mercer's Majima, that's pretty good.
Guess he figured I'd be stopping by at some point.
He probably had a gut feeling. Wouldn't surprise me. The boss's instincts are usually spot on. It's nothing personal, Kiryu-san. You understand. The boss gave us orders, so shall we?
All right, all right.
All right.
But you know,
Standard test.
for a bunch of grunts just doing what they're told, you sure seem happy about it. Let me guess. You all volunteer?
The boss encourages enthusiastic participation.
Excuse me.
Sure does.
Brotherly love. Again, brotherly love. This is how they talk, you know?
Give me your best shot. I knew you'd understand, Kiryu-san. Well then, here we go.
You see, this is how they communicate back in the day. Aura break. Oh yeah, this is the same thing. Okay. Oh, he has an aura already? I gotta get rid of all of your other... Whoa. Wait. Hold! I'm trying to... Whoa, you guys need to calm down for a moment. I'm trying to figure out what my strings are with the additional. Can I... Nope. I can't string into that. Can't string into that either. Stop. Nope. Yeah, that is a... Okay, yeah, that's just a standalone on its own. There's no string to it. So we're pretty much... that doesn't... Oh yeah, there's no follow-up to that yet. Whoa, that... you are wide, my friend. Whoa, what the... What is that? Can I juggle you? No. Oh, it has a double tap. Okay, interesting. Nope. Okay, the deadly attack, right? I'm just gonna stay away from that for a moment. Okay, that's... Oh, that's so weird. The string just ends there after the hold on the X. You're locked in.
Phew. Same old Kiryu-san.
The Majima family hasn't changed much either. Think you earned your keep.
Oh, one more thing. Remember when I said the boss could be sentimental sometimes? Please don't tell him I said that. If he found out, I'd be in a world of hurt.
Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. Take care of yourself, Nishida. Good luck.
Thanks. You too, Kiryu-san.
He's a token character. Legacy.
Thanks, Majima-san. You always make me feel welcome.
I don't imagine I'm gonna get a welcoming party here as well, do I? Millennium Tower? A welcoming party, yeah? Okay. That help. MSQ. We're basically listening to the MSQ, not doing like too many extra activities.
Word is, you're bailing on Kamurocho, Kiryu-chan.
Yeah, that's why I came to see you.
Eh? How's that mean?
I need your help.
Mercer.
Someone has to watch Daigo's back, because I won't be there to do it.
What are you getting at here, Kiryu-chan?
It's high
you
noon.
heard me back
Just
there.
kidding.
Let me get this straight. You're asking me to go back to the Tojo clan?
That's right.
A little late for that, don't you think? Even if I did go back, the Tojo's just not the barrel of monkeys it used to be.
Look, Daigo's stepping up to take over, but it won't be easy. He doesn't have a family of his own, so the other patriarchs will think they can push him around. They could make his life a living hell.
So what you're saying is, you want me and my boys behind Daigo to make sure none of the other kids bully him too bad?
That's right. If we want to unite the Tojo clan, we need you and the Majima family. There's no way this works without you standing up to have Daigo's back.
Hard pass.
Majima-san.
Come on, Kiryu-chan. Living life caged up like a damn shelter dog ain't my scene and you know it. But that's exactly what I'm doing. Now that I got the Majima family to take care of, I can't go wilding out like I used to. Now you come here asking me to play babysitter for your little protege on top of that? Give me a break. Sorry, Kiryu-chan. Ain't happening.
I knew you'd say that.
And what of it?
Fisticuffs.
Look, Majima-san.
Let's go.
You want to let loose, right?
Right?
But you can't. You're trapped.
Right.
Well, I'm not asking you to stay cooped up. I'm asking you to break free.
Huh? How in the hell am I supposed to do that?
When people come after Daigo, I want you to bust their heads, like only you can. I'm asking you to go wild like you've never gone before.
I'm listening.
The 6th chairman needs an enforcer. Someone to watch out for him and keep everyone in line. Perfect opportunity for someone who's been itching for a fight, don't you think?
Kiryu-chan, you asking me to take out the Tojo clan's trash?
That's right. Show everyone in Kamurocho what you and the Majima family can really do. I know better than to ask you to babysit. The more ass you kick, the better off the Tojo clan will be. So come do what you do best.
Wonder if he gets more than before. Majima gets sidelined in this game. There it goes. The magical D rope.
You know how I operate, don't you? With me, it's hit hard or hit the bricks. And ain't nobody telling me what to do if they can't bring the heat.
I know.
Here comes it.
So if you want me back with the Tojo clan so bad, you know what you gotta do.
Knew it'd go like this.
Then, what do you say we get rolling, Kiryu-chan?
Magical D rope. Alright.
Feels like ages since me and you threw down, don't it? Careful now. I ain't pulling punches.
Good.
Then bring it!
I expect to get my face locked in a little bit. Nice. Oh, he's not using his dagger. Interesting. That is new. Yeah. Oh. Oh, that is so short. That is so short. What is that range? I doubt this keeps me from dying. Yeah. Okay. I don't remember what my heat is into the... What's my heat into? I already had like 10% HP, but... This is neat. They gave him a new animation on the... At least I think it was new. Hang on, I don't actually know... What was this? What's the follow-up? Oh, it's on the initiation. Oh. I didn't realize I could hold his leg like that. Okay. Good talk, Majima.
That's my Kiryu-chan. Strong as a fucking ox.
Typical. Typical Majima.
And then they get a smoke break afterwards, you know?
Well, shit. Guess this is really it, huh?
Romance.
Yeah.
Gonna be real lonesome without you, Kiryu-chan.
Daigo needs help. I'm counting on you.
Yeah. There's just one thing bugging me about it.
Yeah, what?
If your boy starts going down the wrong track, I ain't so sure I'll be able to push him off it.
What do you mean by that?
Daigo. I mean the 6th chairman. He can be real trusting, just like you.
Go fault.
Hope he doesn't let anyone pull the wool over his eyes.
Don't worry. Daigo's young, but he's not a fool.
That's fair. Largely, he kept up.
I should get going.
Young Daigo.
The Tojo clan needs you. Good luck.
I hope he gets more scenes, like Majima. Majima gets sidelined quite a lot after the first 3.
The hell I'd get myself into this time. What can you do? Goro Majima. Running shit big time! What a pain in the ass. Had to go make a promise to Kiryu-chan. What can you damn do?
I like the little, like, the part, because it's kind of part of Majima's Japanese voice actor when he does the little, like, the little sliding, the little kind of slightly the thing here and there. It's kind of part of the element of his eccentricity. So whenever he says, like, Kiryu-chan, the situation. Oh, Kazawagi. Oh yeah, that's right. Kazawagi's still here. Oh, I wonder if they're gonna include that Kazawagi stuff. Kashiwagi. Kashiwagi is one of his older mentors. And in this game, sorry for spoiling a 15-year-old plotline, but he does kind of get unceremoniously
Which one? What's your number?
implicated here.
Got it.
Imagine if that's how you make friends. Wait, let me probe you. Boop.
We're connected.
Can you not, please? Oh yeah, there's no follow-up to the 1-2 hold. That whiff though. I kind of want something after that. X hold X. Wait. Is it pointing here? What are we talking about here? Oh, you know, I wonder if the florist is here. There he is.
Ah, Kiryu. Thanks for coming by.
Of
I
course.
think that's the same
It's good
bartender
timing.
voice actor.
I wanted to drop in and say goodbye anyway. I'm glad I caught you before I left, Kashiwagi-san. So, on the phone, you mentioned you needed my help with something.
I did. And truth be told, I'd rather not ask a newly minted civilian.
Yeah, I think that's his voice.
But there's no one else I can turn to with this.
Different tone though.
There's a new gang that goes by the Reapers. I need your help getting them off the streets.
The Reapers? Sound
Okay,
friendly.
so they're
Who are they?
returning the bounty,
Former members of the Tojo clan who didn't take their expulsion well.
possibly.
As you know, the Yakuza may not be above board, but that doesn't mean anything goes. There are rules, and breaking them means consequences, without
think-
exception. It's because we're Yakuza that we need a creed. Without one, we have no structure.
I agree. The rules are there for a reason.
And yet, some join up believing we're a lawless group that allows our men to do as they please. and they're furious when they can't. Of course, we end up kicking out the most egregious offenders, the ones who refuse to be reined in. As a result, some of them have developed a healthy grudge against the Tojo clan, and they're out for revenge.
Sounds like bad news.
Very much so. They've not only taken to attacking our men, but they've even terrorized civilians using the Tojo clan's name. One has to assume it's all part of a vendetta against the group they feel so wronged by. That's why we've taken to calling them the Reapers. As you said, a friendly bunch.
A pack of disgraced Yakuza with axes to grind.
Pretty sure this is
no
new.
Way the Tojo clan ignores something like that. Not while you're at the helm. I know you. You'd never let them roam free.
I don't remember this.
Of course not. We've been taking down the ones we can find as we find them. Which means there are a couple that we still haven't been able to track down. These holdouts have dug in places we don't have much visibility on, and they make life hell for the people there.
And what's considered one of your blind spots?
For starters, Okinawa.
Ah, now I see.
That's not the only place, but rumor has it most of the Reapers fled south. Seems they're not immune to the sun and the sand. The issue is the Tojo clan has little intel on Okinawa. The distance only makes it harder to get involved. I'll admit, I was at a loss. Until I heard about your move, Kiryu-san.
You said it before, Kashiwagi-san. I'm a civilian.
I know, and I'm sorry. But I have nowhere else to turn here. I'm not asking a favor. You would be well compensated. And these people are dangerous. They're no ordinary thugs. Several used to be hitmen. If we don't act now and do something about them, then it's only a matter of time before the locals are in serious trouble. Put aside the honor of the Tojo clan for a second. The last thing we want is regular people becoming collateral damage.
Can't argue with that. All right. I find a Reaper, I take him off the street. That it?
That's the job. Here's a list of them. Should contain their usual haunts as well. And don't worry, I'll keep you posted. You'll hear from us if we get any new intel. They're not just in Okinawa either. You'll find some of the Reapers hiding around Kamurocho as well. If you run into one here, you'd be doing us all a favor if you took care of them.
Got any more favors up your sleeve, Kashiwagi-san? You do realize I have an orphanage to run, right?
I know. It's a lot. But I appreciate your help. Be careful out there, Kiryu. There's more on my plate than I can handle right now, too. We'll both just have to make the best of it.
We will. Tell the 6th chairman. Tell Daigo. I said good luck. Kashiwagi-san, take care.
You too.
He does appear again, one other time. Yeah, so this must be the way they integrate, yep, the bounties. Bounty guys, a quick track. That's new and old at the same time. It's an integration of something. Yep. And return of some classics. To get some quick cash. Actually, let's go and see how... Yo, hey, wait, what time is it? 6:40 a.m. Dang, man. Can I... Oh, I need... Wait, do I get points? Like, oh, this is where you get the point, guys, right? Hey, my friends, can I talk to you? Wait, are you not the dude? Oh, it's actually down there. Is this where I get the points? The people points? No. Oh my, let's just see how okay you are. Can I get people points from you? Oh, that armor. Oh, okay. Auto dodging. All right, cool. Okay. I don't get people points. Just money. I was hoping to like unlock. How many bounties are there? Let's check out the bounties. I like bounty. We gotta get our sea legs back. There's only 2, so it might be locked to chapter progression. Wait, I got a probe.
What's your number?
Beep.
Got it.
This is kind of cute.
Alright.
Which is probing.
We're connected.
I want to be. Congrats on finding. Got a little something for you to come by in a sec. Okay, how about we just we're right here, yo. What happened? Give me. Okay. What could you get from these love boxes? Oh.
Thanks.
Huh? It's okay.
Alright. What's your number? We're connected.
So what if I beam them again? Oh, they have to refresh first. Okay, I see. Just like the waving mechanic. Hey, how's it going? Wait.
Which one? Can I get your
I'm trying to become a social media. Gotta get those lights. Tsuyama? Tsuyama blackmail. Okay. Alright, buddy. Listen, gotta get those likes, man. We're living the current. Oh, okay. We're living the 2025 life, but in 2009. How? Whoa, that string is so long. I was gonna try to tap him in it, but he just kept going. Thank goodness his punches were wide when I got clobbered. So we're basically gonna build glass cannon until I get one-shotted by a boss. That's basically how we play the MSQ thing. New Reapers? Oh, when you clear the previous Reapers. Do you have Instagram or any of that, manga? No. No, I don't have Instagram. Just Twitch and YouTube. I want to do a couple more of these. This guy's so far out of the way, though. Wait. Beep, beep.
Can I get your number?
Although this is fun. You know? Making virtual... Wait. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Does that interrupt them? Oh, it does. Nice. Okay. It's fine.
Which one?
Busy making friends here. You're out of your age where it's expected of you. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, oh no, wait, I thought the guy was...
What's your number? We're connected.
This is as close to social media as I'll ever get. We've already done this like a billion times over because of like...
What's your number?
The other Like a Dragon games.
Which? Can I get your number?
5 billion times over mine twice before. Alright, what do you do? What are those pants, my friend? Demolition guy. I'll probably try YouTube shorts. How wide are your swings? Oh, they're so wide! Oh my goodness, they are so wide. We can't sidestep that. We just lost like... Oh! Yeah, when they spin like that. Oh, you. That has such a active frames, dude. It has a larger reach than I think. Goes Batman. It's fine. You can just repeat with 0 health. Not safe. Not safe. Dude. Kiryu's reach is really short. Like, each time I thought it would connect, it doesn't connect. Yeah, Kiryu's reach is pretty short on the X. Oh my goodness. Do I have a favorite character so far? What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about this stuff? Well, Casca is a JRPG, so Casca's like Legacy has like twice the number of characters. Alright, we do have to go and eat something. My favorite character, probably Akiyama in the Kiryu saga, without a doubt. We don't know we'll ever see him in the next game or not. But he does exist in Yakuza 4 and 5. Alright. Let's go and chow down. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Time to dig in. This is good.
That's how you recover, man.
That was delicious.
Okay, now let's try not to... Now let's try not to get, like, full stringed by the guy right in the beginning and lose 70% of our HP. Oh, come on. Oh, you can't recover from that very quickly. Oh.
What a pain.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, surprisingly long reach, dude. Oh my gosh, it's... That hits from behind? Come on, dude. He's going to use his deadly attack soon. We're not getting near that. To play the patient games, those hyper armored dudes. They're all armored. All of them, it's a new structure that they have. Well, as long as their aura is up, they are completely armored. So you have to knock out their aura. So they are all armored. They all have hyper armor when they're glowing. Apparently that's what they're going with. Only the regular guys don't have, like... So you have to bop them enough to get rid of their armor. They can still take critical from the back. But nearly all of their skills, so far, at least all the ones from the Mina campaign, pretty much all of them are armored. Seems like that's the way they're going about this. Which is okay because, I mean, unless you're playing glass cannon, pretty much like your EX is like not very helpful because you'll run into getting like bopped if you challenge them as a glass cannon. They just play.
All right. What's your number?
Play conservative. Oh. Wait.
What's your number?
Sorry, my friend. That's awkward. Oh, hello there. You seem nice. Just another disgruntled guy. With a bat. That's not what I meant to do, but that worked out, I guess. Oh my goodness. Whoa, reach. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Oh, so we do have a default dragon finisher off of his EX. His Kiwami. Yeah, like I took 40% of my HP because of the EX. Eeh. If I MSQ like 2 or 3 more chapters, he'll probably just get bopped in 1 or 2 hits. We're gonna eat now. And they come in? They can't, right? Aha! Get code interrupted. Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no! Oh. I was just kidding. No comment. I thought they can't get into they can't initiate combat inside a resting like a place, but I guess you can. All right, we're gonna grab the burgers. Oh, yeah, that's good. Maybe it's toss in a shake, you know, make it a meal.
Time to dig in. Not bad.
So delicious. Look at that.
That was delicious.
They couldn't do. I mocked them. Well, you gotta test the boundaries, you know? You gotta test the boundaries. Okay, we'll do this one last guy, and then we're gonna go and... Actually, we're heading there anyways. Let's go. That's enough. I think I've got my sea legs. For now. Something is locking his abilities. So. Ah! Oh, that's actually... Oh, that doesn't airborne either. I don't think he has any default airborne. Alright. What now? Alright, so what subsystem they're introducing? Parting gift? A dragon reversal? Reversey? The classic strategy game? Wait. We have a new mini game? What, the legendary dragon disc, the most powerful piece of all. Try playing the legendary disc when you get a chance. I can always make another. A legend dragon reversey. Might be fun to play with the kids. What? A new mini game? I got to like Mine a lot though watching. Oh yeah, Mine is great. Mine is Akiyama. Akiyama is like in Yakuza 4. Akiyama is like the more. He's like the Han Solo of Mine. So if you remove the jadedness, the cynicism of Mine, Akiyama is that character. So they're very similar in that way. It's like if you have two brothers, right? And they both got, I don't know, traumatized, right? Mine got traumatized in the beginning, and then Akiyama to some extent. And they both took separate paths. But they're like, business sense is kind of very similar, but Akiyama is like a charm guy. He's like a heartthrob stud kind of dude, like very sly situation. So he's more of a sly fox in a different way. And he appears in Yakuza 4, 5, 6, 8, and that's about it. You like Mine just like being nonchalant? Yeah, because he's like a little bit socially withdrawn. Ow. Stoicism for the max, right? That's pretty useful. Just a quick step into a loaded X into a execution on the heat. That's pretty good flow. Alright, let's head out. Off we go. What time is it? Okay. Time to say goodbye. There it is. Did you visit this district in Tokyo drama? Kibukicho? Kabukicho. Oh, they saved it for this. Interesting.
Majima-san. That sandy beach sounds better every minute.
They changed it up. That was chapter 1. You weren't in Shinjuku this time? I see. The last time you were. I see. Last time. Yeah. I understand. I wouldn't mind like hitting Okinawa. Oh, Okinawa sounds amazing. Now he's learning how to be a pops. You're not one kid, not 2, 7. No, 9. Sorry, 9, including Haruka.
I'm trying to focus here.
I think it's 9.
Me.
How many times do I have to tell you?
9 to be soon.
Him while he's cooking.
I think it's A plus 1.
Come on, everybody's playing outside till dinner's ready, remember?
Koichi's goated. He also wants to become a firefighter in the current mythos. As of circa 2025, he's a firefighter.
Starving.
Oh no, wait. I think he ended up becoming an office worker though.
Hurry!
In 2025.
Down. You know we don't eat until everyone's at the table. Okay.
Oh, curry!
I'm starving. I want to eat.
Yeah, 8 kids.
I think that's everyone. Wait, hang on. Where's Izumi? Huh? Izumi-chan's not back yet?
9. You just got your last term assignment marks back, 72. Pretty crap, but you believe you can improve. Your main focus is spending more than 2 weeks on the assignment. Even though the marks aren't ideal, it's never too late to improve. Solid for one of the assignments. Can you see Godzilla in this game?
Shiro, weren't you two supposed to walk home from school together?
Can I?
We did. She was with me the whole way.
I'm not sure.
So you don't know where she is right now, Shiro?
Nope. Where could she be?
She's probably fine. Let's just see without her.
Should be 9 kids plus 1.
It'll be okay.
Izumi.
Uncle Kaz, what do we do?
Go find her. You and me. The rest of you, go ahead and eat without us.
Dude, look at that curry though. Oh. Oh, that food. Oh, the Godzilla. Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question in Kabukicho. I don't know. I didn't even consider that. And not that I remember. Not that I remember. They have to take certain liberties. So, in the series, they have a list of all their sponsors. So, like, for example, they list all the vendors. And it depends on which vendors are represented. Otherwise, they replace it. They replace it with like a substitute or an allusion to it. So I don't recall. Unless you're talking about in the theater district or like the theater square, there was something that I'm not sure about this game. All right, we got to go find Izumi. All right. Where's the kid? Where's the rascal? Look at this, my friend. Oh, yeah, kid things. I remember this. Izumi is having trouble. Kid troubles. No? You guys will know. He's a father to 9 now, you know?
What are you doing out here, Izumi? Let's go home. Dinner's waiting on the table.
I'm not hungry.
What's wrong? Are you feeling okay?
Obviously.
Did something happen at school? With your friends? So something did happen. Well, if you feel up to talking about it, I'm here for you.
Uncle Kaz?
Yeah?
Is not having parents actually a bad thing?
Huh?
At school today, the other kids in my class were making fun of me, 'cause I don't have any.
How did that come up?
There's gonna be a bring your parents to school day, and they wanted to know what I'm doing.
What exactly did they say?
They said my mom and my dad can't come 'cause they're dead. So I have nobody to bring with me to school. All of my classmates know that I live with you at Morning Glory. And they also know you're not my real dad, Uncle Kaz. So I'm not gonna ask you to come to school with me or anything, but,
But go on, Izumi. I'm listening.
It makes me mad. Some kids have parents who are too busy to come, but nobody makes fun of them. Why is it just me? So what if I don't have a real family?
You do have a family. One that cares about you very much.
I do?
You have morning glory.
What's that mean?
Izumi. Families come in all shapes and sizes. Not all of them may have a real mom or dad either, just like yours.
Huh?
You're not alone. You have me, Haruka, and everyone at Morning Glory. We're all family. And you mean the world to us, Izumi. Remember that.
I still don't get it. None of us are related.
No, we're not. But there's more to family than blood ties, you know? What makes all of us family is the love we share. And that's what really matters. Maybe your classmates don't get that just yet. So we don't know for sure if they were making fun of you.
Really?
Well, look at it this way. For most of them, their parents are always right within reach whenever they need them. I'm sure they probably have no idea how lonely life would be if their parents were just gone one day.
So, you don't think they were actually bullying me, Uncle Kaz?
I doubt it. If anything, I'd say they were worried you'd feel left out on Bring Your Parents to School Day. No one wants their friend to be lonely.
Very auspicious spin.
I lost my parents when I was young, like you. So I know how hard it can be sometimes.
In case you want to know, he lost his parents involved in a manner that involves the father figure that he had, who he also lost.
Even so, I'll always consider the man who brought me up as my dad.
That dad.
He stepped in when I needed someone. And my best friend, the boy who grew up with me, I saw him as my brother.
He is also not alive because of his life before this. The only thing you remember from Yakuza 0 is getting robbed. Yeah, so almost all the people that he's mentioned so far in Kiryu's life, they are no longer alive.
My whole life, I never had any doubt they were my real family. So you see, you have me and everyone at Morning Glory. We're all there for you, through thick and thin.
This is supposed to, in my opinion, run the parallel. The reason why it's kind of reasonable that Kiryu has this perspective on family of different shapes and sizes is because of like the romanticizing of Yakuza. So like because of the brotherhood that they have, you can have family that is not bound by blood per se, but bound by blood. You know, like a different type of blood. And it goes in and runs parallel with like having children that are not tied by blood. And also, for the record, there are 9 kids. I plugged this before and I'll plug it again. The next game in the series, in the canonical series, is Like a Dragon 9. And they brought back the kids a couple times, like they teased a couple times with Kiryu and stuff. I'm just saying, there are 9 kids. It could just feature all 9 kids. In the present day of 2026, all the kids are of age. So every single kid has turned of age. I think the oldest one is like 21 now. And then all the youngest one might be 18. So all of them like left the orphanage, just to give you like a future preface. And you know this. Like they've already updated and teased like 3 or 4 of the kids. They are all grown up. They're all adults. Pretty much just around the same age that you first played Kiryu in Yakuza 0. So it's been like 60 years.
Your family's just as real as any other kids.
What a Majima goat.
There's no reason to be jealous.
Nuh-uh, I'm not jealous. But sometimes they say things.
And when they do, don't let them get to you. Look them in the eye and tell them this. I'm not alone. I have 9 people in my family.
I do?
Me, Haruka, and the other kids. That makes 9 of us total.
Soon to be 10
We're all
total.
one big family. Don't you think so?
All of us... a family.
I don't remember what she ended up doing.
Okay. I'll try. I promise.
Good. I know that I can never replace your dad. But since the moment you walked in, you've been like a daughter to me.
Uncle Cause. Izumi-chan, everyone's waiting for you. Let's go home, okay? There. No more tears.
Now come on, it's curry tonight. How about we go eat while it's still warm?
I can't even imagine preparing like food as a solo host, like a person responsible for 8/9, like crazy, day in and day out.
You didn't eat?
We couldn't, not till Izumi was here.
Yeah, and now I'm starving. So hurry up and sit down.
Izumi-chan, come sit next to me. Come on, hurry. Okay.
Have you seen how accurate the face scans are for where winds meet? I have.
We can't start till you guys sit.
Sorry. All right. Everyone ready?
Let's eat.
Oh yes.
Isn't it yummy?
Yeah, face scans are a thing. Like, RGG has done face scans for as far and long as I remember. Outside of like for example, not the kid stuff, but the majority of the characters that have like voice acting, they were done in combination of that. Obviously, where winds meet is another generational difference. Except for Kiryu. Kiryu's voice actor, they kind of took some liberties, like
Uncle Kaz.
RGG has a long-standing. This is where that controversy came up, like the thing that me and Jack was talking about earlier. All the voice actors are the likeness of the Japanese voice actor, and then there's a controversial figure in this game that was cast due to, well, his face being served as one of the characters, and then he's the voice of one.
They haven't stopped. We got another eviction notice. I guess we might really have to leave after all. Those guys have been coming around a lot more often, too. They're starting to make the other kids nervous.
We're technically in the past right now. The game started like a couple moments in. So like now this is flashbacking. So they haven't been introduced yet. The game kind of started at a kind of like a
climax point, like a conflict point.
Uncle Kaz, we don't have to leave our home, do we?
I don't care what these letters say. Nobody's kicking us out of here. Not if I can help it.
Maybe when we get to the end of chapter 2.
This is getting out of hand. These guys have got to stop. I can't have them sending us these eviction notices every day. And the kids are starting to get scared. Why wouldn't they with those Ryudo boys posting up here intimidating everyone? Maybe it's time I swing by their headquarters. Introduce myself properly.
Yeah, Riki looks...
Don't worry.
different.
I'm not going to pick a fight with them.
Oh, Riki look like more...
Be careful.
I will.
Friendlier.
Be back later tonight.
Back then. In the Yakuza 3. We're gonna solve things the old-fashioned way. This is the first time seeing Ryukyu in Okinawa. There's the pan now. Okay, we see the downtown part is good. This is where, see, this is where Mac is supposed to show up. The person that we were talking about, which was the token black guy in the original, where he like comes by at some point, but I don't. So we're gonna see what the replacement is. So Mia, training today. Huh? Backside. Ryukyu Kobojutsu training today. Yeah, so this is how they're replacing the techniques thing. Mac, so in the original game, Mac is a tourist, and he asks you to take pictures for like weird things that happen around the area, and there's these like crazy stunts, and then it teaches you how to implement those crazy stunts. They're really wild segments, and then they get incorporated into techniques. So instead now, downtown Ryukyu, you might you might find decorations not sold at our Kamurocho. Okay, so now there's a replacement for their system. So this is probably where we unlock the style points. Oh, wait. I don't think this was here. Or like, I don't think you could enter this before. Wait, hold up. Okay, so... yeah, this side is smaller. Yep. But... okay, yeah, those are inaccessible. Okay. No, this was still available. I was just at the wrong... okay. Interesting. At least, I think this building might have not been accessible. But the building was here. Okay. Oh, we have locker keys. Good old locker keys. Coin locker keys.
Ah, there he is. Sure kept me waiting, Kiryu-san.
Sorry. Forgot to swing by.
Even though you were the one that wanted me to teach you Ryukyu Kobujutsu half a year ago.
But this is entirely
Makes me
new.
doubt your sincerity, you know?
Where you get the style.
But well, lots happened recently.
Oh, there's always something going on with you. If you can't pencil me in, why don't we take a rain check?
No, let's get started. You already prepared for a lesson?
All right. We'll just have a little refresher today. You should know the basics by now. Gotta keep you on your toes and check if you remember what I taught you, yeah?
Got it. Ready when you are, Master.
Ready? All right. Show me what you got.
Oh yeah, this is his weapon utility. No nonsense, pass down through, okay. With weapons, okay. Weak attacks is hitting. Will apply bleed, X, Y, Y, okay. Twice knockdown. Oh, there's a knockup on with the scythe, okay. Anfa? Oh, yeah, an attack the. Oh, okay. I even have a guard break. Oh, I can't knock everything up. Okay. A stun with the Tonfa? Okay. And then enemy guard breaking. Okay. Guard. When guarding, used to perform a guard attack? Interesting. Alright. Oh. Intriguing. Am I... I can't hit. Okay. 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 New fighting style. Normal, average day.
That's enough exercise. Why don't we call it? After all, you're a busy man.
Thanks. Sorry about that.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm parched. Got some time to rehydrate at my bar?
Downstairs?
Depends. Are you gonna treat me?
Of course. To a glass of my finest tap water.
Hmm.
Full marks for customer service.
It's tap water. Alright, work up a stretch. Feel free to... Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is our resting place, our HQ. Okay. Oh, wait. I do have...
Time for a change.
I do have a DLC, so...
Time for a change.
What are the DLCs?
How's this for style?
We're not going... Wait, is there... Can I... Okay. Hold up. Oh boy. No, we're okay. No, we're okay. Huh. Oh man, there's a lot. Okay. And then this should be like the no, we'll just chill with a hat, right? Yeah, we'll just chill with a hat. The hat is fine. Oh, and then here's some DLC stuff. Pretty much all the... Yep. All the characters of the existing cast. So these are all the members, like some of the major members. So this is Kiryu's current one, circa 2025. This is Kiryu from Yakuza 0. This is Daigo. This is Daigo when he was even younger. This is Chairman Daigo, and this is teenage Daigo. This is Saijima's outfit, Majima. This is Yakuza 0's Majima 1. This is Majima's Hawaiian one. This is Akiyama. I forgot his name. Omi Alliance. Dang it, I don't remember his name. This is Goda. Man, and these are all the cast from Kasuga's era. So we're just gonna wear this. A hat is fine. A strap. All right, we're fine. We just need the hat. That's all that's necessary. He needs a hat. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, putting outfits together. First aid. Okay. Are they really drinking tap water?
You know, it hasn't been all that long since you started training in Ryukyu Kobujutsu.
Dude, his voice
But
though.
you've managed to put your own twist to it, haven't you, Kiryu-chan? Impressive.
It's so deep.
It's all thanks to my instructor.
Hoo-hoo, got that right. Nobody on this island holds a candle to me when it comes to teaching Kobujutsu.
Well, I don't know if there was any other option than you. No disrespect, of course.
Oh, ouch! My heart. Though, to be honest, I'm not sure if anyone even wants to learn the art lately. Oh, we instructors are a dying breed, unfortunately. If you don't mind my asking, why are you interested in Kobujutsu, Kiryu-chan? You're already plenty strong. There's no need to learn from me.
I don't have any real reason. Just that my days have been so peaceful lately. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting out of shape. I had to try and stay fit somehow. Then one day, I saw you driving away some drunkards with all kinds of traditional Okinawan weapons, single-handedly.
And you thought, this is it?
Yep, something like that.
You're one weird guy, Kiryu-chan. But I gotta say, you pick things up quick. Think I'm running out of tricks to teach you. Doubt we can keep this up for much longer.
I wouldn't say that. Aren't there any more Okinawan weapons left for me to pick up? Besides, I know I'm nowhere close to mastering everything you've taught me so far. Which means we're not through yet. Right, Master?
Hey, right. Anyway, you should get going soon. Didn't you have somewhere to be?
Yeah, about that. I'm on the lookout for some boys from the Ryudo family. They were driving a light blue pickup truck. Have you seen them around?
A light blue pickup truck, huh? Come to think of it, I saw one earlier when I went to the convenience store on Ryukyu Street. Not sure if it's the same truck you're looking for, though.
That's still a lead to go off of. Thanks. All right, I'll head over to that convenience store now.
Let me walk you out.
Who are these guys?
Hey, you folks mind? You can loiter in front of someone else's bar. They're hurting my business here.
Friendly guys.
What, this shabby joint?
Yeah, they're friendly.
Looks pretty empty to me. Kinda hard to hurt business. You got none in the first place.
Stop right there. Could you not badmouth my favorite bar to my face?
Yeah? Who's asking?
A regular here, and one who's getting pretty annoyed with you. You gonna move out of the way now? I won't ask twice.
What if we don't? You asking for a fight, Grandpa? Fine. I'm game. I was getting bored anyway. About time I blow off some steam. Let's go, old man.
Don't bother with them, Mia-san. I'll clean up my own mess.
All right, I'll take you up on that. It's a good chance to see you put your skills to the test. Show me what you got.
Come at me!
Are they introducing more? Oh, the nunchaku attack. Hold X and then tap X to interesting. Okay. Eiku. Oh, we have AoE too. Oh, dang. There's. Oops. Oh, and then Tanfa. Okay, so you can hold to gain access to the IC. Interesting. That's a lot of weapons. Surujin. Oh, okay. So all the hold buttons access a different weapon. Okay. In all directions. Okay. Oh, so he has AoE. Oh, the hold takes a while though. I can't cancel that. Okay. Okay, so you can't string them. I was trying to string the two together. Interesting. Is there any major mechanical differences in combat between this game and the second? What do you mean by mechanical difference? They're all unique. All of them are mechanically unique. That's kind of what they tried to do anyways. So like whatever I just did doesn't exist in any other game. Like it just exists in this game. Now in terms of mechanical input, like if you're talking about like the actual inputs, no. It's usually a hold mechanic on each of the buttons, each of the face buttons. And then there's a sequence 1 2 2, like you know, like 1 2 2 2, 1 1 2 2, like it has the same layouts. So the input themselves might not change. When it comes to like what they do, they get mixed up all the time. Like they're not ever on top of each other. So they deliberately change up all the things every time. Not using fighting game notations. Yeah, because I'm playing on an Xbox controller, so one like saying X Y Y would not be the same as the PlayStation controller. All that other jazz. It's always like it looks like they decide to add extra layers. So now all the hold for this one, the hold X, Y, and B, like 1 1 or 2 2, like they're all 1 1 1. So hold 1 1 1, hold 1 1 1. So that's interesting. Where did I learn it? I used to play fighting games.
Sorry.
That's how I like describe inputs most of the time. Like that's a DP. There are no like mechanical depth where there's like DPing or like back holding, like there's usually just charge and face buttons. So it's very much like a beat 'em up. It's closer to a beat 'em up, where you're basically have an initiation on hold. There's charge, there's sometimes quick step counting. You only know that Tekken is using 1, 2, 3, 4 for the buttons. That's interesting.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't play Tekken, so that's interesting. It came from somewhere else. Also, 2D fighters use PKHPHK. Usually they use light, mid, heavy. So they use 6-button layout. So LMH, right? LMH, PK. Let's go see what these guys are like. I wanna get my sea legs here. Specialty Asashike Tojo guy. Yeah, Mortal Kombat. Oh, that is not safe. Oh, that is not safe. Holy. How about... Oh, he just rolls? Okay, so there's no quick stepping in this. Oh my, that is not safe. Okay, so guard attacking is the way here. Okay, so we have interrupt. Oh, you can miss that though. Okay. Ow. Oh, I can. Oh, I can juggle. Okay. It is possible to string off of a bounce from a weapon and in transition. Ah! I'm dead. Okay, his recovery frames are very, very long. But you can ground bound and into us. Yeah, I played Street Fighter. I played all of them. I played the first of all of them. Like the first Mortal Kombat, the first Street Fighter, the first Fatal Fury. That's not safe. He has huge recovery, dude. Like, it's gigantic. Yeah, KOF. Yeah, KOF.
All right. What's your number? Got it.
Virtual Fighter as well. Why don't you just deliver it to me? I need to get some food, so I'll be. Let's go in. DOA, yeah, DOA. Pig's ear, neat. I got some liquor too.
Time to dig in.
I did see the DOA 7 teaser. Did you see the Virtual Fighter 6 teaser as well? The people who are animating it is RGG. RGG is doing that part.
Let's just go talk to this guy. I need to get my sea legs on this, like, technique. Ishiko. Oh, they can't be bounced when they have aura. Nope, that takes too long of a delay. Maybe I can do like... Maybe I can do a nunchuck into a scythe? Nope. Too long. Oh, so much recovery. That recovery is not safe. Yeah, man, you're so vulnerable when you're Dang it. It's so weird. You don't... Okay, you can still stagger in the video. Sadly, Tekken 8 wasn't for you. Oh, I see. You're very hyped for 3D fighters? Did I play Blaze Blue? To some extent. And then Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear. I played a little bit of Skullgirls too. You want to throw a side left, you know, from left field. Can I unlock stuff? Oh, I can. All right. So I'm getting points. Okay, I'm getting these points. All right. Let's see. Yeah, MVC2. Yes. Smash. Okay, so we do have down heat action. It's a heat action though. Blow away your surrounding enemy with... Oh, wait. Now we're going... Wait, are they... Oh, they're in the same line? Oh, that's interesting. They're not separate, they're not separate lines. Wow. Is that just free? Can this trigger other things? Okay, so it can bound others. That's not that great. Oh, okay. So they're in the same tree. Rush duration becomes longer and attack strong. Interesting. So we have extenders. For both extenders. That one's a pretty good extender. 300 points. And it's not on the currency. Okay. I guess we just... Okay. Wait, were we getting... Hold up. Were we getting points from these guys? No. Are we getting points after taking them down? Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm holding the wrong button. Was it... Wait, what button was the guard? Like, the guard break. How do I... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I can still perfect guard. And recover guard, too. Okay, so definitely perfect guarding is the way to go about this. Okay. Were I a SSB player? No. No, I don't do that. I don't do arena stuff. No arena stuff. You said specifically Brawl. I did play Melee though. I didn't play Ultimate either. I don't play Nintendo stuff. I played Melee because someone else owned a GameCube. Someone I was acquainted with owned a GameCube. I don't play platform brawlers. Not too often. Alright, let's go and grab. Too sweaty.
I'm digging. This is good. That was delicious. Which one? Can I get
Make
your
me
number?
feel better. Make a friend. Just in case. Alright. So definitely perfect guarding. Perfect guarding is the way for this okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't play fighting games anymore. Nowadays, my most regular, this is as close as I get to in terms of like input complexity and whatnot. I watch FGC stuff though. You know those reaction times. Those kids these days, right? Kids these days. Alright, it's almost 8 a.m. Let's go watch this. This is Likia's intro. I think we do the Likia battle here. So let's do these still cost money? Alright. That's where the currency is gonna go. Okay. Jay Wong, yeah, Justin Wong, yeah. I'm surprised you didn't bring up like Fudo or Daigo or something. Like Daigo, I already mentioned Daigo. Like, I mean, I'm talking about the Daigo in this character, but you could have just mentioned Daigo.
Let's hell out of here.
Hey, tough guys.
It's him! What do you want, old man?
Both of you are from the Ryudo family. Do I have that right?
Huh? So what if we are?
Your family make a habit of threatening civilians? You owe me an explanation for this. We pay our rent on time.
Civilian, huh? Shit, my ass. Damn sure I've never seen a civilian with that kind of ink on his back.
You have now, and you're scaring my kids. I don't want to see your faces again.
Listen here, man.
That hat completes the whole thing, man.
Ain't nobody we hate more than uppity mainlanders like you. So turn around and get the hell out of Okinawa.
And that's why you want us gone?
Beats me. You want the real reason? You're gonna have to talk to the boss. Hey, hold up! Where do you think you're going?
The Ryudo office. Maybe your boss won't waste my time.
I don't actually know.
Say what? Aniki, quick!
We will have to find out when we listen to the Japanese version. If there's a phrase for mainlander in Japan.
We don't gotta warn nobody over this bullshit.
Or that's an interpretation, like
Boss
an
only asks us to
interpretive.
keep an eye on you. But you go thinking you can stroll on into the family office, and we got a problem. How do you think that make me look, huh?
Tell me a better idea.
You wanna go so damn bad? You get through me first!
Oh, yeah? And that's all?
You don't even know who you're messing with, old man! Your dumbass thinks you're gonna make it past the captain?
Captain?
You heard me. My Aniki here, he's the captain of the Ryudo family. The Fighting Viper! Rikiya Shimabukuro! Now run while you still can, asshole!
That's enough.
Excuse me?
Look, you don't need to embarrass yourself here.
Oh no, you ain't talking your way out of this! It's on, chicken shit!
You might be a big shot down here in Okinawa, but your little song and dance was never gonna scare me off. Sorry, kid.
A D-rope.
Hold this.
Oh, he actually held on. Oh, that's a first.
Well?
Nice sink. That a snake?
Wrong, asshole. It's not just any snake. It's a goddamn viper. That's why they call me the Fighting Viper.
Doesn't matter to me what it is.
Well, it oughta. The habu's the symbol of Okinawa. I got the heart and soul of this island right here.
Wow, real hometown proud, aren't you?
Damn right. Now I'm gonna teach you, tourist ass, what a real Okinawan's made of.
It'll be interesting to hear they have they incorporate an accent.
This one's mine. Right. Got it. Ready to rumble?
Like if I could hear it, if they did or not, because I don't remember Yakuza 3 remasters Japanese, and even then I wouldn't be able to tell. He would also take off his shirt. Yeah, he's trying to be incognito here. Oh, I remember this beginning, dude. Yakuza 3 remastered. Holy heck! Oh, ow, that's really fast. Oh, why are you so? So I have a string breaker in perfect guarding, so that's cool. Yeah, I can string break at any time. He's gonna do a deadly attack. Yeah, perfect guarding is not really undercover threat. That's fair. You're fighting with a weapon kind of off fantasy, not gonna lie. You're yeah, true. What you call it? The perfect guarding is pretty generous. It's like plus. It's like +2. It's like +2 or +3, so it's pretty generous. And you can break the armor string at any time. And the only reason I use the X thing is because the scythe has the fastest recovery. So you can recover, finish a combo, even if they quick step and they retaliate, you have a chance to do a perfect guard on it. So that was pretty neat.
Shit. The hell does he eat to get that strong?
There's no sidestepping. So quick step is only in Dragon and Dojima style. So
you don't get rewarded for dodge rolling, which reminds me of it really does remind me of Souls games. Not that I'm saying this is Souls games, but the whole like just rolling away from a infight is funny. Just like rolling around. They like so I prefer the guard breaking, right? Like we do guard breaking and quick step cancels, and I can't ground anyone. So we can't bound. We can't do bound and then finish the combo on any of the boss characters. It would be kind of cool. I don't know what the extent of you can bound someone and then try to like finish an aerial string, a juggle, right?
Well, I may be mainland and old.
Parry, yeah, you pretty much call it a parry. Yeah, it's pretty much your standard parry. It's a guard break. It's a perfect guard for me because when you hold it down, you're also guarding. Parrying doesn't have a guard. So like the slight difference between a parry and a guard break is that you go into a guard and then you initiate the guard on the frame that you're going to make contact. A parry is when you parry, and if you miss the parry, you get punished at the end. But this one's a little safer. A guard break is like not a guard, like a just guard or a perfect guard is a little safer than a parry. So in a way, you could argue that like Sekiro, for example, Sekiro's parry system, you don't get awarded, you don't get a safe. I don't think you do. But yeah, a perfect guard is when you're holding the guard, you're going into the guard, and the guard stance is at the time of the parry. So they combine the two. So now you get a parry, quote unquote, you get a parry at the beginning of a perfect guard. But if you miss the perfect guard and held the guard, you continue to guard. So that's like the just guard, the parry guard, like a perfect guard system, as opposed, which is safer. It's like a more casual friendly one. Parries oftentimes means that if you miss the parry, you don't have a guard after. It doesn't guard. Quick step is closer to the parry, but there's no guarantee of counter. And then oftentimes parry has frames, you gain frames. So this guard, the perfect guard, gives you frames. Gives you like 2 or 3 frames to follow up. In parry, you can be too fast and too slow. Yeah, perfect guard, you can only be too late. Yep, exactly. So the thing that I was describing is a shield and board. Yeah, shield and board is what his standard stance is. It's like combat MMOs. It's more like combat MMOs where you can only be too late. So when you're guarding is a shield and board technique where you're having sword and shield. Parry systems are typically like you don't have a shield, so when you ever have like single weapons or something, they would create a parry system. So like Sekiro, the character only has a sword, so they only parry. So you can be too late, you can be too fast or too late. Shields are shield and board typically uses a perfect guard or just guard.
But you still felt that, didn't you?
That's like the standard convention, so to speak.
You made a promise, and you're gonna keep it. Take me to your boss.
So this is a lot more laxed. It's casual friendly. Quick step is evading, so just dodging, but there's no parry. You don't gain frames. You simply gain repositioning. But you can counterattack. So this game does have counterattack. So quick step is when you dodge on the frame. There's regular quick step and then perfect quick step. So just framed quick steps give you a counter, or a opportunistic counter flow in. So you'll notice that when I switch like to the other style, it would work on quick step.
I'll show you to the office.
So that's not a parry either. A parry needs to give you frames. So the person
that you're parrying will end up staggered for the frame. Quick step in this game doesn't give you any frames. It simply gives you positioning. And if your positioning is good, you can do like a critical attack on the back, which causes them to stagger, but you must follow up with a counter. So you need an input instead of be rewarded by the parry.
Mikio, go tell the boss that we're on our way.
Okay.
Largely like semantics, really,
But don't get the
in the
wrong
long
idea.
run.
New guy.
It does
One
deal with
loss won't
inputs.
shake the spirit of Okinawa. The Viper's gonna strike back twice as hard next time. You got that?
There are just counters, like reversals. So this game does have reversals. Basically, you attack when you're gonna get attacked. So that's the closest thing to parry. So the reversals are the closest things to parries in this game, like a tiger drop or something, where you gain iframes, and if you attack the moment they attack, you get a response. So you immediately counterattack them. So that's a counterattack though, instead of a parry. A parry doesn't usually do damage. It like it locks the person. It frame traps your opponent. So you get a frame trap when you parry. But when you counterattack from like a parry stance, so like a counterattack can be too slow or too fast, but they will punish when it's on time immediately. So you will deal damage to them, but they won't lose frames from it. And that's a counterattack in this game. So there are counterattacks called reversals. There's also different types of reversal, which is the takedown reversal. There's a few of them in here too. They're heat actions. So a reversal is when someone attacks you with a broadcast attack and it enters a sequence, kind of like a grapple, like in DOA, where if you do a guard backwards, right? If someone attacks you mid and you predict that is a mid coming at you, they simply get punished for it. So like there will be an animation, there will be a grapple or a move. That's a reversal. These are all like slight variations of like fighting game terminology. They follow because they're slightly different. Reversals tend to reposition things. Parries push back. Typically when you parry someone, it shoves them back and it locks their frames so they can't act. And then reversals are like there's an animation after that deals with an effect. You could like switch sides or switch positions. And then quick step is an evasion based thing. And then we have the guard, the perfect guard, which does the same thing as parry, but it's safer because you can't be too late.
Yeah, sure. But could we get a move on? Sun's about to set. I'll need to get back.
All these things are kind of fun to talk about.
Fine, this way. Follow me.
So far, I'm not sure if his weapons can string together easily.
The Ryudo family office is on the west side of the passageway up ahead. All right, we going or are you gawking?
Your office is inside Karyushi Arcade. You know, I've been there.
I know, right? The Luffy hat. That's all that I'm doing. You know, the Luffy hat. It completes, it completes the attire. You just need the Luffy hat whenever you're on an island. Come on.
Times before myself. But I never saw a building or anything like that on the west side.
Yeah, well, I never thought I'd take a mainlander there either.
For the record, I already knew the Luffy hat's in it because they used it for when Casca was in Hawaii for Infinite Wealth. And usually their assets transfer between games. From one island to another.
Riki-chan, come say hello.
Oh, they're keeping this in. Oh, that's good.
Says the boy always lounging around looking bored out of his mind. Are you and Nikki-chan doing actual...
Oh, you just realized just now that that's the monkey? Oh, okay. Yeah, there was a reason I swapped it right to red.
Work now? How exciting.
Auntie, please. Not in front of the guest.
A guest, eh?
In Casca, in the Infinite Wealth, Casca traditionally wears a red shirt, like a red Hawaiian shirt that's like a vest, sort of like a open face vest, and he wears cut jean shorts, which it's available in this game, and he wears flip-flops. So like, and then you put that hat on and it's basically Luffy, right?
Oh my, and what a fine-looking guest he is.
That's
If only I were 20 years younger, I'd be all over him.
okay.
Whoa there, Auntie, please! Not in front of me. We really do have to jet. Catch you later.
Oh, just 1 second, Riki-chan. I just got some nice bitter melon in, so I'll whip up some Goya Champlu and bring it round later.
For the record, Kiryu is over 40 years old.
Man, I hate bitter
Despite how old, that would suggest that the auntie is like 60 years old.
You and Miki-chan better be lending a proper hand to your boss now.
What's with that look, man? Come on, let's move.
Rikia, perfect timing. We've got some trouble over here.
What's the rush? Something up?
Some of those Tamashiro guys came barging into the market.
Okay, so they kept the Tamishiro.
On our turf?
I wonder if that, what's his name, Mr.
Making a big stink and telling us to pay their protection fee.
Oh, is that the recast?
The Ryudo family have done right by us for
Oh.
years. We told them we'd never turn our backs on you. Those hot-headed fools wouldn't hear a word of it. If those idiots go on a rampage, they're gonna trash our market.
It's a controversial recast, and I don't know which character it is yet.
Okay. Don't worry. I'll head over now.
It could be
You
Tamashiro.
hang tight.
Tamashiro
I gotta
might
take
be
care of
the
this.
recast.
Hold on. I'll tag along. No sense in waiting around here if there's something I can do to help.
Outside of Rikia. This is the Rikia.
Fine, just keep up.
Rikia was recast. It looks like so Rikia was like, he looks very he looked very young. He's like a upstart. So he it was a lot, he looked a lot friendlier. He looked kind of like a goober. And now he looks like your fairly standard slick back hair. And that kind of, it's a divisive change because people like the Okinawan friendly looking like thing despite the Yakuza background. Speaking of Okinawa, the story you're currently reading on Satori Reader plays in Okinawa partially. Oh, well, you have to tell me Okinawa related things. What is going on here? Oh, it's the fish market? Wait, are we entering the fish market? Oh yeah, the fish market's here. Okay. Oh. Yep, that's pretty classic.
What the hell? Damn. Hey! You alright? Are you hurt? What happened here?
Rikia-chan.
It was those Tamashiro bastards, huh?
Yes, they just pointed a gun at us and...
A gun?
Seriously?
Contraband.
They took my husband hostage. Said they were taking their dues.
Your husband? The guy who runs the shopping district? How many of
Sun's up.
Tamashiro's men were there?
Probably about 10 of them? Maybe more.
10? This is worse than I thought. I need to let the boss know and round up some of our boys.
But who knows if my husband is even safe right
I
now?
really love the patriarch in this game. Kiwami 3's game.
Can't be in two places at once.
Don't worry. It'll be alright. Where'd they take your husband?
Huh?
Over there, on the second floor. You can head up the stairs in the back.
Got it.
Cool.
Hey, you're not thinking about going in alone, are you?
That a problem?
No, but why would you?
Because some Yakuza think they can push innocent civilians around, and that doesn't fly with me. I've seen enough of it for a lifetime.
None of this would have happened if you had just shut up and listened to us in the first place. To hell with the Ryudo family. We can send them packing anytime, anywhere.
I wonder if he also has it in the back of the head that it's for the best befriend shipping them.
So you're the Tamashiro family.
Huh? And who are you supposed to be? Don't recognize you. You in the
Befriend
same
shipping
line of
him,
work?
yeah.
I'd rather not be lumped together with you.
Oh, they added arcade things. So they added they changed the top side. There's some arcade cabinets there, and then a UFO catcher over here. So they filled in all the mini games up here.
Leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
That was not up there in the OG.
What's with the pot shots, jackass?
Oh, contraband.
You ain't from around here, are you?
I refer to the pew pews as contraband.
Seems
So
you got a lot to learn.
in case
About how things work in Okinawa.
it's intentional. I refer to contraband. Like doing this favor and then they leave his family alone. Yeah, true. True.
Where'd you come from?
Not now!
But he has contraband.
Well, looky here. The Ryudo family's favorite little dipshit. The more the merrier. We're gonna school you both.
We had to get rid of the contraband immediately. Yep, there's the range thing. Wait. Oh, there are two contrabands. Wait, where's the other guy? Ow. Oh, there's a quick get. There's a get up. Silly finisher. Oh, I couldn't do the finisher. I was trying to figure out where there's another finisher somewhere. I wanted to do it, but I couldn't get the prompt.
For real?
This is how Luffy's adventures are like, you know?
Are you alright?
I am now. You saved me.
Me? No.
He saved me too. Things got pretty hairy back there. Might not have made it without him.
Nah, man, hang on.
You're fighting like
Turf War's our
Noctis.
problem,
It's
not
true.
yours. You don't have a dog in this fight. So I want to know, why'd you help?
You're right. I don't care about your turf. I just saw something I couldn't look past. That's all.
And you were ready to die over it?
Some things you don't give up on, no matter what.
Some
You
things
got
are
anything
worth
like that?
dying for.
Can you stand?
Believe so. Thank you.
In this case, like Credo. and whatnot.
Thank you so much. For everything.
This lost us a lot of time. Oh well, let's pick up where we left off. Take me to your family's office. What? You got something better to do?
Follow me, please. It's this way.
The hell got into him?
Aniki. That's what he just did.
You know? Respect. I wonder if he changed to Keigo in Japanese. I wonder, actually. All of this are gonna be
Okay, let's get going.
gonna
Ryudo
be
office
fun
is this
to
way.
look at
Follow me.
in our second playthrough.
Right. Mind if I ask you a question?
Or the
Earlier,
third.
You said that the pit viper is a symbol of Okinawa, didn't you?
Yeah? What about it?
Just curious is all. I still don't know much about the culture here, but that tattoo you've got on your back really is impressive. Why leave the eye blank, though? Does it mean something?
They kept that in.
Well,
unfinished.
my tattoo guy passed away before he could get the final touches in, so...
Oh, I hope they
decided
keep
to leave
the
it that way.
they keep the extra
Respecting
mission.
his memory, huh? I can understand that. But you never considered asking another artist if they could step in to finish where he left off?
I mean, I have, but I don't know. I don't think I can trust my back to just anyone. It doesn't feel right letting someone else complete it, you know?
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Besides, only someone with the heart and soul of Okinawa would really understand. Why the Viper? Haven't found anyone like that since my artist passed, though. Nobody could ever measure up, I guess.
Sure. But a good tattoo artist doesn't just ink the design they're given. They would know how to bring out its soul in a way that reflects your character and personality. It wouldn't matter how much they know about Okinawa and her culture. A true artist wouldn't only do your Viper the justice it deserves. They would also have the skill to make it into a real masterpiece.
It's kind of funny you say the good voice actors in the dub, but like there's an ongoing criticism of the dub in general, but I'm not sure who you're referring to, maybe the other characters, but the main character, Kiryu, since there were like 6 to 7 years of just hearing the one voice, when they cast the guy, yeah, they get it's overhated. Pretty much all across the board. Most of the time, everything about the dub is terrible. Most of the time, it's like very polar, and it's polarly like there's not much in between. Like for myself, I listen to all the dubs. Yeah, I listen to all the dubs. And if you're someone who first hear the dubs, like what I mean is now you're listening to it, that's a different story, right? That's usually where I resonate with other people, but the drama, what drama is referring to, the dub always get overhated. It's because of the long legacy of this game. When they first cited Kiryu, they were like, they wanted something to match 1-to-1, and that didn't happen. So, a young, I forgot his last name, but the person that voiced Kiryu gets hated all the time. It's a low hanging fruit argument. Happens all the time. So that is interesting that you said that, pro call, and I actually really have very few criticisms. In fact, the Chinese is pretty wonderful too, and the Chinese is through a recruiter, so they don't have like, I can look at the credits again. The Chinese is really excellent, but they're done through the recruiter, so they might not be consistent. They might not be the same voice actors for the Chinese side of things. But the English, they're trying to maintain the same cast most of the time, and then for Japanese, it is nearly mandatory because the main character cast is based on those characters, like the likeness and all that stuff. So, over the histories, there are some recasts of particular because the actors or actresses are no longer available per se, but that's very rare. Yeah. So nowadays, what you said, like your response, represents what I truly think is actually the reality. The idea that newcomers, people who see them and then hear all the tracks, they usually find that relatively to their experience is excellent. Like, or like it's good, it's above average
compared to like so many other so many other standardized like reading and stuff. And despite that, it doesn't stop a hardcore, because Like a Dragon has often been a hardcore. It's still relatively a niche game compared to like your Dark Souls and whatnot. And even Dark Souls is compared niche to your like Fortnite. Like you hear lines from Fortnite and whatnot. So even then, right, it's the relatives that happen. There's incredible amount of hate. Like, when I'm not using hate in a lightly word, I'm actually it's an understatement about the hate. Now, I don't want to say it's a vocal majority. I think it's a vocal minority, but still, they resonate the loudest.
You really think so? I'd love to meet one someday.
I play in all 3 languages for the very reason to understand the relationship between the languages. So whenever someone comes by and it's like, dude, like, doesn't this degrade you? Like, this ruins that. I'm like, I just play all of them. The idea is you can't appreciate voice acting if you blindly choose to avoid things. It's kind of like saying, I understand Japanese without listening to any Japanese. I know what good Japanese sounds like without actually listening and paying attention to Japanese. You also gotta match the subtitle. Not yet, but we can do it. I actually prefer to dismatch the subtitles. No joke. We might do like Chinese subs on the Japanese playthrough, because I think I'm far more comfortable in reading at the speed of the Chinese ones, but I don't think I have enough speed to read at the Japanese one.
Well, the world's a big place. I'm sure you'll find someone talented enough to complete your Viper.
There is a big silver lining. The pacing when they deliver their lines in Like a Dragon is very generous. They're not like talking in excessive eccentricity and speed and cadence. They're very clear, enunciated lines. So it might still be fine. Like, I haven't really tried. And for the record, it wasn't all of the Yakuza games. Like before, the Yakuza games did not have the option to change the text, like in-game. Now it does. That it has those options. So now you can do it in-game. Before, you had to like preload and change a region and whatnot. So it's fantastic. I think you said, but this game has 3 main languages. Yeah, it has 3 dub languages. English, Japanese, and Chinese. And Putonghua, Mandarin, Chinese. They have a Mandarin Chinese cast. Doing Japanese subs for Chinese dub so you can understand some stuff. Yeah. I love that this is a thing. And hear me out. This isn't new, because other games have done it. But this is RGG's, like, a Japanese company doesn't do that very often. Like, there aren't many examples of like Japanese video games. But if you go to like Europe, for example, like CDPR and stuff, their games are like many languages and many like subs at the same time. I think when it comes to Japanese, Chinese, and English, I think RGG and SEGA specifically, RGG is part of SEGA. They just call their different groups in SEGA different names. So RGG is Like a Dragon. Ryuga Gotoku. Gotoku means RGG. It's the group that's dedicated to making this game, and as well as Virtual Fighter as well now. But it's still part of SEGA. SEGA has different groups, and they happen to go by different names, but they're all SEGA. It was a Japanese game that had double subs, but you don't remember which. And then, of course, you have Tekken, right? Drama, where they decided everyone just has a universal translator. So that means everyone speaks their native language, or like the language of the character that their country is from. And then you are making the assumption that all of them just happen to be able to understand each other, which is kind of a neat way. I would love to maybe have that as an option, like for later games. Later games, there are characters of different nationalities. However, I really like the idea of an RPG game taking place in a location that have people like speak. Like I want to hear multicultural people. So to this day, the closest thing you can get to a multicultural person is occasionally there's a gag about like trying to say English phrases in a fobby way because a Japanese person is learning English, or the other way around, like uncomfortable. But I'm looking forward to a potential the day when the casting, the person that they cast, they actually go in and out of different languages. Like I'm far more used to doing that, right? Like, you know, I already ate lunch, right? Like the idea is that I already ate lunch, right? Something like that, where you would have a person speak and transition between languages. And that is possible, and it is far more regular in a country that has immigrants, where you have heritage speakers. So the characters are heritage speakers, where they would substitute and bounce in and out. And you can kind of hear it when they're multicultural couples, right? Like multinational couples, where one of the couple could have in and out conversations in two different languages and then back and forth. So it would be cool to hear that too. I haven't really encountered a video game that does that other than maybe Spanish. I've encountered a couple Spanish games, and they're usually Latina, right? Mexican American kind of situation, where they would say like mi abuelo, mi abuelo got something to eat situation, like something like that. But I don't think I've seen it in the Asian persuasion, even though it does happen. Like watching a person, this guy that I watch now, he goes back and forth between Japanese and Chinese, and it is like pretty fluid. There's also like dialectic, going back and forth dialectically. So I don't know if they're gonna plan to, like, for example, Okinawa has a dialect, and it's gonna be interesting to listen to the Japanese if I can hear Japanese well enough now to hear it. In Yakuza games, like the early Yakuza games, Kansai and Kanto are exclusive to their characters. Like Majima, a couple times, there are times when he deliberately shifts between Kanto and Kansai when he's in a particular situation. So Saejima also has a Kansai accent. Like, and the way they represent it in English is they make him sound like a little country bumpkin. Like he has like woulda, dulda, woulda, coulda stuff as he's going, and then everyone else is very proper, right? So it's kind of like a contrast between like Kansai and Kanto. So in Japanese, before I learned Japanese, right, before I started really listening, when I played all the Yakuza games 2 years ago, you can still pick up the dialectic differences between Kansai and Kanto. And Okinawa has a distinct dialect that has words and phrases and whatnot that are like practically unintelligible. So I listened. There was a clip from someone who visited Okinawa, and asked like, "Oh, can you share some of the Okinawan dialect?" And like when they were talking, I'm like, "Whoa!" So it is an opportunity for them to do that, even if they wanted to or not. Really up to them, I suppose.
Sooner or later.
I hope you're right.
We already have the Elon
Better
Musk
cut
chip.
this short. Come on. Can't keep the boss waiting.
The Neuralink Universal Translator. Whenever I say universal translator, I'm making a Star Trek reference, because Star Trek uses the universal translator as the way to offload the need to constantly speak in different alien and constructed languages,
Mikia, the boss in?
despite having like Klingon as one of the constructed languages.
Yep. He's just getting ready for our guest here.
Welcome to the Ryudo family office.
Haven't watched Star Trek at all. I made so much Star Trek references. If we ever get a chance to play like a Japanese, we could. There is a chance because Pragmata is coming out soon. If we get to like play a Japanese sci-fi game, I would probably make a lot of Star Trek references because Star Trek has like it's covered so many things. Anyways, this is where I'm gonna stop because of you can see that the room is extra bright now because the sun is out. So that was great. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do it play more tomorrow. Later today I have to do my 400-day review, and it's also it will go into Chinese New Year. So Chinese New Year is tomorrow or later today for you, like in a not too far. The 17th is Chinese New Year. So what's a way to celebrate Chinese New Year than I guess celebrating 400 days or like reviewing 400 days of WaniKani in traditional Chinese. All right, so let's save this. Yeah, I really need to. It's going to be like this the whole time. My run through, like my playthroughs of Like a Dragon games are like snail's pace oftentimes, because I like to talk about cultural things and then talk about fighting games, and I talk about like game theory and game design and that quite a lot because that's why I play video games. I know this might sound a little contrary a lot of times, but generally speaking, I don't play video games for enjoyment first. I play video games for education, like for learning and like getting stories and constructive work. And then if it happens to be very enjoyable, that's great. Like being the game being enjoyable, like visceral or like very mechanical, right? Drama being very mechanically satisfying and stuff, that's usually second. And of course, all of these videos are just going to be on cut and be on YouTube anyways. I have every single Yakuza, at least the Kiryu Yakuza, and I'm only shy of one Yakuza game, which is Ishin. Ishin takes place in an alternative past during the, I'm just gonna guess it's in the Edo period. It's either an Edo period or it's probably the Edo period, where all these characters are remapped to feudal Japan. Anyways, oh, I really love this. This game was a black sheep as well. The storyline is a black sheep in this game. Like people were, they hop off of the fighting and all that stuff, like the high octane Yakuza drama. It still exists in this game, but I really like the children aspect, the orphanage and the other types of, and that's the only time this Kiryu saga featured these type of things. It's kind of brave of them. All right, so that's a wrap for today. It was fun chatting about orphanages and other things. We're probably going to chat more because sub-stories, oh man, sub-stories makes me rant like crazy. Every sub-story is a vignette. I mean, Persona games are going to be so long to wrap because every single accomplice is going to have something, like every single their sub-stories, their social links is what they call it. And The modern games, the modern Like a Dragon games uses social links as well. They call them bonds. Here, I'm not sure if they're gonna do that. There's a chance they might incorporate bonds as well. We'll see. All right, folks, that's a wrap for Kiwami 3 today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right, as always, feel free to follow along. Pick up Kiwami 3 for yourself if you want. It is out now. Solid, quite a heavy price, but I honestly think the runtime of these games are more than fitting for the price. And yeah, you're always free to come on by, share your hot takes. I already got the no Rikia changed. Yep, that's what I would get. I already addressed most of these. Rikia change, and then Jack brought up the Kagawa situation, which I also addressed in. And then there's others. There's gonna be the Blakuza comment, probably. The no Mac. We addressed the no Mac situation because now we have the master guy of what was it? Bakujutsu or something. I forgot. Bakujutsu? Boku? Something like that. Boku? I think it was Bokujutsu. And then there's probably going to be missing sub-stories, right? I anticipate like a fourth of the sub-story. But we'll see which one, or try to remember which one gets cut out or which one didn't make the cut. And then no cabaret club, no hostess club. That's probably one of the chopping blocks. And then some whimsies, because I know that they have to add whimsy. So Biker Gang, I saw a teaser for Biker Gang. That's probably the big bad dragon line. And then the Morning Glory stuff. Like, I should check my Discord server when I have a moment. Oh no, what's happening? Oh, I got targeted by spam. All right. Thanks. Can I okay. Thanks for the note. I will take care of that. How do I... Okay, I'll take care of it afterwards. Thanks, son. Reaching big community, yeah, I'm sure. Anyways, yeah, like, you're more than welcome. So if you have anything to talk about, that's cool. I'm always welcome to hear other people's experiences with these games. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Bye bye.